Chapter 101 The Ending Trip to Alabasta. Father. Outside the royal palace of Albina, under the leadership of Vivi, everyone quickly came here. The King Cobra, who had already received the news, and Akaram were already waiting here under the leadership of the Kingdom Guard. After a few years, Vivi finally saw her father again. She couldn't help jumping into his father's arms any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes. Vivi. Cobra also hugged his daughter excitedly. When Vivi secretly took Akalam to leave, Cobra didn't know how he spent that initial time. Damn it, I want to hold Princess Vivi like this too. Sanji, who came with Vivi, looked at the scene of father and daughter embracing in front of him, and his jealous eyes spit fire again. But soon, Vivi came out of his father's arms. Father, this is the Luffy I invited to deal with Crocodile, now Crocodile has been defeated by Luffy. 35. The recovered Vivi started to introduce Luffy and others. After Vivi introduced Luffy and his group, Cobra spoke. I really appreciate everyone's help, not only for helping me bring my daughter back, but also for saving the country. Saving the country is just a deal. Although Vivi can be counted as one of his own, but that's two different things. Akalam also knew the contents of the transaction at that time, presumably he had already told the king. Naturally, Alabasta will not treat his savior badly. Everyone, how about you follow me into the palace first? Or let me host a banquet for you. Cobra had no intention of defaulting on the debt. The amount Luffy asked for was not much, and Cobra didn't think there was anything wrong with it. However, if he knew about the relationship between Luffy and his daughter, he would not have agreed so easily. We'll talk about the celebration later, but let's deal with the bomb that Crocodile planted in Albina. 5. Things like bombs are always a hidden danger when they are buried, so we should deal with them first. What? Crocodile also planted a bomb in Albina. For what Luffy said, the two guards behind Cobra immediately became nervous. These two guards are naturally the two demon fruit powers that appeared in the original book. It's true, Gaka, Bell, but Luffy has located the bomb, it just needs someone to get it out. On the way to the palace, Luffy had already sensed the location of the bomb through observation haki. The reason why he didn't pick it up was because there were more convenient people here. After all, in the fairly high clock tower, Luffy originally planned to ask Makita to fetch it, which is also the reason why Makita was left in the first place. However, after knowing that Makita itself cannot fly directly, Luffy can only leave this matter to Alabasta to solve by himself. After all, Alabasta has demon fruit power that can fly. In that case, Princess, tell me the location quickly, and I'll take out the bomb. Wearing a white robe and wearing a white turban, Belle quickly stood up. Since Vivi said they had found the location of the bomb, but had not taken it out, the location of the bomb was probably not easy to reach. But Bell himself is a bird fruit, a demon fruit power in his form, and naturally he was the first to stand up at this time. I really need your help from Bell, the bomb is in the tallest clock tower in the square, and you need your flying ability to take him down. Vivi quickly explained the situation. After all, it was about Alabasta, and the existence of this bomb was really uneasy. Okay, I see, Princess Vivi. Bell responded, and then his body began to change, turning into the shape of a giant eagle. With a loud cry, the giant eagle took off quickly, and after circling in the air, it quickly flew towards the clock tower that Vivi said. Leave the bomb to Bell, and you can follow me into the palace. Although Cobra wanted to wait until it was confirmed that Bell had taken out the bomb before leaving, it was not etiquette for the guests to stand here all the time. Moreover, there is no need to worry too much about Bell going. Rest assured, there are no enemies near the bomb, and the bomb is not activated, so don't worry too much. 35. Seeming to see Cobra's concern, Luffy said. Really? I'm really sorry to make the guests laugh. Hearing Luffy's words, Cobra was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile. Cobra felt embarrassed that he, being the king, had to have guests to comfort him. Luffy and his party followed Cobra to the palace. Soon, there were attendants preparing tables, chairs, and tableware, and the chefs in the kitchen also prepared delicious food and wine. It didn't take long for Belle to successfully take out the bomb, and after making sure that the bomb would not explode, he took it back to the palace. The power of the bomb is not small, but it can't be thrown around, it is better to stay and expand the arsenal. And after seeing Belle report to himself, Cobra finally breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the last worry. Luffy and his party were already seated, and dishes were constantly being brought out from the kitchen. Because Sanji had been fighting all the time, everyone who only ate some dry food along the way devoured the dishes that were served. However, a few girls are still elegant, just eating slowly. Luffy was not polite, and under Vivi's gaze, he ate a big mouthful. After all, fighting is quite energy-intensive. Although several of you are open to eat, Alabasta can still serve this meal, ha ha ha. It seems that he was infected by Luffy and the others, and Cobra's mood improved, and he kept greeting Luffy and others. The banquet ended in a cheerful atmosphere. Under the arrangement of IKA, Li Qunhao, Lime, Luffy and others shared a room each and prepared to rest. Luffy sneaked into Nami's room after getting ready to wash up. After all, Luffy couldn't continue to sneak into Nami's room because of the many people on the Merry. Now is a rare opportunity, and Luffy will not miss it. But just when Luffy came out after washing up, a person was already sitting on his bed in the room. Luffy was stunned for a moment, and after seeing that it was Vivi, he walked up gently and hugged her in his arms. "Are you really not going with us?" Although he already knew the answer, Luffy couldn't help but ask. "I'm sorry, but I still love this country." Vivi lay in Luffy's arms, tears slowly soaking the collar of the shirt Luffy had just changed. "So, before you go, at least let you remember that there is still someone waiting for you here." Fang. Chapter 102 Farewell. The next day, when Luffy woke up, Vivi had long since disappeared, leaving only the bright red on the sheets. When Luffy and the others got up, Cobra was ready to promise Luffy's Bailey, and prepared enough sailing supplies. However, when handing these things over to Luffy, Cobra stared at Luffy stubbornly. Apparently, Cobra, as a father, still saw what happened to his daughter and Luffy. Cobra, who looked at Luffy, didn't speak for a while, but in the end it just turned into a helpless sigh. "The pirates saved the country, and my daughter fell in love with the pirates. If the daughter is just a commoner girl, or just an ordinary noble lady, then there is no big problem even if she goes to sea with the other party. However, her daughter is the Princess of Alabasta, and even if she just wants to admit her heart, she cannot express it publicly. There's no need to put on such an ugly face." Luffy's words made Cobra look up slightly, those slightly vicissitudes of eyes staring at Luffy deeply, quietly waiting for Luffy's next words. "It won't be more than 3 months and I'll be going back to Alabasta. Whether or not Summit War happens, Luffy has decided that the Straw Hat Pirates will go on a 2-year training. 2 years is enough for Luffy to do a lot. Hopefully VIVI583 didn't see the wrong person." Luffy was not asked why he said he would be back in 3 months, nor was he asked for any guarantees from Luffy. Cobra just said that, then turned around and left. Luffy was silent for a while, then turned to leave the palace. The friends are already waiting outside. Seeing Luffy coming out, everyone didn't speak, just waiting for Luffy's order to leave. Luffy glanced at Nami who was standing in front, then raised his arms and shouted at the crowd. "Straw Hat Pirates, ready to go." "Oh!" The group agreed, and then took the supplies and Bailey prepared by Cobra and began to set out for the Merry. Looking at the direction of the palace again, the light blue figure did not appear. Luffy turned back and strode away with everyone. By the time everyone arrived near the Merry, Marine was already waiting there. Not to capture Luffy and the others, but to deliver Bailey to Luffy. The Marine left in a hurry after leaving 3 suitcases, obviously afraid of Luffy and the others. Bia, although he is just a delivery person, who knows if the other party will kill him suddenly, it is better to leave quickly. The sheep's head turned, and just as the Mary began to drive slowly, a figure appeared on the hilltop not far away. Watching the Mary go away, Vivi waved slowly towards the backs of the ship. On the Mary, if Luffy felt something, he turned his head and waved goodbye to the shadowy figure. Ah! So many Baileys! After pointing in the direction, Nami immediately opened the 3 suitcases that Marine had sent. Just looking at it, Nami's eyes turned into the shape of Bailey, and there was no sadness when he parted with Vivi before. Well, the money is just a small amount of money, our next stop is the Sky Island I said earlier. Luffy turned his head, and his originally annoyed mood improved a little after seeing the beautiful figure. At this time, seeing Nami's appearance again, he finally couldn't help laughing. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami, who was immersed in Bailey's ocean, regained his senses. Those bright eyes stared straight at Luffy, and there seemed to be something flashing in the moist eyes. Oh? Sky Island? Captain Luffy even knows about Sky Island. Unlike others, Robin has seen information about Sky Island in the literature. For the existence of Sky Island, Robin does not think it is a fictional thing. But now that I heard from Luffy, Robin was a little surprised. Last night, Robin had read the historical text of Alabastus' existence, led by a Calum. Now that Luffy has revealed the existence of Sky Island, which is difficult for others to know, Robin is more and more curious about Luffy. Sky Island? What is that? When Luffy talked about Sky Island before, there were only Nami, Zoro, and Usopp on board, and even Sanji had never heard of it. You'll know it when you wait, so keep looking forward to it now. 35. For everyone's curiosity, Luffy has no plans to answer, mainly because Luffy himself doesn't know how to describe it. Just say an island in the sky, doesn't that mean you didn't say anything? Seeing that Luffy didn't elaborate, the other people on the Mary who hadn't heard Luffy mention it looked at Robin, the only one who knew about it. Since Captain Luffy said to keep expectations, I'm not arrogant. Seeing everyone looking at him, Robin didn't feel any shyness, just covered his mouth with a chuckle, and replied with a slightly dark belly. Ah! Instead of discussing Sky Island, Luffy brought up Haki again. But before going to Sky Island, let me introduce you to Haki again. The finished product. Luffy paused, then continued. At the moment, except for me and Zoro, no one else on the boat can know Haki, which is very disadvantageous in the Grand Line, where demon fruit power is running all over the place. Armament Haki, in addition to being able to catch entities of the Logia demon fruit power, can significantly increase a person's attack and defense. 95. In the battle of the top powerhouses, the quality and quantity of Haki determine the outcome of the battle to a certain extent. Luffy talked a lot, but it didn't have any practical use, just introduced the role of Haki. But this time, Luffy said it in more detail. After all, Marienu's ability may not require her to learn Haki herself. In Luffy's view, as long as Marieну understands this power enough, she may be able to use her ability to awaken those who have not awakened Haki through hints. However, Luffy still focused on observation Haki. After all, the use of armament Haki requires a certain physical foundation. Even if Marieну really mastered this ability, it is currently estimated that only Sanji can awaken armament Haki. Galtino may also be possible, after all, the age is there, and the influence of age on the physical quality of ordinary people in this world is quite large. As for the others, don't think about it for now. But what Luffy didn't expect was that after leaving Alabasta this time, everyone's physical problems were quickly resolved. And including Luffy himself, the physique has also ushered in a great improvement. Chapter 103 The Mary takes off. After leaving Alabasta, the Mary had been at sea for 2 days. Following the direction indicated by the recording pointer, Luffy and his group were on their way to Gaia Island. Nami, is there anything strange in the sea here? Looking at the row of erected stone pillars around, Luffy always felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember what the plot was. The sea is calm and the air pressure hasn't changed, so there shouldn't be anything strange about it, right? Nami felt it, except for the row of stone pillars, there was nothing strange about it. If there are waves or storms, you should be able to feel it. But since Luffy said so, Nami still got his spirits up and carefully observed the surrounding environment. After all, Luffy has said so, and with what he knows about Luffy, he will not aimlessly. Makita, did you see or feel strange things up there? Nami looked up at Makita on the lookout, shouted. Although Makita did not understand navigation, but if there was anything abnormal on the sea, she could still see it. Makita, who was lying on the railing of the observation deck, stood up straight and looked around at the surrounding sea after hearing Nami's voice. Not finding anything strange, Makita shook her head at Nami. Did Captain Luffy find anything? Robin, who was lying on the reclining chair reading a book, also stood up at this time and looked at Luffy curiously. This should be just an ordinary sea area, but looking at Luffy's appearance, it seems that there is something here. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, Miss Makita, and Miss Marion, your desserts are ready. Hey? What's the matter, did you find something? From Sanji came out of the kitchen with a plate of dessert. After calling the name of the lady on the boat, I found that everyone was looking around and asked curiously. I can't see anything yet, but Mr. Luffy must have a reason for saying so. Marianu, who was closest to Sanji, replied that she could still hear the conversation between Luffy and Nami before. Now Marianu, after so many days, it seems that he is no longer afraid of the people on the boat, at least he has been able to take the initiative to speak. That's fine. Since Luffy said it, there should be something. Hey, chef, where's our dessert? Galtino also seems to have integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates, and can now quarrel with Sanji unceremoniously. The man's dessert is in the kitchen. If you want to eat it, go get it yourself. Given that Nami used to feed Luffy the sweet desserts she made by herself, Sanji has now made her share of desserts one per person. So Nami won't continue feeding Luffy, will he? Luffy, are you feeling wrong? It's calm here, and Chopper and I have caught quite a few. 35. Usopp was sitting beside him fishing, and Chopper was sitting beside him, with the teacup beside them. Usopp, aren't you too leisurely? Exercise more when you have time, wake up early, Haki, you don't have to be so worried. Zoro, who was exercising with a barbell, also interjected at this time. Boom! Just after Zoro said a word, a huge wave suddenly rushed from the bottom of the Mary. Afterwards, the Mary was swept into the sky by this huge wave, and then, in the middle of the vertical stone pillars, waves began to rise one after another. Zoro, who was raising the barbell, stumbled under his feet at the moment when the Mary was swept up, and the barbell in his hand was thrown away. Don't fly over! The thrown barbell dashed straight in the direction of Usopp. Usopp stared at the barbell approaching in horror, clutching the edge of the boat with both hands, unable to move under his feet because of the shaking of the Mary. He could only watch helplessly as the barbell slammed into him. The first time the Mary was swept up by the waves, Luffy hugged Nami beside him, and then the other hand firmly grasped the edge of the Mary. In this case, Luffy didn't have a particularly good solution. Everyone, grab the Mary, and don't be left behind. Before the Mary stopped shaking, it would be good for Luffy to stabilize himself and Nami, and the others could only trust their abilities. The Makita on the lookout is okay, there is nothing bumping on it, as long as she grabs the railing, she won't be thrown out. With the following words, Robin was thrown into the corner against the wall under this impact, but she also turned to grab the wooden board next to her. Seeking flowers. Galtino grabbed Marianu's collar with one hand and the mainmast with Sanji with the other. And Zoro, who was still exercising just now, was thrown directly onto the rope net of the sail because of his unstable center of gravity. However, because of his extraordinary physical fitness, Zoro grabbed the rope forcibly and stabilized his body. And Usopp is more unlucky. Originally sitting on the edge of the boat, and facing the threat of Zoro's flying barbell, if he hadn't been caught by the enlarged chopper, he might have fallen out of the Mary. However, he received a solid blow on his face. Fortunately, the physical fitness of the people in the pirate world is outrageous, otherwise it is estimated that he will die directly. The hand that was originally holding the edge of the boat was also slashed by the barbell at the moment, but now it is only held by the chopper, and the whole body is floating in the air. However, the current came and went quickly. After the Mary was swept into the air, the current magically turned into a circle of clouds. At the same time, the surrounding ocean currents rising into the sky also turned into a circle of clouds and mists at the same time. The Mary finally stabilized, and was flying towards somewhere in the air with a strange balance. The people on the boat were finally able to relax, lying on the edge of the boat one after another, looking around the Mary. "Look, everyone, there is an island below, and this circle of clouds is so magical." Everyone who hadn't noticed the situation of the Mary just turned their eyes to the island that suddenly appeared. "Don't rush to relax, the Mary is about to descend, and if it falls to land, we're done." Luffy's words made everyone wake up instantly, and they all looked towards the bottom of the Mary. Help! Feeling that the Mary was rapidly descending, Usopp, who was still lying on the deck at this time, couldn't help but shout again. Bang! 35. The Mary landed on a patch of water with a loud crash as the surf broke. As a result, the crowd, who had already stood firm, fell again and again. Even Luffy, who was lying on his back after this blow, was smashed by the flying Nami. Chapter 104: The Crown Island. Hiss! Luffy gasped, not because of the pain, as a rubber guy, this bump wouldn't hurt Luffy or anything. But after Nami fell down at this time, it happened to be sitting somewhere in Luffy, and it felt like nothing. "Nami, come down. This is not when there are only two people, Luffy can't do anything he wants, and it's only himself who continues to suffer." Hearing Luffy's words, Nami, who was still stretching his body in a daze, finally realized the situation at this time. However, after seeing Luffy under him and a strange feeling somewhere, Nami didn't leave immediately, but twisted slightly. Then, those watery eyes glanced at Luffy, and Shishiran got up from Luffy. After being hit by Nami, Luffy's calm May 83 mood suddenly became hot. But now is not the time, everyone on the Mary has recovered and climbed up from the deck. No one noticed the strangeness on Luffy's side, and everyone's eyes were attracted by the surrounding environment. There is nothing special about this small island itself, but the way to get here is really strange, and it is difficult for everyone to be curious. Usopp, how are you? Are you okay? Just when everyone was attracted by the surrounding environment, Chopper's exclamation suddenly came from the Mary. Everyone looked over, only to find that Usopp was still lying on the deck at this moment. Moreover, not only did he have a big bag on his head now, but his face was also blue and purple, and his eyes were turning in circles. The Chopper, who had been holding him, wanted to see Usopp after the Mary stopped, only to find that he had passed out. This is the consequence of not exercising normally, and I have no ability to bear it at all. Zoro didn't have the consciousness to miss and hurt people at all, and said it to himself. That's all because of your carelessness. Sanji roared loudly when he saw Zoro, who was unconscious. After being yelled at by Sanji like this, Zoro couldn't calm down anymore, so he could only pouted to the side and didn't speak. What to do? What to do? Usopp is dying. Chopper was in a hurry, once again forgetting the fact that he was a doctor. Aren't you a doctor? Just give him some treatment, right? Galtino, who had stabilized Marianu, saw this situation and muttered a little speechlessly. "Ah! Yes, I am a doctor." So Chopper frantically started checking Usopp for the injury again. Being interrupted by Chopper like this, Luffy also calmed down from the charm just now. "When I started to look at this strange island, it was just a regular forest, and there were quite a few animals wandering in the forest. And just as Luffy and the others were looking at the island, several animals came to the shore near where the Mary was. The first animal was a large parrot with a bald head. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone on the Mary, the parrot suddenly spoke. 'Who are you and why did you come to this Crown Island?' Alas, the animal actually speaks. Except for Luffy, everyone else looked at the big parrot that appeared on the shore with a look of surprise. Obviously there is a talking civet cat on board. I don't understand why they are so surprised that animals can talk." Chopper, who was healing Usopp's injuries, shuddered, feeling like someone was talking bad about him. But after looking around for a week, when he saw that everyone was looking at the front of the Mary, Chopper, who had finished the last step of dressing, couldn't help but look there. "Hey? What is this parrot looking at us for?" Chopper, who didn't hear the conversation just now, looked curiously at the parrot staring at the Mary outside and said, "Ah! This civet cat can actually talk." After hearing Chopper speak with his head sticking out, the parrot, who was quite calm, was obviously taken aback. "I'm not a civet cat, I'm a reindeer, bastard. And can't you talk too?" Chopper, who was called a civet cat again, roared loudly regardless of why the parrot could speak. Oh, that's right. Cough." The talking bald parrot had an expression of sudden realization, and it seemed that he was indeed old. "Ah! The parrot is talking. It's so strange." 5. Then, the roles of a deer and a parrot are reversed instantly, and it can only be said that each of them is a drama. Idiot, don't put on such a surprised expression all of a sudden. Why weren't you shocked just now? Everyone on the Mary roared at the nesting dolls of the two animals. Is this island called Crown Island? Robin is the one most interested in the unknown. Crown Island. Luffy remembered a little, this episode of theatrical version Luffy had seen at the time. An animal kingdom exists on the island, and the old king of this kingdom has passed away, and Crown Island is now in a phase without a king. If Luffy remembers correctly, the horn of the dead old king, the unicorn lion, seems to have some kind of peculiar energy. The villain in the original book is constantly hunting horned animals on the island in order to obtain that horn. After eating this horn at last, strange changes have taken place in the body, it becomes infinitely powerful, and the body also becomes the appearance of an animal. In other words, the horns of the unicorn lion are indeed effective. If so, can the physical problems of the people on board be solved? Don't worry about whether it will turn into an animal. With Chopper, I think it can solve the defect of turning into an animal. After all, it is the existence of the blue wave ball that can affect Devil Fruit's ability, so it should not be a problem to improve the effect of this corner. Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly became very interested in this island. What is the reason for the birth of this kind of Chi 0.4 lion with magical power on this island? If the trigger can be found, Luffy may be able to have a steady stream of physique-boosting drugs. Otherwise, the number of medicines that can be made by the horn of the unicorn lion alone is limited, and it may not even be enough for experiments. If this opportunity is wasted in vain, it is estimated that it will not be so easy to encounter this kind of thing in the future. Thinking of this, Luffy secretly unfolded Observation Haki, trying to find the location of the unicorn lion first. No one else can get ahead, and, even disgusted by the island's animals, Luffy is bound to win. In such a world, some unnecessary sympathy can be completely discarded. If the creatures on this island were humans, Luffy might also consider the other person as humans, but if it's just animals. Chapter 105 The Secret of Crown Island. While everyone was talking to the parrot, Luffy's observation Haki had sensed the location of the dead unicorn lion. Moreover, there are indeed people on this island. Hey, Big Parrot, is the old king of your island dead? Luffy's words caused everyone and the parrot who were talking to be slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Luffy to suddenly say such a sentence. King? Is there a kingdom on this island? Idiot, since Luffy is speaking to this parrot, he must be the king of these animals. But there must be something special about being the king of talking animals? 35. After Luffy said that sentence, everyone said one sentence to another, and directly put the parrot aside. How did you know? Luffy's words obviously frightened the parrot. After all, the people on this boat watched themselves fall from the sky. And looking at their appearance, it doesn't look like they came prepared. How did this 14-year-old man in a straw hat know that there is a king on this island, and that the king is dead? Don't care how I know. By the way, have you been chased by horned beasts a lot lately? Luffy threw another question, and the question made the parrot's eyes widen again. Your island is outside ours, and there seem to be signs of human activity. Luffy ignored the parrot's surprise and continued. There is indeed someone. Bombay is the only human being on our island, and he has lived with us since childhood. The old parrot woke up from the shock, and was no longer surprised that Luffy knew about the existence of Bambai. No, as far as I know, there are 4 other people on the island besides us. What? It's impossible! The old parrot, who had calmed down, exclaimed again. In this case, it may be possible to explain why there have been hordes of horn-eaters recently. It must be the good deeds done by the other humans. However, there is no valuable treasure on our island. Why do humans come here? If he just stumbled into this place, he should have figured out a way to leave. But the horn-eating beast riot has been going on for quite a while now. Could it be? As if thinking of something, the old parrot was startled, and at the same time looked at Luffy with vigilance. Since he can know so many things, the Straw Hat might have come for that thing. Luffy, what are you talking about? 35. The conversation between one person and one parrot made everyone on the Merry feel unbearable. Observation Haki is amazing. Everyone murmured for a while, but also knew that Observation Haki was really great. At this moment, everyone's eyes were eagerly looking at Marianu, who was sitting quietly. After all, Luffy had already told everyone about the possibility of Marianu's abilities. Now, as long as Marianu really has the ability to master, then people like yourself can directly master the power of Haki. While Luffy said armament Haki requires a certain amount of physical strength, Observation Haki has no physical requirements. Marianu, who was suddenly stared at by everyone, shrank uncomfortably and looked at everyone timidly. Although you can probably guess the meaning in everyone's eyes, this kind of thing is not something you can achieve by yourself. Besides us, there is a group of people on this island. For Nami's question, Luffy naturally answered directly. There are still people? Is there anything good on this island? Would someone want to come here to hunt for treasure? Seeing Nami's bright eyes again, Luffy shook his head helplessly. How could this financial fanatic look become more and more serious? It's not because of the treasure. There are more attractive things on this island than the treasure. The horn of the unicorn lion can turn a person into a powerful animal after eating it. Luffy's words made the pupils of the old parrot shrank suddenly. Although we didn't come to this island on purpose, since we came here, we naturally hope to get this kind of thing. Luffy's words directly confirmed the old parrot's guess, which made the old parrot take 2 steps back vigilantly, staring at Luffy and the others. What do you want to do? So what exactly is that? The crown of the dead king of this crown island is the horn of the unicorn lion. Oh? What's the use of that corner? Looking at the old parrot's vigilant appearance since Luffy mentioned this horn, it seems that it should be a very important thing. But that's right, after all, it's the king's crown, how could it be taken away by outsiders? But what is the use of that corner that Luffy pays so much attention to? Since you understand human language, then you should also know the truth of the innocence of the common man and the guilt of the mischief. Luffy didn't continue to explain the role of the horns, and still stared at the old parrot with a dull look. Are you humans so shameless? Hearing Luffy's undisguised words, the old parrot cursed angrily. Shameless? But I think the other 3 people on the island are really shameless. The old parrot was stunned for a moment, and it was true when he thought about it carefully. The riots of the horned beasts caused the animals on the island to suffer. 583 now learns that there is someone else on the island, and it is undoubtedly their masterpiece. On the contrary, Luffy's group just stated their purpose and did nothing to harm themselves and these animals. But we can't just give you the old king's crown. Although the group of people in front of them did not look like bad people, it was impossible for him to hand over the king's crown just because they were not bad people. Since this is the case, I will not do anything to you, but if the horn is stolen by that group of people, if I rob it again, I will not return it to you. 99. Luffy also knew that the other party would not directly agree to give him the horn, but another group of people on the island could be Luffy's help. Luffy, aren't we doing this well? The last time Luffy did something like this was to force Marayanu to stay, but that would be because the other party was an enemy, so Nami didn't feel anything wrong. But this time, the animals on the island didn't attack them. Is it really appropriate for Luffy to do so? The unicorn lion's horns are just a symbol for the animals on the island, and I won't hurt them. Luffy didn't feel anything wrong with Nami's soft heart. With his own existence, Nami doesn't need to learn to be cruel. It is enough to do these things by yourself. Chapter 106 Direct Resolution. The horn of the unicorn lion may have unexpected effects for us. When Luffy said this, he glanced at Chopper. After all, they are both animals, and Chopper may not be willing to use the horns of the unicorn lion to study. Well, let's go on, and the animals on the island will suffer. Luffy glanced in a certain direction on the island and said to the old parrot. What's the meaning? The old parrot, who didn't understand for a while, looked at Luffy and asked with confusion. Over there, a group of horned beasts are chasing the other animals on the island. 35. Luffy explained, and then looked at the companions behind him. It's rare to come to such a magical island. Do you want to go shopping on the island? Anyway, no one comes in here. It's okay for the merry to stop here. What's the point of sailing if you go to a new and exotic island and don't look around? But pay attention to the horned beast on the island, it is a beast with a hard shell, and it is a pack animal, be careful. 39. In the end, Luffy didn't forget to warn him, but don't fall into trouble because of carelessness, especially if you fall into the hands of animals. Then let's go and see. Everyone on the merry agreed, so, under the watchful eye of the old parrot, a group of people walked towards the island. Don't worry, Luffy said it won't hurt you, so it certainly won't. Chopper, who was walking at the end, supported Usopp, who had already woken up, and said to the old parrot. Luffy wanted the horns of the unicorn lion, and there was nothing too hard for Chopper to accept. Luffy glanced at himself just now, and Chopper naturally knew what Luffy wanted to convey. But Chopper didn't care, after all, Luffy didn't do anything to harm innocents. And, if that horn really works, Chopper is happy to research and develop it. It is also a very meaningful thing for Chopper to make himself and his partners stronger. Why are you with them? The old parrot glanced at Chopper blankly. Although the human's words were not necessarily credible, the old parrot still believed what Chopper said because he was also an animal. The old parrot's words also made Chopper stunned for a while. Usopp, who was supported by Chopper, rarely said anything, but just looked at Chopper and wanted to know how Chopper would answer. I don't know either, but when I wanted to see the world, Luffy and the others just appeared in front of my eyes. 39. After that, Chopper just supported Usopp and followed in Luffy's footsteps. The old parrot didn't know what to say, and Usopp remained silent. As for Luffy and others walking in front, they didn't notice the conversation between Chopper and the old parrot at all. In other words, even if I heard it, I just smiled and passed, and everyone can get together. It can be said that it is like a destiny. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Could it be because of the unicorn lion's genes? Luffy felt the island all the way, and found nothing strange. It seems that it is not because of the island that the horn of the unicorn lion is born with magical powers. Then, the result could only be the cause of the unicorn lion itself. If so, the horn may be something that can no longer be obtained. However, the scientific and technological power of Pirate World is still quite strange, and perhaps one can be left as a precaution. Hey, who are you guys? Walking around, Luffy and his party soon met another group of people on the island. It can only be said that there are really all kinds of people on this sea. Literally, the existence of all kinds of strange looks can be seen everywhere. I originally thought that you would be able to find the horns of the unicorn lion, but now it seems that you can only be solved here. As for the horns of the unicorn lion, we will talk about it when the time comes. With Luffy's strength, he was completely able to get the horns without hurting the animals here, or even take the corpse away with him if he was a little more ruthless. But this kind of thing is to think about. With the current conditions on the Luffy ship, there is absolutely no way to study the gene of the unicorn lion. Can't even save the corpse. The ghost knows that without the power of the horn, the corpse of the unicorn lion will rot quickly. Don't mess with the whole Mary then. Although it would be a pity, maybe just relying on the horns alone can cultivate or replicate the same thing in the future. Well, fix us? Don't you know who I am? Although I am surprised that there are other people on this island besides the three of them, and the number of people is much larger than that on my own side. But the leading man completely ignored Luffy and the others, and scoffed at what Luffy said. I have no interest in knowing the names of people who are about to die. Luffy seems to have some kind of addiction now, and it's uncomfortable not to say a few words before dealing with the enemy. It seems that you are also here for the horn that can give people powerful power, but you have no chance, because I have discovered where the real horn is. The rather odd-looking man spoke to himself, as if he didn't care that others knew his secret. That horn is the horn of the dead animal king on this island, the unicorn lion, and the corpse of the unicorn lion is waiting for me to fetch it in a cave not far away. Silence, except for Luffy, who knew a little bit. Nami and the others all looked at the man who had told all the secrets with a speechless expression. You guys, it's really too damn it for you to take our boss's words. The fat and thin man behind the leading man suddenly roared at Luffy and the others, completely blaming Luffy and the others for this. No, we didn't say anything. Nami and the others replied speechlessly. Li Qinhao, these angle seekers are so strange. Humph, since you guys know this secret, then die for me. The man in the lead was completely unaware of his mouth that couldn't hide his secrets. He took out a violin from nowhere and seemed to want to play it. This man has two brushes, should he be called a zoologist? With the understanding of the horned beast, he actually made a violin and music that can command the horned beast. However, Luffy didn't want to face the containment of a group of beasts, and still punched. When the other three didn't react at all, he knocked them unconscious. Is it solved like this? Do you think it will be a powerful character? 35. Being able to find such an island, I thought there would be a battle worth looking forward to, but seeing the opponent being solved so easily by Luffy, Zoro couldn't help but complain. Chapter 107 God and Number 039, S. Will. But if you solve them directly, what about the corners you want? Watching Luffy knock people out, Zoro asked curiously. Zoro is still curious about the effect of the corner. Luffy said. For the goal of the world's #1 swordsman himself, any means that can strengthen himself are worth a try. But since the man has been dealt with, what Luffy said to the old parrot before is no longer valid. Could it be that Luffy is not ready to snatch it? Help them out of a big trouble, isn't it too much to get paid? While the horn of the unicorn lion may have extraordinary meaning to them, if the animals on the entire island are gone, there is no point in keeping the horn. No one in the group disagreed with what Luffy said. After all, what Luffy said was the truth. Moreover, those who came from the Baroque working clubs themselves often do this kind of thing, and it is not uncommon for them to even rob them directly. Like Luffy, I can only say that it is not like a pirate at all. Sanji and Zoro didn't care about that either, and they even preferred Luffy to do it because of the strength of the corner. As for the Nami people, as long as Luffy didn't hurt the animals, it didn't matter to them. Then, before going to get the corner, let's finish visiting 587 on this island. Then after picking up the corner, we will set off immediately. Since you don't want to conflict with the animals on this island, just take the corner and leave. As for the kid on the island, he was quite annoying in the original book, but now that he has become Luffy, he has no obligation to guide him. Just let him live with the animals on this island alone. Would you like to go shopping? Aren't you afraid that someone else will take the corner before us? 35. For Luffy's still wandering around, everyone couldn't help but complain. This is the idea of someone else's treasure, and it is really enough to hang out on other people's territory. But since Luffy said so, everyone has no intention of rejecting it. It's a rare leisure time to enjoy the scenery of the island. However, everyone did not act separately. After all, some people disappeared as they walked. In the evening, under Luffy's intentional leadership, the group walked around the island and came to the cave where Luffy perceived the corpse of the unicorn lion. However, when Luffy and the others came to the cave, there was already a group of animals guarding the door, led by the old parrot that Luffy and the others encountered when they got off the boat. But the boy who lived with them did not appear here. You know my plan and want to stop me here? Conqueror's haki works on animals, too, and Luffy isn't afraid to hurt them. Not so. 35. The old parrot shook his head, then looked at Luffy seriously and said, "Just say thank you to you, and then send a thank you gift." Saying this, the old parrot stepped aside, and behind it were golden horns. Luffy was a little surprised. He was so wary of himself before, but now he took the initiative to give the unicorn lion's horn. If it weren't for Luffy's observation haki, he could sense that there was indeed the same breath as the corpse in the cave. Luffy had to wonder if the horns were fake. "Oh, why did you suddenly change your mind?" Luffy was still curious as to why the old parrot suddenly offered the unicorn lion's horn again. "The animals on the island have already told us about your solution to another group of humans, thank you very much for your help," said. The old parrot bowed to Luffy and others, and then it continued. "If it weren't for you, we might all have been killed by those humans. Now think about it, your partner is right." The old parrot paused, then glanced at Chopper. At the death of the old king, humans who coveted the power of the old king's horn appeared and harmed the animals on this island, and just at this time, your ship came down from the sky again. Bia. Your appearance is like God's will, saving the creatures on this island, just like the saying on the island. When the old king dies, a new animal king will descend from the sky to inherit the power of the old king, and Crown Island will continue to prosper from now on. Luffy was a little silent, although it sounded a bit outrageous, but thinking about it carefully, everything he has experienced, is it God's will? And you, perhaps the new king who fell from the sky, took away the old king's horn, and at the same time brought disaster to this island. Without the old king's horn, this island may be truly isolated from the world, and it will be peaceful from now on. There was confusion in the eyes of the old parrot, but there was also a trace of certainty. Chopper's words made him feel like God's will. Since it is the new king, it is natural to inherit the power of the old king. Speaking of which, the old parrot looked around at the other animals. Although these animals can't speak, the light shining in their eyes at this time should be the same as their own. What an interesting statement! For the old parrot, even Zoro et al. Have a deep sense of identity. Now these people on the Mary, except for Mr. 3, Marianu, and Makita, who were originally enemies. Even Robin seems to be a planned invitation from Luffy. It was as if Luffy knew where he was going next and who he should invite as a partner long before he set off. Even though Luffy was born in East Blue and never left East Blue, he knew so many things that others didn't know. It's not that what I said is interesting, it should be that you have such thoughts yourself. After all, having lived for so many years, the old parrot still has some eyes on people. When I heard Chopper say this before, the old parrot felt that these people may have more or less such thoughts. Now these thoughts are only confirmed to themselves, and the old parrot will say such words. Everyone looked at Luffy, as if trying to see something from Luffy's face. But Luffy's expression was always flat, and he couldn't tell what he was thinking. Seeing that they couldn't see anything from Luffy's face, everyone no longer bothered. Along the way, even Robin, who has just joined, has a certain understanding of Luffy's foresight. First the historical text of Alabasta, then Sky Island, and even the current Crown Island. What kind of person is Luffy who can understand these things so much? Robin is now more and more looking forward to it. Chapter 108, A Rare Dinner Party. These horns will be handed over to Chopper to study. After returning to the Merry, Luffy gave Chopper the horn of the unicorn lion given by the old parrot. It is believed that Chopper can study the talent of Lambeau Ball, supplemented by Crocus's medical notes. It should soon be possible to develop side-effect-free enhancing drugs that do not harm and alter the human body. Me. Little Chopper was caught off guard, obviously not expecting Luffy to entrust such an important task to himself. Of course it's you, you're the most professional person on this ship. 35. There is no doubt about Luffy's decision, after all, no one else can do the job except Chopper. Even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy, bastard. Chopper, who had been in a panic before, immediately looked happy after being praised by everyone, and his body twisted. Okay, the trip to Crown Island is over, we should continue to set off. Although it was almost night, it was more comfortable to sleep on the Merry. But how do I get out of this island? Can I go out following the direction of the recording pointer? After all, the way to get in is a bit special, and Nami is not sure if he can directly follow the record pointer out. After all, it is surrounded by clouds and mist, and I don't know what's going on inside. If I encounter a reef or something, it will be troublesome. Just follow the record pointer. Luffy replied, although the island was surrounded by clouds and mist, blocking everyone's view, but it did not affect observation Haki. Hearing Luffy's affirmative answer, Nami nodded, and then began to direct Zoro and the others to adjust the direction of the Fang Merry. Soon, the Merry entered the confines of the cloud. But the strange thing is that the Merry has already entered, but it seems that it is only a blink of an eye, and it comes out of the clouds again. Just looking back, except for the still existing cloud and mist, the islands inside the cloud and mist are completely invisible. The Grand Line is really weird. For the scene in front of them, several people from East Blue sighed one after another. Even Galtino and the others, who have been working on the Grand Line, said they had never encountered such a strange island. Hey, after leaving Crown Island, the recording pointer is a bit strange. After coming out of the fog, Nami looked at the recording pointer to make sure the direction had changed. But the pointer, which was still normal, trembled at this time, as if it wanted to point to the sky. But because the pointer can only rotate in the plane, it looks like it is broken. Now in this case, is the recording pointer pointing in the direction of Sky Island, as you said, Luffy? With Luffy's explanation in advance, Nami naturally wouldn't think there was a problem with the record pointer. It could only be because of the existence of islands in the sky. Attracted by the magnetic field of the island in the sky, the recording pointer will appear like this. Yes, we may be able to go to Sky Island soon. That's right. But Luffy wasn't quite sure whether he had to wait for a long time to wait for the soaring ocean current when he had advanced so much time. Luffy can't remember the frequency and location of the sky currents, so it's just a matter of luck. Is there really an island floating in the air? Hearing the conversation between Luffy and Nami, everyone gathered around to look at the record pointer on Nami's arm. When they saw that the recording pointer was indeed pointing towards the sky, they all sighed with emotion. The Grand Line is really an amazing place. Everyone sighed again, and their interest in the magical sea area of the Grand Line became stronger and stronger. What are they talking about? Ready for dinner? Sanji, who came out of the kitchen, looked at the crowd around and asked a little strangely. Sanji, there are really islands in the sky. Nami's record pointer is pointing to the sky. 99. Usopp couldn't help but speak first. After all, it is a rare bragging capital. Oh? I hope there is a beautiful angel lady waiting for me on the island in the sky. Obviously Usopp just said that there is indeed the existence of Sky Island, but Sanji seems to fall into some kind of fantasy all of a sudden. Seeing the loving eyes in his eyes and the drool in the corners of his mouth, Usopp suddenly lost the desire to continue talking. Makita, come down to eat. Although there is no sense of presence on the observation deck, everyone will not forget Makita. And, even if others forget, Sanji will never forget. 4 Flowers 0. As Makita slowly floated down from the observation deck holding an umbrella, everyone also walked towards the already crowded kitchen and dining room on the Merry. Hey, Luffy, don't let Nami feed you. At the dining table, Sanji couldn't help shouting again after watching Nami take another chopstick and hand it to Luffy. Miss Makita, Miss Robin, do you need me to feed you? 99. After scolding Luffy, Sanji immediately turned around. With a face changing speed like a textbook, Sanji looked flatteringly at Makita and Robin who were eating elegantly. No need, Mr. Chef is too polite. For Sanji's apparent desire to take advantage, Robin chuckled and refused. You're such a savage cook. Compared to Robin's politeness, Makita, who was already quite familiar, was less polite. Perhaps it was the resentment that had formed from that fight, but Makita is now scolding Sanji whenever she gets the chance. Beautiful Miss Robin and angry Miss Makita. Unable to hear the rejection of the two at all, Sanji still looked at the two with a look of infatuation, not even feeling the food stuck in his nose. Ah, Usopp, that's my dish, how could you take it away? Chopper, who was attracted by Sanji's roar, turned around to find that the dishes he had placed on his plate were missing. But the already experienced Chopper immediately turned his attention to Usopp. Sure enough, Usopp was covering his mouth with his hands, and his cheeks were bulging, apparently because of a big mouthful of food. Come on, cheers! Zoro raised his glass and gestured towards Galtino next to him, then the two touched the glass and drank it. When I read the comics, I thought Galtino was a decent person, but now he seems to be an alcoholic. Come on, Marion, you're welcome, although Sanji is a little crazy, the food she cooks is delicious. After feeding Luffy, Nami brought some dishes to Marianu, who was taking a small bite. After Mimi enjoyed a meal made by Sanji, everyone rested. On the calm sea, the Merry floated slowly in the moonlight, but the direction was always moving toward the direction pointed by the recording pointer. Chapter 109 Arrive at Magic Valley Town. There is an island ahead, we can go up and ask the locals if they know about Sky Island. This should be right under the record pointer, right? Someone should know the situation, right? After a night of rafting and a morning voyage, the Merry landed on an island again. This is Magic Valley Town? It is said to be a paradise for pirates. Robin, who has been doing intelligence work, obviously has a certain understanding of this town. Pirates. Paradise. Everyone looked at Robin in confusion, apparently not knowing what the so-called pirates' paradise was like. It's a paradise, but it should be called a sinful town, after all the pirates gathered in this town are pirates. Robin spoke briefly, then glanced at Luffy, as if wanting to see if he knew the place 587 as well. Are all pirates? Didn't Marine come here to pay? 35. As for what Robin said, Nami raised his own doubts. This is basically a place where you don't care, and there is no Marine to manage this town, so if you want to go to the island, you have to be careful. Seeing that Luffy didn't want to speak, Robin continued to explain to the crowd. Then, my old problem of not being able to go to the island has reoccurred, so let's stay and see the Mary. Hey? Does Usopp still have this disease? But I don't even know what kind of disease it is. 99. The simple Chopper said that he had never seen such a problem for so many years as a doctor. You're a pirate yourself, why would you be more afraid of not having Marine? For Usopp's timid behavior, Galtino was powerless to complain. Why would Luffy invite such a person on board? Actually, there is not much information to inquire about. The pirates on this island are basically people who have no dreams. Thinking of the plot of Luffy and Zoro being beaten in vain on this island in the original book, Luffy now expresses that he can't accept it. Saying anything to fight with these people is tantamount to denying one's dream. Why should the strong explain to the weak? If you don't believe me, then I'll beat you until you believe me. If you always look down on yourself, you'll just kill me. Anyway, they're all vicious pirates. However, there seems to be a descendant of Rolando on this island, and the person we are looking for is him, and he should know how to get on Sky Island. 35. Specifically, Luffy really didn't know where to find the descendant of Rolando. After all, he never met those gorillas who were fishing for boats. Observation Haki? Luffy has only seen a strange building so far, and doesn't feel the presence of anyone inside. Could it be that he came too early, and that Rolando's descendants are still doing something else elsewhere? Oh? Captain Luffy has any news we don't know? Robin didn't seem surprised, just asked a question out of habit. After asking, Robin himself laughed. Even though he joined Luffy and the others not long ago, he had already developed such a habit. Luffy gave Robin a strange look, wondering why she suddenly laughed. Anyone want to go to this island with you? Luffy directly ignored Robin's question and asked the others on the Mary. Since you already have a goal, I won't go down. The supply on the Mary is enough, and there is no need to replenish it for the time being. Sanji lit a cigarette and leaned against the main mast. Although there are a lot of people on the Mary, and there are big eaters like Luffy, but at least Cobra has supplied a lot of supplies. I will continue to study the horns of the unicorn lion, and I will not go on. I only hope that a drug without side effects can be developed as soon as possible. 99. After Sanji finished speaking, Chopper also said, the pile of unicorn lion horns are in Chopper's small medical room at this time. Since it's such a chaotic town, I won't go with you to save you trouble. 35. Nami also plans to stay on the Mary. Apparently Robin's words made her have some scruples. Although Luffy has been protecting this, Nami doesn't want to be a burden all the time. Marion is definitely not going down, it's too early for her here. As for Makita, Luffy glanced at the observation deck and found that the other party had no intention of coming down. Then I'll go with you, just to see what's so peculiar about this chaotic town. Zoro is still quite interested in this so-called sinful town, after all chaos means fights. Then I'll act alone. I still have some experience in inquiring about intelligence. Robin didn't mean to go with Luffy and Zoro, and Luffy didn't force it. And don't worry about Robin, there's probably no one on the Mary who can do better than Robin. So, the only people who went to Magic Valley Town were Luffy, Zoro and Robin. After temporarily saying goodbye to everyone on the Mary, Luffy and Zoro got off the ship and walked towards Magic Valley Town. Before the two had walked far, they saw a man who seemed to be dying, and a horse that was about to die. Is this person also a pirate? Looking at the feeble man in front of him with a basket of fruits, Zoro looked at Luffy curiously. But Zoro, who turned around, found that Luffy looked at the man in a wrong way, as if he wanted to shoot directly. Seeing this, Zoro couldn't help but put his hand on the hilt at his waist. Since Luffy has plans to shoot, it means that the opponent is the enemy. Unexpectedly, there was a fight so soon. Zoro was secretly vigilant, and there was a hint of excitement on his face. Zoro, who completely mastered Haki in the battle with Smoker, has not really experienced the feeling of fighting with Haki. The man who was about to hand out the apple basket in his hand started to sweat coldly on his forehead under Luffy's gaze. 0.4. I seem to be a little overconfident, and I wanted to try this newbie pirate to see if this rookie pirate is really worth the 90 million reward. It seems that there is no need to try it now. This sense of oppression has never been felt by even his own captain. Since you are in this small town, I will try to see if I can get you out of here. Luffy didn't hide his killing intent at all, the current Blackbeard pirates, but a group of newcomers who didn't even have a master Haki. Even if you can't kill Blackbeard Teach, it's pretty good if you can kill a few of his minions. As for worrying about Blackbeard's retaliation, Luffy wasn't worried at all. Without shock fruit and the 2 years that followed, Luffy didn't believe that Blackbeard could reach the Imperial level so quickly. Chapter 110 Poison Q and Van Oka. It wasn't until the sound of bullets hitting the ground splashing rubble that Zoro realized that there were snipers. But this is too strange. I have only been with Teach for a long time. How did the other party know about them? Just as Van Oka continued to hold his sniper rifle and was about to aim at Zoro, a figure suddenly enlarged in his scope. Cough cough. Did you admit the wrong person? In Poison Q's desperate eyes, the beam of light passed through his body, and after the flowing Haki penetrated Poison Q's body, he quickly destroyed his internal organs. Rather, he said something like this in a rather stubborn manner, and at the same time, he pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle and shot Luffy in front of him. The key is that the opponent is still using firearms, and the lethality is not comparable to Usopp's slingshot. On the other side, Van Oka, who is not yet known to have been locked by Luffy observation Haki, is ready to target Zoro after losing Luffy's trail. The sound of bullets hitting the soil sounded, and in the terrified eyes of Poison Q, when Luffy was about to be hit, his head shrugged, and he dodged dangerously. Under the perception of Luffy observation Haki, a bullet shot straight at his head. Boom! Fortunately, I didn't have a hard connection, otherwise I would have to be injured in the explosion. So the other party and the Thorn Woman were easily solved by Zoro. And at the same time as the explosion sounded, a slight sound entered Luffy's ears. Although the life and death of Poison 587Q is unknown, but he does not have the ability to fight head-on, the situation should be left to Badgers to confirm. He did what he thought of, and regardless of whether his body could eat it or not, Poison Q threw the apples in the basket at Luffy and Zoro. I didn't admit the wrong person. I'm looking for the Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach group. As his ship doctor, you are obviously also within my target range. Poison 99 Quetzales. Maybe this is fate. Facing Poison Q, who didn't escape too far, Luffy's right-hand Haki was flowing, and Sakura's pink streamer suddenly bombarded. It's a pity, but Luffy didn't let Van Oka's plan go. But I don't know that some swordsman can cut steel, and Zoro has just reached the realm of cutting steel. The last name Luffy called out directly dispelled Poison Q's plan to continue playing sloppy eyes. Luffy glanced in the direction the bullet was coming from, then clenched his fist with his right hand. Sniper! Also, the captain should be here soon. Luffy, who appeared in front of Fan Oka, did not take the shot immediately, but said to Fan Oka regretfully. But the man in the straw hat in front of him seemed to know him, and even knew that he was not alone. If you can achieve such accurate sniping at such a distance, if you are not from Blackbeard, I would be very willing to invite you to board the ship. I didn't care about the poisonous Q, who had already fallen to the ground. If this didn't die, Luffy counted his fate. Although Luffy's strength is not afraid that he can hurt people, but always beware of a person he invites on board. Luffy thinks it's okay. If he had met him before he joined the Blackbeard pirates, Luffy might have invited him aboard his ship. And the speed of response is so fast, the apple just exploded here, and the shot was already aimed there. The previous Mr. One relied on the ability to cut fruit quickly, thinking that he could turn into a body like a steel blade, and underestimated Zoro as a swordsman. It's not observation haki, the opponent's sniper skills are really good, and it seems that the weapons used are quite good. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction Luffy pointed with a grim smile. Even with the exception of Teach and Lafitte, none of the others are well-known talents. Luffy had no plans to keep his hand, and being able to break Blackbeard's arm here, or even kill Blackbeard, would definitely save him a lot of trouble in the future. 2 more bullets came, but Luffy was still easily dodged. This is impossible. If you can call 14 of your own names, the other party really knows his group. He didn't choose to make a hard connection. After seeing Luffy dodging to the side, Zoro also chose to dodge sideways. Puff. If the shot was shot towards him just now, Zoro felt that he might not be able to react without awakening observation haki. Zoro, who already knew about haki's existence, immediately thought that the other party might observation haki. Hey? Apple? Before Teach summoned himself and others, he should have had no contact with each other. Emission rush. He was the only one nearby, and he didn't know if Van Oka had noticed the situation here. Seeing the other party's actions, Zoro was alert for the first time. Although it was just an apple, who knew if the other party had manipulated the apple? A man who can bring him such a strong sense of oppression is obviously not something he can contend with. But now, he didn't have much information about him when he was traveling, so Luffy didn't dare to invite such a person on board. Zoro was a little surprised. Originally, Usopp's sniper skills on his side were already surprising, but he didn't expect that the opponent's snipers seemed to be even more powerful. What's more, there is a swordsman who is eager to try and wants to draw a sword at any time. Is it observation haki? 99. Sure enough, the apple thrown by the weak-looking man exploded violently in the air. Pft pft. Luffy's words made Poison Q's pupils shrink suddenly, and he and others were actually the opponent's target. Without Luffy, the highest situation is just instinct to dodge a deadly position. For Luffy, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Van Oka did not show any emotion of fear. Zoro, there's a big guy rushing over in front of you, he'll leave it to you, and I'll deal with that sniper. Hopefully this time the opponent will let me use armament haki. I'll settle the account with you later. Finally got to try out the power of armament haki. Isn't it observation haki? This is the intuition of being a traveler. But now is not the time to think about it. Since the other party is obviously coming for him and others, he must make some noise and call Teach and the others over. Although looking at the other party's appearance is obviously not like admitting the wrong person, but now I still have to pretend. Luffy explained, and then stepped on his feet continuously. The speed in the second gear state was greatly improved, and Luffy disappeared in place in an instant. The characteristic second gear steam came out from all over Luffy's body, and the skin also showed a red color. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 111 Blackbeard Now. Boom. There was a sound of popping the barrel, and then, under Van Oka's disbelief, Luffy thought again. The bullet flew away against Luffy's cheek, and the air flowed Luffy's bangs gently. How is this going? Van Oka didn't understand. It was enough to dodge his own sniper at a long distance, but in such a close situation, how fast was Luffy's reaction speed to dodge? Don't you understand? It seems that Blackbeard hasn't mentioned the existence of haki to you. After all these years on the Whitebeard ship, Luffy didn't believe Blackbeard would be without Master Haki. Thinking about it, he didn't expect to encounter an enemy like Luffy so soon. Haki. Fan Oka tilted his head in confusion, but now is not the time to be curious about these things. let's think about how to escape this disaster first. Fan-Oka's mind quickly flashed many thoughts, but they were all overturned one by one. With the speed that Luffy had shown before, trying to escape with his own strength was a bit of a dream. I hope the captain can rush over as soon as possible, otherwise his destiny may stop here. Thinking of this, Fan-Oka raised the sniper rifle in his hand again, trying to delay the time as much as possible. However, when he tried to shoot, Luffy was no longer in sight. So fast! Before he could think about it, Fan-Oka stepped forward and ran. It's not a wise choice to stay where you are, and maybe you can use the surrounding buildings to stop Luffy when you run. Boom! Unlike the gunshot just now, this time it was the sound of a fist hitting the body. Fan-Oka, who had just stepped up, found that his body had flown out uncontrollably before he could react to what was going on. At the same time, a sharp pain came from the abdomen and rushed straight to the brain, and a mouthful of blood could not help spewing out of the mouth. In those eyes, which were slightly squinted because of the twisted face, Luffy's steaming red figure appeared again. Just when Fan-Oka was about to face his own death, Luffy, who appeared again, didn't do it right away. Bang! Fan-Oka only felt that he had slammed into a relatively soft wall, and then, the captain's familiar voice came from his ears. "Straw Hat Luffy, didn't expect us to meet like this." Blackbeard Teach, who caught Fan-Oka, stared at Luffy opposite the two with an ugly expression. "Originally, I was thinking of catching this rookie pirate who had just set out to sea and offered a reward of 90 million Bailey to seek the position of Shishibukai. But he didn't expect that the other party was also targeting him." Blackbeard didn't remember that he offended the other party, and the two of them had never met. Hearing the explosion before, Blackbeard rushed over at the fastest speed. Unexpectedly, it was a step too late, and Poison Q was out of breath. As for Badgers, who arrived at the same time as him, he asked him to deal with the swordsman who was obviously waiting for him and others. If he hadn't sensed where Fan-Oka was, maybe even Fan-Oka would have been killed by the opponent. However, it is estimated that Badgers will not be able to please him, and Lafayette just happens to be absent, so it seems that he has to solve it quickly on his own side. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, ready to stay here. Although he couldn't kill Fan-Oka, if he could get rid of Blackbeard, Fan-Oka was just an existence that could be killed easily. "I'm curious, there should be no conflict between us, right?" Obviously Blackbeard is quite confident in himself, no, it can even be said to be arrogant, and he has no intention of attacking first. Luffy also didn't attack directly, and when he knew that the opponent was a dark fruit person, he was not suitable for melee attacks. "If I'm curious why you want to get dark fruit so much, and even kill your partner you've been with for so long. Since there is no plan to take action first, it is also a good choice to carry out a wave of language offensive." 66.99. Blackbeard, who was asked by Luffy, was suddenly silent, obviously not expecting Luffy to even know such a thing. There shouldn't be many people who know about his own affairs at the moment. But a rookie pirate like Luffy knows it, which is really unbelievable. "What's the matter, what's wrong with what you've done?" Blackbeard didn't answer, but that didn't mean Luffy would let him go. If you can provoke him verbally, then the possibility that you can kill him will undoubtedly increase. Anger can bring a moment of power, but it can also make people lose the ability to think. If you want to know, just try it yourself. Clearly losing interest in continuing, Blackbeard looked sullenly at Luffy. A dark power slowly emerged from his hand, and then, black smoke continued to emerge from that power. Seeing Blackbeard getting ready to take action, Luffy observation haki unfolds to ultimate. After all, what happened to Ace in the original book is really impressive. Although at present, even without Rubber Fruit, he still has good combat power, but with the blessing of Rubber Fruit, his combat power has doubled by an unknown number of times. Currently facing Blackbeard, Luffy is not sure he can hurt him without relying on Rubber Fruit. After all, he is an old yinbai who can endure for so many years. Even if he is arrogant, he still cannot relax his vigilance. Blackbeard took the lead. Black smoke began to rise from all over his body, his palms were completely blackened, and then he stretched forward, his hands clasped into claws, facing Luffy's direction. Dark water. In front of Blackbeard's outstretched black atomized palm, a black uzumaki formed and kept spinning. An attractive force came from the black misted palm. Luffy felt that something in his body was being drawn away by that force, Li Qianzhao, and even his body had a tendency to be attracted to it. He could actually make the devil fruit power in his body react even in the air. It was indeed the power of devil fruit, and the aura was very similar to the reborn devil fruit that Luffy felt before. Although he was a little surprised by Blackbeard's dark water, he wasn't worried about it. After all, devil fruit's power will not fail until it is touched. Third gear, Zhixiang. Stabilizing the body that involuntarily wanted to lean forward, Luffy clenched his right fist sharply, his entire right hand swelled into a fist, and then quickly swung it out. Transparent air beams shot in the direction of Blackbeard. Boom! Ah! 5. Obviously, Luffy didn't expect Luffy to hit Blackbeard with a long-distance air column, and he suffered this gram abruptly. Then, a shrill scream came from Blackbeard's mouth. Chapter 112 Blackbeard of Immune to Death. Bizarre black energy enveloped Blackbeard where Luffy's elephant hit. Blackbeard rolled on the ground without any image and screamed, but looking at his body, there was no wound. As the saying goes, Luffy didn't wait for the opponent to stand up like Ace while he was dying, and pulled his right hand back again. The right fist, which has not yet returned to its original size, was covered with a pitch-black armament haki, and the pink film of emissions Sakura began to flow over the entire right hand. Seemingly feeling a dangerous aura, Blackbeard, who was still rolling and screaming, jumped up from the ground. Disregarding the mental torment caused by the deepening pain, Blackbeard looked at Luffy solemnly. He could feel that if he didn't deal with it carefully, he who was hit by this attack might be killed by the opponent directly. Didn't expect this guy to be so tricky. Blackbeard has already planned to retreat. With the strength shown by Luffy, he will fight against each other recklessly here, and maybe he will be humbled by others. After all, this is Magic Valley Town. If it wasn't for the relatively hidden sniping spot that Fan Oka chose, it might have been surrounded by a group of people now. Even so, Blackbeard sensed that someone was coming here. 587. Third Gear Emission Rush. Just as Blackbeard was on alert, Luffy's charge was complete. It was the same way of punching as the attack just now, but Blackbeard didn't dare to force the next attack without any defense. That Sakura pink beam of light was clearly the scent of armament haki. Kojiki Oden had been on the Whitebeard ship, and Blackbeard naturally knew what the pink Sakura film wrapped around Luffy's hand before. Although dark fruit can absorb damage, if the damage he takes is too heavy, he may not necessarily suffer double the pain. However, judging from the speed of the attack just now, it was a bit difficult to avoid it. Thinking of this, Blackbeard began to continuously condense the power of dark fruit, the black smoke from his hands became more and more, and the color became deeper and deeper. As if looking at it, it makes people feel like they are going to be sucked in. Sakura's pink beam of light came in an instant, similar to Blackbeard's expectations, and he couldn't avoid it with his own speed. But fortunately, enough power of darkness has been gathered, and it should not be very difficult to take this move. Bia! With both hands stretched forward, Blackbeard's hands that had turned into dark claws withstood the impact of the beam of light. However, Blackbeard might still believe in dark fruit's abilities. Part of the emission's power began to destroy Blackbeard's body through the black smoke envelope. What? Although the scream was shrill, Blackbeard did not fall down because of it, but his slightly fat face was full of hideousness, and his facial features were twisted together due to the severe pain. The power of the emission charge quickly dissipates, after all, it is not a continuous output type of attack. I actually blocked it, it seems that dark fruit's ability to absorb damage is really troublesome. Although Blackbeard screamed so miserably, the two attacks did not cause any substantial damage to him. Even the internal destruction of the second emission charge seemed to be absorbed by the dark fruit ability in his body. Aye. After taking Luffy's attack, Blackbeard finally got a chance to breathe, gasping for breath. I never imagined that in the first half of this grand line, there is still a newcomer like you. Luffy's strength exceeded Blackbeard's imagination. He wanted to dormant for a while in the first half of the grand line, but now it seems that he has to run ahead. As for the revenge of Poison Q, we can only talk about it later. It seems that the second fruit must be put on the agenda as soon as possible, and the attack power of dark fruit is slightly insufficient. Although it can absorb damage, it has no effective means of attack, and it is already a little powerless for long-range strikes like Luffy. I was attacked twice in a row, but nothing happened. Dark fruit's ability is really powerful. 39. Luffy sincerely sighed that the emission charge in the second gear could directly beat Crocodile to the brink of death. Now the third gear of Zixi-ong, plus the third gear of Emission Rush, can't even make Blackbeard vomit blood. It can only be said that dark fruit does have some bugs. How about it, do you want to join my pirate group? I can make you my deputy captain, with your strength, enough to dominate this era of pirates with me. Although Luffy killed Poison Q, if he can join himself, he can ignore it. After all, Luffy is still so young and has such a strong combat power. With a mere Poison Q, the two are not comparable at all. As for whether it will cause dissatisfaction among other people on the boat. Moreover, Blackbeard is not playing Whitebeard's emotional card, and his own ship is naturally based on strength. Joining your pirates? Being chased by the Whitebeard pirates with you? 35. Luffy replied calmly, the current Blackbeard doesn't know his relationship with Ace. Can I stumble upon Blackbeard myself? Ha ha ha, the Whitebeard pirates don't need to worry, I already have a detailed plan. Once successful, the Whitebeard pirates may become history. Thinking that Luffy had the idea of joining him, Blackbeard immediately laughed, expressing that he was not afraid of the Whitebeard pirates at all. Luffy would almost have believed him if he hadn't known you were beaten up at Summit War as Dad. Oh? To be so arrogant that even the Whitebeard pirates are not afraid. If you join us, my confidence will be even greater. How about it, do you want to join us? Blackbeard is not stupid, and naturally it is impossible to reveal detailed information, but Luffy doesn't need him to reveal it either. What kind of plan makes you so confident? But I have no interest in knowing it, after all, I have no intention of stopping here. Hearing Luffy's words, Blackbeard suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Luffy, who had just finished speaking, clenched his right fist again. Just like before, the right hand was covered with a jet black armament color, and the entire right hand swelled in a circle under the action of the third gear. Hey, even if you don't join me, you don't have to work so hard, right? It's not a cost-effective thing for you and me to lose both. Although Luffy's two moves screamed, Blackbeard still didn't think he would lose, at most it would hurt both sides. The other pirates on the island are already gathering, are you sure you want to fight me to the death? Chapter 113 Elbaf and number 039, S-Gun. Luffy didn't answer Blackbeard's thought of quitting, but the power in his hand was almost finished. If you can take this move, I'll give up. In addition to the dark armament haki, Luffy's right hand has only the third stage expansion form. However, even in this simple state, there seems to be a heart-pounding power wrapped in it. Hey, this is not a joke. Blackbeard looked at Luffy's right hand rather apprehensively, then glanced at Van Oka, who was unable to move because of the injury. If necessary, Blackbeard can only abandon Van Oka and leave. I have to admit that the power that Luffy is gathering is indeed very powerful. You may be able to defend yourself, but the price to pay is definitely not small. Blackbeard, you're about to pick it up. Black energy is constantly surging around Blackbeard. Obviously, there is no way to escape. We can only see if dark fruit can absorb this power. Although dark fruit also has a wide range of moves such as dark acupuncture, it's obviously not going to be effective here. It may be able to cause some disturbance to Luffy, but it is useless. It is better to use all the power to defend. Moreover, the current Fan-Oka can't move, and if he uses the trick of the dark acupuncture point, he will undoubtedly kill him. Although he planned to give up his own escape, killing him by himself was two different things. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a tough opponent in the first half of the Grand Line. Just as Blackbeard continued to gather Dark Fruit's power, Luffy's charge was finally complete. In fact, the charging time didn't take long. It only took 2 or 3 seconds from Luffy's start of charging until now. Third gear, Elbaf's gun, Tyrant Fist. With Luffy's loud drink, Luffy's right hand flashed black lightning. At the same time as the fist was swung, black and purple lightning wrapped around it, and then a black and purple shock wave finally formed. As Luffy's fist swung out, the black-purple shock wave rushed in the direction of Blackbeard and Van-Oka with a terrifying speed and power. With the rapid advance of the shock wave, the ground was lifted up by layers of rubble, and behind the shock wave, a smooth path was formed. This power. Looking at the black-purple shock wave that was getting closer and closer, a cold sweat fell from Blackbeard's forehead. Even in all his years on the Whitebeard ship, Blackbeard had never encountered an attack of this magnitude. And the few times I encountered it, I didn't need to bear it myself. Also, is Elbaf's spear the strongest spear of the giants? Even though he is a human being, he is able to use this giant's signature ability. The man in the straw hat in front of him may become his biggest obstacle in the future. There's no time to think about all that mess. Blackbeard's dark fruit ability has also moved to ultimate, and he has been planning for so long, so he can't fall into trouble here. Boom! The black dark fruit energy ultimate exploded, and the monstrous black smoke collided with the black-purple shock wave that flew from it. The two forces stalemate in mid-air, and the surrounding house tiles also collapsed and shattered under the shock wave generated by the collision of energy. The gust of wind blew the surrounding trees upside down. As the Blackbeard dark fruit's ability accumulated more and more, the rest of the island finally discovered the strangeness here. What's going on there? With this power, is there any big pirate here to fight? Although there are pirates in Magic Valley Town, there are few who can really fight. Moreover, almost all the people who can come here are people with some knowledge. I just heard someone say that there are people over there, and they want to join in the fun. But now it seems that if I go to join in the fun, I may be bombarded by these two hedging energies, and there will be no slag left. Hope those who have already rushed over are okay. Where is it? Did Luffy get into a fight with someone? On the Merry, everyone also saw the two energies of the hedge. Although I have never seen Luffy use this kind of move, but intuition tells everyone that one of the energy must be played by Luffy. Really, that guy is messing up again. Nami was a little angry, because he was too weak and was afraid that Luffy would be implicated, so he didn't follow. Now it seems that without him following, Luffy's guy is messing up again, but Nami is not overly worried. Seeking flowers. Although a little surprised that someone on this island could play like this with Luffy, Nami believed that Luffy would not lose in such a place. That guy, has he become so strong? Feeling the terrifying aura produced by the two energy hedging, Sanji opened his mouth in disbelief. Although I have witnessed the fight between Luffy and Hawkeye before, at that time, the fight between the two was more like a point-to-point battle. Even the final collision is far from the terrifying imposing manner that the two energies collide with at the moment. This is not to say that Hawkeye is not as strong as the man who is fighting Luffy now, but the situation of this meeting, it is obvious that the two are fighting with all their strength. At that time, the eagle eye completely gave people the feeling of walking in the courtyard, but it was more like pointing Luffy. 0. Captain Luffy. Galtino stared at the sky-high energy in the distance. Although he was defeated by Luffy before, Luffy at that time was far from having this kind of power. Originally thought that even if Luffy defeated himself, his strength was limited. Later, although I knew that he defeated Mr. Zero, that is, Crocodile, but after all, I didn't see it with my own eyes, and I didn't know the situation at that time. But now, Galtino has fallen into deep self-doubt. On the other hand, Mariano was sitting on the deck trembling a little. He didn't expect that the person who captured him on this ship was actually so strong. Captain Luffy. Makita, who was standing on the observation deck, looked at the two colliding energies with a certain frenzy in her eyes. Is this kind of power a match for Marine Admiral? Robin, who was walking alone on the trail, was not far from where Luffy and Blackbeard fought, so he could clearly see the strength that Luffy showed. Thinking of the man who brought him deep nightmares, Robin looked at Luffy with a strong hope. You're taking a lot of the slack off you, Luffy. Zoro put the knife back in its sheath, and his sharp eyes also looked at the place where the energy collided violently, and a fiery fighting intent flashed through his eyes. Behind him, a rather burly man, now covered in blood, collapsed next to the place where Poison Q died. Chapter 114 Conversation with Zoro. How is it? Is it resolved? Zoro came to Luffy's side, glanced at the place that was completely reduced to ruins, and asked curiously. After all, he was someone who could play like that with Luffy, and Zoro was still curious about who he was. No, he ran away. Luffy shook his sore right hand and used Elbaf's gun for the first time, which seemed a little reluctant. If it weren't for rubber fruit, Luffy might not have used this trick. However, he didn't expect this move to be blocked by Blackbeard, and Luffy's fear of Blackbeard deepened. This move is already the most powerful move that Luffy can use. Even if the power is weakened due to the long-range attack, not everyone can take it hard. At present, the person who can take his own move steadily, Luffy estimates that the 590 yards are for Emperor's Admiral level. Even the Emperor's deputy, like Katakuri, the Three Calamities and the like, would have to pay a considerable price to take over this trick. Of course, the premise is that if Luffy can hit the opponent, if he can't hit, it's useless. Seeing that Blackbeard was finally able to grab Van Oka and leave together, Luffy felt that he still underestimated the other party. Escape. Being able to play like this with Luffy, Zoro was a little puzzled as to why the other party ran away. Judging from the energy collision between Luffy and the opponent just now, the opponent should not have to escape at all. The attack of the two can be said to be evenly matched. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for Zoro to choose to escape. The other party is such a person, but this time he ran away. See you next time, it won't be so easy. Luffy took 2 breaths, and the pain in his right hand had almost recovered. In this battle with Blackbeard, although he failed to keep him, he probably touched the bottom line of the opponent's strength. Moreover, the Elbaf's gun that he used for the first time just now gave Luffy a new understanding of the use of haki. Perhaps, it won't be long before Luffy can perfect this trick and make it more suitable for him. The most important point, Conqueror's haki, who had no clue before, finally got some eyebrows. Perhaps as long as you can observe someone else's attack with Conqueror's haki wrapping, you will be able to master yourself. It seems that he went to Little Garden to learn Elbaf's gun from the 2 giants before is a very wise thing. In this case, perhaps it is time for him to improve in the direction of fruit ability. Fruit awakening, 4th gear optimization, even 5th gear, or... Sure enough, every time you fight against a powerful enemy, you can gain something. If Chopper's side goes well, his strength should be able to go further. In this case, he is not far from the top combat power on the bright side of this world. Plus his own observation haki can sense the breath of Devil Fruit's rebirth. The Straw Hat Pirates may reach the Emperor level in less than 2 years, but Zoro and the others have to figure out how to do it. Although judging from the speed of strength improvement in the original work, Zoro and Sanji are already the same, but now they can't keep up with their own pace. It seems that his transmigration seems to have further strengthened his talent, otherwise his strength will not be able to improve so quickly. If only I could eat the second devil fruit myself. Luffy can't help but think that it is obviously not an easy thing to surpass the Emperor by developing rubber fruit. Even if it can be done, I don't know how long it will take. Without knowing the future of the plot, Luffy didn't have the time to move forward slowly. Just when Luffy was a little confused, Zoro gave Luffy a strange look. He noticed that Luffy seemed more eager after a fight with him. That feeling is the same as before. Desperately wanting to become the world's #1 swordsman, he didn't really see the world until he met Hawkeye. But from Luffy's perspective, shouldn't it be necessary to re-understand the world? Maybe you're overthinking it. Who is the other party? To be able to fight like this with you? Not paying attention to the thought that made him laugh a little, Zoro remembered that he still didn't know who the person who was like this with Luffy was. Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. 39. Foot. Zoro was a little surprised when he remembered what Luffy had said before about the man Ace was chasing. I didn't expect to meet each other here. No wonder Luffy wanted to take action on the others' pirate team members as soon as they met. With the strength shown by the opponent, it is no wonder that Luffy said before that Ace might be caught by the opponent, etc. If so, it doesn't matter. If Ace is really caught by the other party, it will not be life-threatening. Luffy knew what Zoro wanted to say, but Luffy didn't know how to explain it either. If Ace is caught, I will go to rescue him alone. After that, the Straw Hat Pirates will be temporarily silent for 2 years. Luffy decided to tell Zoro about this first. If it happens suddenly, and he doesn't have time to inform everyone, he must at least have someone who knows. Can't we go together? Without stopping Luffy's decision, Zoro just asked himself and the others if they could help. It's too early for you now, and that's why I'm going to silence the Straw Hat Pirates for 2 years. 39. After a pause, Luffy continued. These 2 years are the time for each of you to cultivate, and before I leave, I will make arrangements for you. Zoro had nothing to say about what Luffy said. Zoro thought that he couldn't take the previous attack from Luffy and Blackbeard. Listening to Luffy's tone, where Ace was arrested, there may be many such people. Although not reconciled, Zoro also knows that what he and others can do is to become stronger in the past 2 years. At least be able to fight alongside Luffy when we meet again. Regarding Ace being caught 0.4, Luffy has a strong hunch that the plot will still move in the established direction. I have tried my best. If Ace is still caught, then Luffy can only go through the Summit War just like the original book. But now, I don't need to enter the underwater prison to make a scene. The original Luffy, not only released a large number of prisoners, but also made Blackbeard a bargain, which is not the result Luffy wanted. Moreover, with his current strength, he is also fully capable of entering the battlefield from the front. It's not impossible to even contact the Whitebeard pirates in advance. But these are still a little far away, so let's wait for things to happen before thinking about it. Now, let's think about what's in front of me. Thunder Fruit, I don't know if I have the luck to get it. Chapter 115 Van Blaine's Kurik and number 039, S News. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, we should continue to find the person who knows the situation on Sky Island. Now that Zoro is here, the enemy must have been dealt with. In Luffy's observation, Haki, Poison Q, and Badgers are lying where Zoro was, and can't sense their breath anymore. No wonder Blackbeard left with Van Oka just now. What a great fight! Robin's voice sounded from behind the two of them. After witnessing the fight between Luffy and Blackbeard, Robin was a little fortunate that he had agreed to Luffy's agreement. Maybe, Luffy could really protect himself. Well, have you heard the news? Luffy also sensed the sudden appearance of Robin through observation Haki, so it wasn't surprising. Moreover, since Robin appeared here, he must have inquired about some news. Well, the person you're looking for is called Vinbrand Kulik, who is a relatively well-known existence on this island. Robin nodded and said 14. Famous. Zoro is a little curious. If he is famous, it should be easy for him and others to find him, right? Can the descendants of Vinbrand Rolando not be famous? Of course Luffy knew why the other party was famous. As a descendant of the big talker Rolando, he was naturally ridiculed wherever he went. Unless you remain anonymous, but with the determination of the other party to rectify the name of his ancestors, how can he hide his identity? Ugh! Zoro was speechless for a while. Indeed, with this name, no matter who it is, it will become famous in one fell swoop. Have you found out where he is now? This information is of no use to Luffy. Only by knowing the specific location of the other party and finding the other party can he get the news of the sky and the sea. According to the people on the island, Vinbrand Kulik has been looking for the lost Golden City, so he goes to the bottom of the sea to salvage every day and night. Robin's words made Zoro and Luffy understand, this is also a man with a dream. Do you know when he usually comes back? About every 3 days he will come back, and today should be the day he will come back. This information should be available to anyone on the island, but Luffy and Zoro were busy fighting and didn't have time to ask anyone. Then let's go back and call Nami and the others, and wait for him at his residence. Now that you know that the other party may come back today, it's simple, just wait and see. Robin and Zoro don't understand, what does it mean to wait for him at his house? Do you even know where his house is? Robin naturally found out where Vinbrand Kulik lived, but he never thought of coming to the door to wait for him before others came back. There's only one strange house on the island standing alone on the shore, that's probably where Vinbrand Kulik lived. Even asking Robin, Luffy was sure it was there. Hearing Luffy say this, the two of them knew that Luffy must have sensed the situation on the island with observation haki. And Vinbrand Kulik, who was ridiculed and isolated, should naturally live in a place far away from others. Then go back to the Mary first. After finishing speaking, Luffy took the lead to go back to where he came from. Since he already knew the news he wanted to know, there was no need to waste any more time. Zoro and Robin looked at each other and said nothing, while following in Luffy's footsteps. Luffy, are you all right? 99. As soon as he got back near the Mary, Luffy heard Nami shouting on the Mary. It's no big deal, it's just that Haki's consumption is a little bigger. Luffy shook his head. No way. Emission dash and Elbaf's gun are both moves formed by Haki infused with scrutiny. In addition to the different ways of exerting force and power, the attack forms are actually the same. But also because of this, Luffy's armament Haki has consumed more than half of it after these two attacks. However, Luffy is still young and has not experienced many battles. There is still a lot of room for improvement in the quality and quantity of Haki. It can be said that every time he is evenly matched or challenges the strong, Luffy can make great progress on Haki. You bastard, as soon as I don't follow you, you will mess around, right? 99. After making sure that Luffy was okay, Nami breathed a sigh of relief, but then yelled at Luffy again. Wow! Nami is scary. Hearing the movement outside, Chopper, who came out of his small medical room, was startled by Nami's sudden roar, and took advantage of the opportunity to hide behind Usopp. But looking at his posture, it was obvious that he had hidden his body upside down again. Noisy Chopper! With a ferocious glance at Chopper, Nami looked back at Luffy again, as if to wait for Luffy to speak clearly. Okay, this time can't be considered a mess. After all, it's about Ace, but I didn't expect him to be able to stay. Luffy revealed a little about Blackbeard, but didn't say anything about the future. It's still early, and it's enough to have an insider. People who know more people think that the Straw Hat Pirates will be disbanded. What's the matter with Ace? Don't make excuses just to perfunctory me. The angry Nami completely forgot what Luffy had said before. Bastard Luffy, why are you making Nami angry again? Sanji, who had prepared food for the three of Luffy, saw the angry Nami when he came out, and immediately yelled at Luffy. By the way, decided to use Luffy's share of food to make up for Nami. But the angry Miss Nami is so beautiful. Hey, curl your eyebrows, don't be a nympho. Zoro couldn't stand Sanji's appearance again and attacked directly. Hey? Do you green algae head want to fight? Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji's originally nympho face suddenly looked at Zoro fiercely, and at the same time decided to deduct Sanji's food. Just feed the hard-working Makita-san. Okay, don't make trouble, we're ready to go. Luffy glanced around at the people on the merry, and then spoke directly. Hey? Did you find the person you were looking for? Nami, who wanted to continue to ask questions, immediately changed his attitude after hearing Luffy's words. Does this mean that he will be able to reach Sky Island soon? 66.99. Although Nami is no longer blaming himself for fighting Blackbeard, why does Luffy always feel a little uncomfortable? Maybe people are like this. 1 second, they are distressed because of a certain thing, and the next second because of this matter, they are solved, but there is a sense of loss. Maybe this is the fabled bitch in the legend? Luffy shook his head and laughed, immediately denying the thought that popped into his head. Chapter 116 Strange Cabin. Wow, what a fancy house, but it's not weird at all. Luffy, are you feeling wrong? On the east blue shore of Gaia Island, the front of the Merry is a building that looks quite majestic. Seeing what the castle looked like, Usopp wondered why Luffy said it was a strange house. That's right, compared to the royal palace of the Drum Kingdom, except that it is a little smaller, it seems to be more gorgeous in appearance. Everyone looked at the house in surprise, not understanding what Luffy meant by strange. From the front, this is indeed a rather luxurious castle, but after the Merry was docked on the shore, everyone disembarked one after another, wanting to find out what happened to the castle. Ah, this! Abaj! Why is it like this? Before approaching the castle, everyone discovered the true face of the house from the side. The castle that looked quite imposing from the front was actually just a piece of wood. And behind the plank, there are only half of the small houses, and the plank depicting the imposing castle is supported by wooden stakes. Except for the remaining half of the house, everything else was fabricated with 3 plywood. As expected of the descendant of the big talker Rolando, this is too exaggerated, isn't it? Although I learned from Luffy that Rolando is not a liar, the usual perception is not so easy to change. Looking at this castle with its appearance, Galtino not only complained. But isn't it strange that the house is only half? Looking at the neatly cut half of the house, Nami looked around curiously. But Luffy is also very curious about why this half of the house is so neatly cut. Could it be that the soaring ocean current has the attributes of a swordsman? Or is it that Van Blaine's Kulak himself made him look like this? No wonder Luffy said it was a strange house, it turned out to be really strange. Nami and others feel that they should not doubt Luffy's words. When did Luffy say that he missed it? But if we break into other people's, homes like this, wouldn't it be bad? Even if this house is really strange, it is someone else's home after all, so I always feel a little embarrassed to trespass. But even with that being said, everyone is still very curious to look at it here and touch it there. After all, this is the first time I have seen a house with only half of it. People are always curious. Let's wait for him here. Since the townspeople said that he goes out for about 3 days each time, it doesn't mean that he suddenly changed his itinerary as soon as we came to him. Luffy casually found a small rock and sat down, seeing that everyone was looking around the house curiously, but didn't stop him. Luffy, who sat down, slowly felt some kind of power in his body and wanted to guide him out. But every time it seems to be stuck somewhere, the power that should have been wrapped around all parts of the body was released in an instant. Zoro, who was looking at his surroundings curiously, seemed to sense something, and glanced in the direction of Luffy. It was found that Luffy was sitting there with his right hand held in front of him and was constantly scratching, as if he was experimenting with something. And every now and then, an air of conqueror's haki was released from Luffy. Zoro is a little weird. Is Luffy experimenting with something new? Since going out to sea with Luffy, Luffy's moves that I have seen seem to be stronger than each other. It seems that he has to work harder, otherwise, if he is thrown too far, even if he gets the title of the world's #1 swordsman, it seems to be meaningless. It's still a bit difficult to explore on your own. Luffy stopped the meaningless experiment and shook his head helplessly. Even if he had an idea, it was still too difficult. No wonder in the original book Kaido said that Conqueror's Haki entanglement, even among the owners of Conqueror's Haki, only a very few people can master. The shock of Conqueror's Haki may be the biggest obstacle to the entanglement of Master Conqueror's Haki. It's as if you've been using something the same way before. And when you want to change, you will still habitually do it the way you used to. The waiting time always seemed to pass very slowly, and everyone had lost interest in this strange house. At this time, they were all bored and found a place to rest. It was already evening, and Sanji unceremoniously borrowed the kitchen of this room, where he was preparing dinner. It may be that a person lives in this remote place, and usually no one is willing to come to the residence of the descendants of this big talker, so the house is not locked. But even if you want to lock it, there is no way to do it, except to seal the whole house, which only needs to be locked on the other side. However, the other party never thought that someone would patronize his residence, so the house was not locked, and Sanji easily entered the kitchen of the house. Hey, Luffy, there really is gold on Sky Island, aren't you lying to me? 99. Nami, who was sitting next to Luffy, was suddenly afraid that this was just some kind of lie from Luffy when he was about to arrive at Sky Island. Luffy wondered if Nami would have lost his dream if he answered yes. Do you know why this house is only half? Luffy didn't answer Nami's question directly, but instead asked everyone who was also looking over. Isn't it man-made? After all, this neat cut is exactly like being cut by a powerful swordsman. Rolando, the big talker, who he calls the Golden Land, is real, and the reason why no one has been able to find it for 400 years is the same reason that this house is only half as good. 35. Ugh! Luffy, do you know why this house is like this? Luffy hadn't said why the Golden Land was in Leonio's Sky Island. At this time, everyone was a little curious how Luffy would explain the reason why there was only half of the house. Although I am very angry that you have trespassed into my house, if you can explain the evidence of the existence of the Golden Land, I can forgive you for what you have done. 5. Just when everyone was trying to listen to Luffy's explanation, a man's voice came from not far away. Who? Zoro, who was the first to react, immediately stood up and took an attacking stance. After all, he had only fought with Blackbeard's people during the day, and now when his nerves are still sensitive, being approached suddenly made Zoro stand up vigilantly. It seems that I should ask you, who are you? Why are you in my residence? The man who appeared in front of everyone was strong, with a chestnut-shaped bar on his head. Behind him, followed by two gorillas like, people. Chapter 117 Understanding. Is that so? No wonder I've been salvaging the bottom of the sea and found nothing. After all, the soaring ocean currents that go up vertically are no joke, and if something goes wrong, there is no possibility that a ship in midair will be able to berth. While Luffy's claims are plausible and likely to be true, even here at the Grand Line, it's a bit of a mystery. Originally, the news that Luffy brought was enough to surprise Vinbrand Kulik, but Luffy and others wanted to go to Sky Island. That's it. Vinbrand Kulik looked up at the sky in a daze, not knowing what to think for a while. Although it is indeed possible to hear you say this, but after all, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I always feel that it is a little unreal. Nami on the side, after hearing Luffy say that he is the best navigator, felt a little sweet in his heart, and suddenly stretched out his hands to grab one of Luffy's arms. Van-Brown-Kulik looked at Luffy and the others with a serious look. If you want to board the Sky Island by the soaring ocean currents, be prepared for the shipwreck. Even if it's a reindeer, it's weird to speak human words. Although we look like orangutans, we're still human. You want to go to Sky Island? Hearing Luffy say that the soaring ocean currents swept half of Gaia Island into the sky, everyone looked shocked. Could it be that the scale of the sky current 400 years ago was so large? Humph! Don't underestimate us. It's right in front of my half of the house, about 500 meters in radius. Damn it, I really want to be held by Miss Nami like this. The black-lined orangutan who was told by one person and one deer to you and me, looked at the chopper who was speaking in a speechless manner. If there are navigators like Nami, Bia, will not be able to pass through the sky current. Although Luffy has not seen the sky current, but from the comics, it is not a fun thing to know. Hearing Luffy's words, Van-Brown-Kulik was slightly taken aback, obviously not expecting Luffy to say such a thing so calmly. The orangutan and ape man, who had never spoken before, spoke in front of the crowd for the first time after hearing the words of Usopp and Chopper. Even Luffy himself can't imagine how this happened. So, where's the place? Usopp, who had a smug expression on his face originally, was scared back 2 steps after watching these two people who really looked like gorillas talking. Hey, I'm glad you called me a gorilla, but what's wrong with my words? Can't you speak a civet cat? I'm not a civet cat, I'm a reindeer, bastard. There have been 3 sky currents this month, and if I'm not wrong, the 4th sky current will happen tomorrow evening. Sanji took out a handkerchief out of nowhere, bit it tightly in his mouth, and looked at Luffy with gritted teeth, his eyes full of envy. Van-Brown-Kulik glanced at the Mary, which was moored not far away, and then looked at Luffy and the others. Half of Gaia Island is not as big as a boat. But Luffy didn't think he and the Mary would end up in a shipwreck. Now that Luffy and others have made up their minds, Van-Brown-Kulik will no longer talk nonsense. Wow, the orangutan has spoken. This sea will not spare the unprepared. Although he was called Tanuki every time, Chopper couldn't get used to it, and immediately yelled at the orangutan who called him Tanuki. Oh, that was really a coincidence. I'm really confident. I hope you can still maintain your current self-confidence when you face the sky and ocean currents. Good guy, the 2 most timid guys on the boat are the most excited right now, I hope they won't forget what they said now. Hey, then you are quite bold. Luffy interrupted Van-Brown-Kulik's trance, and told Van-Brown-Kulik the intention of his and others. I don't know how big the sky current was at that time, but it's the truth. We came to you this time, and we also wanted to go to Sky Island to find out. 35. The sky current will appear 5 times a month, and the place where it appears is relatively random. If you are not careful, you can really die. However, based on my observations over the years, I have found some regularities. So, can you predict the time and place of the next soaring ocean current? After years of hard work, if the other party is wasting their time in vain, it is impossible to live up to now. Now that the decision has been made, hurry up to prepare, but don't wait for the sky current to appear, but it is delayed because the Mary has not been refitted. The chopper on the side also hugged Usopp's leg all at once. Don't worry, I have the best navigators here, you just need to help transform the Mary, and then tell us the time and location of the soaring ocean current. Luffy couldn't understand that the ocean current that was enough to rush up to a height of 10,000 meters did not wash away the half of Gaia Island, but completely washed it into the sky. For this man who is obsessed with pursuing the truth and wanting to return justice to his ancestors, Luffy still believes in his judgment. Although he didn't say it to death, Van-Brown-Kulik was very confident that his judgment was accurate. Van-Brown-Kulik didn't persuade Luffy and the others to give up. If Luffy and the others really succeeded, then their long-cherished wish for many years might come true. Moreover, even if there is such a big sky-high current, can Gaia Island, which was directly hit by this current, really still exist intact? This seems to be quite strange, but there are many strange people in the pirate world, and it seems that it is not so strange after thinking about it. If you want to go to Sky Island, you still need the help of the other party. In addition to predicting the time and location of the sky current, you also need to create wings for the Mary. It's so scary, the orangutan actually speaks. After all, we usually have to salvage around here. If we can't avoid the sky-high current in time, Van Brand Kulik may have died at the bottom of the sea long ago. Does the Grand Line still have such a magical current? It is estimated that there is no ship in this world that can board Sky Island through the sky current. Shirtless, with a chestnut on his head, Van Blaines Kulik heard Luffy's explanation, and immediately showed an expression of sudden realization. Everything he had been doing in the past seemed to be in vain. Usopp and Chopper were clearly incensed by the words of Van Blaines Kulik, who responded to Van Blaines Kulik in tandem. Chapter 118 Riding the Sky Current. Hey? Then it seems that we came by coincidence. Hearing the location that Van Blaines Kulik said, Zoro and others also felt that it was such a coincidence. Is Luffy really the chosen one? Does it happen so easily wherever he goes? And Luffy can know so many things, is it because of this reason? Although everyone quickly put this outrageous idea behind, but according to the original comics, Luffy is indeed, it can be said that he is the son of heaven. Is there enough time for the refit of the Mary? 1 night plus 1 day time should be no problem. Even if you don't know how to build a ship, you can still get started. No problem, if you rush a little today, you should be able to finish it tomorrow morning. Van Brand Kulik lowered his head and pondered for a while, then nodded in reply. Need our help? Luffy asked. After all, it was someone else's help, so he couldn't ask nothing. No need, we can help you remodel, you can rest well tonight, after all, you will be riding the sky and ocean currents tomorrow, but you need to keep your spirits up. Van Brand Kulik shook his head. It's better to have a few of them handle this matter. It's just so much work. If there are too many people, it will get in the way. Besides, tomorrow they will have to ride the sky current, which is quite dangerous. If you don't take a good rest, it will be very easy to have an accident tomorrow. In that case, it's up to you. But before starting work, let's have some food. Dinner is ready. I borrowed your kitchen. As for the food, Sanji had already prepared it before, but it was just at that time that Van Blaines Kulik and the others came back. Been busy talking all the time, and naturally forgot to eat. But now that the conversation is over, it is natural to start eating. And it didn't take long, the food didn't get cold, and it was ready to eat. It's okay, I don't use the kitchen much anyway. Van Blaines Kulik waved his hand and said it didn't matter, he was always outside anyway, and he basically didn't use his kitchen. Then eat with us, our chef's meals are still very good. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. So, a group of people came to the half-house. After enjoying a rather delicious meal, Van Blaines Kulik and the two strange-looking men began to attack the Mary. And Luffy and others began to rest in this half of the house. Van Brand Kulik said it right, it is not interesting to ride the sky and ocean currents. If you are not careful, you may end up with a shipwreck, so it is necessary to recharge your batteries. In this way, while everyone was resting at night, Van Brand Kulik and the two orangutans were busy with the Mary all night. When everyone came out the next day, there were already 2 more wings on the Mary. Judging from the appearance of the 3 of them, it seemed that there was still a little work to be done. Wow, the Mary has wings, can we really fly? Usopp looked at the Mary with some excitement, looked here, touched there, and even joined him with Chopper. Compared with the novelty of the two, the others were much calmer, even a little nervous. == number. After all, what I am about to do is the first time in my life, and if I am not nervous, there are only those 2 guys who only know how to play. Even Luffy, in such a situation himself, couldn't keep his usual indifference. Unlike the battle of the strong, this tension is a curiosity about the unknown, and a trace of fear. The current Luffy can't be as heartless as the original Luffy, although sometimes he still fights, just like the duel with Hawkeye. But more often, the current Luffy has remained sane. But it is precisely because of reason that he is more aware of the danger of this sky-high current. But Luffy still believes that Nami will be able to take everyone to Sky Island smoothly. The refit is about to be completed. You all have to wait for a while. When that time comes, just get on this ship and wait on the shore. The place where the sky current appears is near here. When the sky current appears, you can ride the sky current when you drive along the ocean current. After riding the soaring ocean current, the rest will depend on your navigators. 35. While busy with the task at hand, the three of them said to Luffy and the others one by one. Seeking flowers 0. Okay, it's done. At noon, the three of Vimbrand and Kulik finally completed the modification of the Mary. The three clapped their hands, and walked back from the vicinity of the Mary. Then, next, it's our turn to play. Luffy looked at everyone with different expressions, waved his right hand, and said to everyone. It's really exciting, this journey to the sky. Led by Luffy, everyone reboarded the refitted Mary, waiting for the upcoming soaring current. Time passed quickly with everyone's waiting. Not far away, it was supposed to be the evening sky, but the sky was already dark at this time. There is indeed a huge current coming, everyone cheer up and do as I say. 0. Feeling the change in the weather, Nami took the lead in reacting. Under Nami's command, everyone on the Mary was moving in an orderly manner. The sailing of the sail, the lifting of the anchor, the helm of the helm, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. It's come Emperor Cloud, and there are Uzumaki formed on the sea. When everyone was busy with their own work, Makita, who was now at the top, suddenly said. Everyone stopped what they were doing and glanced towards the front of the Mary. The mighty ocean current is spinning at an extreme speed, forming a huge Uzumaki 500 meters away. And further away from Uzumaki, a dark cloud is drifting towards Uzumaki. The waves brought by Uzumaki have affected the Mary, and the hull of the Mary began to sway in the sea. Okay, the soaring sea current is coming soon, you should go. On the shore, Vimbrand Kulik shouted to everyone on the Mary. If you do find the Golden Land, you must remember to tell me. Okay, ride these currents, pay attention, we're heading for Uzumaki. What? Regarding Nami's words, Usopp said he was very surprised. He could feel the horror of Uzumaki when he looked at it from a distance. Do you really want to take the initiative to look at it? At this time, Usopp had completely forgotten his previous rhetoric, and only felt that his legs were shaking uncontrollably. Listen to Nami, let's go. 4. Chapter 119 The Sea of the Sky. It's actually really flying, so handsome. Under Nami's perfect command, the Mary really seemed to be flying vertically to the sky along the soaring ocean current. The wings installed overnight by the three of Vinblain's cowlick passed through, and at this time, like real wings, they continued to move upwards with the Mary. Of course, as long as there is wind and sea, I can get the boat going. Now Nami on the bow of the Mary, grabbed the edge of the Mary with one hand, and brushed the hair that was ruffled by the wind on his forehead with the other, and said confidently. Miss Navigator is amazing. Even Robin, who has traveled all over the world for so many years, has never seen a navigator like Nami. Not only his own strength is strong, but even the other personnel on the ship seem to be quite professional people. Robin glanced at Luffy, whose expression remained calm throughout. 590s, which seems to be a miraculous vertical sky, seems to be no different from ordinary sailing in his eyes. Did you already know this would be the outcome? Or is it just because of the character? But no matter how cold people are, they shouldn't be able to calm down in such a situation, right? The confident Miss Nami is so beautiful. It's the same admiration, why does it always feel different when I put it in Sanji's mouth? Oh, it's because of that nympho face, that's fine. Wow ah ah ah. Not everyone can enjoy the feeling of flying. Chopper, who had promised to boast about the sea like Usopp before, was now holding on to the edge of the Mary with a face full of despair. Because the hull is vertically upward, the whole body is floating in the air, as if the body is floating like a flag. How should I put it? In fact, it is no different from ordinary sailing except that the body cannot be well balanced due to the downward force of gravity. The point is that Nami's command is really good, and the Mary is still very smooth even in this vertical sailing. Of course, in addition to the speed, it is a bit nauseating. At this time, Marianu's face was already wrinkled into a ball. If he hadn't been holding onto the railing of the Mary to balance his body, he would have found a place to vomit. Look, we're about to break through the clouds. Because the speed of the sky current is extremely fast, the ascent of the Mary is naturally extremely fast. Even at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it only takes a few minutes to reach it. I'm going to bump into it. Ah! Although the cloud should be gas, even if it hits it, it will be fine. But who knows if the clouds on this sea are normal clouds? Puff! The Mary crashed into the clouds without stopping. As the clouds were smashed apart, the Mary rushed directly into the clouds, and then the hull returned to a state parallel to the sea. When everyone regained their sight again, the Mary was already in the process of descending. No. It won't fall, will it? 35. It was the first time that everyone on the Mary had no idea what the specific situation was. Now that the Mary is on the decline, if the clouds can't hold the Mary, then everyone will probably say goodbye to this world. If you fall from such a high sky, even if you fall on the sea, you will be instantly smashed into meat sauce. Robin's face was slightly gloomy, and the words he said made Usopp and Chopper hug each other in fright. Is that some kind of dark humor for you? Luffy also looked at Robin speechlessly. Even though he had read the original book, it was a little creepy to hear Robin say that face to face. Boom! The scene in Robin's words did not happen, and the Mary landed smoothly on this layer of clouds. Except for the spray-like clouds, there is no tendency to continue to fall. Hey, it scared me to death, I thought it would really fall into meat sauce. Usopp and Chopper breathed a sigh of relief when the Mary floated smoothly above the clouds. But what he said made Marianu, whose face was pale, couldn't bear it any longer, and hurried to the edge of the Mary and vomited towards the sea of clouds. 66. After the Mary stopped safely on the clouds, everyone was relieved and began to lie down on the deck one by one. This kind of voyage is really exciting. In addition to the excitement, there is also a sense of dizziness rushing to my mind. Nami swayed, and if it wasn't for Luffy's grasp, he'd probably fall over. At this time, Nami didn't care that the others were still there, and fell directly in the direction of Luffy. Luffy took Nami into his arms and sat down himself. Although it is a reasonable thing, but when it comes to face it, I still feel a burst of panic. At this time, the Mary calmed down, and naturally sat down and prepared to rest for a while. After everyone recovered almost, everyone looked at the current environment together. Although the Mary discovered the surrounding situation after rushing up, but after calming down and looking at the surrounding white clouds carefully, everyone was still amazed. Is this the Sky Island? Since the boat stopped here, everyone took it for granted that they could reach the island as long as they sailed along this sea of clouds. Let me see, the record pointer is still pointing up, which means we haven't reached our destination yet. 5. Nami glanced at the recording pointer and found that the pointer was still pointing upwards. Hey, do you still want to go up? But how do you go next? Is there still a sea current in the sky? Everyone was a little surprised to hear what Nami said. This is not a sky island, but it is surrounded by a white sea of clouds, and there is no place that seems to be able to continue to rise. A rare opportunity, Uncle Usopp is going to take a look at it. The recovered Usopp was excited again. After all, it was a rare opportunity, and this kind of place may never be encountered in the future. Are you sure you can swim down there? Luffy didn't want to spend too much time looking for him, even though he knew it was possible to swim down there. 0.4 In addition to sea water, there are also sea kings. Usopp, who wanted to jump down and try it out, instantly cooled down in his heart. At the same time, I was also secretly afraid that if I couldn't swim, wouldn't I have nothing to do with it? Roar. 35. Just as Usopp gave up on going for a swim, a giant octopus poked its head and tentacles from beneath the clouds. The waving tentacles made Usopp stiff, secretly glad he didn't jump. If this goes down, even if he can swim, he must be eaten by the Sea Kings, right? Wow! There are monsters! Chopper was startled, as always, and quickly ran behind Zoro. After all, in such a case, it would be unreliable to escape behind Usopp. Chapter 120 A Little Revenge. There's nothing to be afraid of, right? Zoro said he was speechless about Chopper being frightened by Sea Kings. How dare he be the same as Usopp? However, Zoro consciously stood in front of Chopper and pulled out the knife from his waist. With a direct slash, the blue slash flew out, cutting through the air and directly slashing on the huge body of the Sea Kings. After being hit by this slash, the seemingly huge body of the Sea Kings exploded like a balloon pierced by a needle. It's a little weird. In such a situation, Zoro thought that what he had cut was a balloon. But looking at the little blood flowers scattered in the air, it shows that this Sea Kings is indeed real. It should be the cause of the Sea of Empty. Look, these little fish are also very strange. Robin didn't know when or where he caught a strangely shaped fish. The whole body of this fish is flat, but it has 2 rows of 14 sharp teeth. And it looks very light in the hand. I have seen the introduction of this kind of empty fish in Rolando's diary. Hey? It's so strange, why does it grow like this? For those who do not have this knowledge, they can only ask the knowledgeable Robin. As for Luffy, there is absolutely no intention to interrupt. It should be the reason for this empty sea. This empty sea should have no bottom. In order to prevent it from falling into this empty sea, the fish here, such as the Sea Kings, will grow into that kind of balloon-like shape. Only a scholar like Robin can remember the knowledge he has seen so firmly and can quickly understand it. It's to reduce weight, no wonder that octopus exploded like a balloon after I chopped it off. Only then did everyone understand what happened to the octopus just now. But are these fish delicious? How about trying it first? This first encounter with fish is also a new ingredient for Sanji. And new ingredients are as attractive to Sanji as famous swords are to swordsmen. Everyone, there seems to be something coming this way in front of you, and it seems that the visitor is not good. The lookout is now Makida's exclusive location. At this time, Makida saw something coming at high speed not far in front of the Mary, and shouted to the people below. Hearing Makida's warning, Zoro and Sanji immediately rushed to the bow of the Mary. However, just as the 2 men stood still, they felt short of breath, and their footsteps swayed suddenly. What happened to you guys? As a doctor, Chopper keenly discovered something was wrong between the 2. It's because of the air, it's at an altitude of 1,000 meters or even 10,000 meters, and the air is thin. Ah, so it is. We, who are used to the air conditions below, have not yet adapted to this suddenly changed environment. When Robin mentioned it, Chopper instantly understood, but this kind of thing can't be solved by a doctor, it can only be adjusted by himself. But why are we all right? Usopp looked at the other people and himself, and was a little curious, did he adapt to the environment here better than Zoro and the others? That's because Zoro and Sanji just moved fast, and strenuous exercise doesn't consume the same air as we do. Then what to do? That thing is approaching fast, we won't be killed by him, right? If that's the case, shouldn't the people on board be killed by that unknown thing? Luffy, are you all right? Seeing Zoro and Sanji, and hearing Chopper and Robin's explanation, Nami looked at Luffy, who was still holding him, with some worry. "I'm all right, I sat down to get used to the environment here as soon as possible, and it doesn't take long for those of us to get used to the environment here." Letting go of Nami, Luffy stood up from the deck and looked at the fast-approaching figure in front of the Mary. "You've gotten used to it so quickly, Luffy, are you a monster?" For Luffy's situation, Chopper was surprised and directly regarded Luffy as a monster. Before the enemy arrived, Luffy felt that he had received a cold arrow first, but it was from his own people. Luffy gave Chopper a malicious look. Last time he called himself a monster, Luffy encouraged him to stick chopsticks in his nose and mouth. "What should we do this time?" Luffy touched his chin, and for a while he thought seriously. Everyone looked at Luffy like this, thinking that Luffy was thinking about who the other party was. Even if Luffy really knew who was on the other side, everyone wouldn't be surprised. And Chopper, who didn't know that he was thinking about him at all, just shivered unconsciously, but he just thought it was the reason that he didn't adapt to the air here. Just when everyone was thinking about it, the figure finally approached. Only then did everyone see the other party's appearance clearly, wearing a horn mask on his head, and other than that, he was wearing only a pair of shorts. And the pants seemed to be woven from leaves. One hand held a shield, while the other held a bazooka-like firearm on his shoulder. And the way he was able to move at high speed was all about wearing what looked like a pair of roller skates on his feet. "Who are you?" Although they haven't fully adapted, Zoro and Sanji have been able to stand firm, looking at the people who are getting closer, and asking. "Get rid of you 590s. The other party did not answer, but directly raised the firearm in his hand, as if he wanted to shoot at the Mary. "It's really troublesome when you come here. Do you locals greet guests from afar like this?" Without thinking about how to play with Chopper, Luffy looked sharply at the figure who was about to pull the trigger of the gun. Conqueror's Haki poured out, and the invisible momentum spread directly towards the figure. While these Shandians are good fighters, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki is no longer the juvenile he was when he first went to sea. Conqueror's Haki cannot cultivate independently, but it will be improved with people's experience. For Luffy, on the basis of what he had seen in his previous life, and through personal experience, Conqueror's Haki's improvement seemed to be faster. Under the shock of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, the trigger finger froze. And the body that is moving at extreme speed, also because of the dizziness at this moment, the body is not well balanced. After staggering a few times, the whole person left the clouds and flew towards the direction of the Mary. 3. Don't let him crash the Mary. Luffy said to Mr. 3, who had been watching the fun, that the use of Devil Fruit ability does not require strenuous exercise. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 121 Gan 4. Learn. Although he didn't know what happened, Galtino still responded when he heard Luffy's words, waving his right hand and turning it into a liquid candle. With the wave of Galtino's arm, the candle in liquid state flew out, forming a wall of candles in front of the bow of the Mary. Boom! The human body hit the solidified candle wall, making a dull sound. With the firmness of the candle wall, it completely blocked the impact of the man wearing the horn mask. After hitting the wall formed by the candles, the masked man slid down the vertical candle wall into the sea of clouds. So it's settled. Looking at the masked man who fell into the sea of clouds, everyone on the Mary looked at each other. Nami is okay, after all, Luffy used Conqueror's Haki in front of them, and the current situation is obviously the result of Luffy's use of Conqueror's Haki. But there are still people who just heard Luffy mention the existence of Conqueror's Haki before, but this is the first time they have seen the use of Conqueror's Haki. The man in the horn mask who had attacked the Mary with a menacing look before. But after Luffy glared, the man staggered and flew up. And now it hit the candle wall made by Galtino and fell into the sea of clouds. All of this surprises those who haven't seen Luffy use Conqueror's Haki. Even Galtino, who obeyed Luffy's instructions to build the candle wall, watched the masked man who fell into the sea of clouds with a task after he finished building the candle wall. Is that the solution? As expected of you. Zoro and Sanji didn't say much about Luffy's use of Conqueror's Haki to stun the incoming raider except for a shrug. I haven't fully adapted to the environment of Sky Island yet, and if I get on it hard, I may even be deflated. Now that Luffy had him out, it couldn't be better. Luffy had no intention of catching people. Now that he has done it to himself, and the other party is useless to him, Luffy will not do that thankless thing. Don't you need to bring him up and ask about the situation? Naturally, others didn't know what Luffy thought, so Zoro asked Luffy. No, he's not alone in this Sky Island, and we may not have officially logged into Sky Island yet. Since this Shandian has appeared, then Ganfur, the god of the original Sky Island, should also appear, right? Call. Sure enough, with the sound of a horse croak, an old man dressed in armor and holding a knight's spear appeared in front of everyone on the merry. Under him is a strange-looking horse, but this horse has a pair of wings. The old man was apparently flying over on this winged horse. Hey? Have you dealt with that Shandian? 35. Riding a strange flying horse, he circled over the merry. The old man was a little surprised to find that no one was injured on the ship after being attacked by the Sandians. Looking at the appearance of the other party on the pirate ship, it is obvious that they came from the Qinghai Sea. And it was such a group of newcomers that actually defeated the native Shandia people. Although it may be said that some of these people are indeed more tyrannical than the Shandians. However, if the environment is not suitable, it is easy to suffer losses in the hands of the brave Shandians. Hey, who are you guys? Are you with that weirdo with a horn mask just now? 35. Looking at the stranger who appeared again, Usopp's legs kept shaking, and he looked at the old man in midair with vigilance on his face. Ah! I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ganfor, the Knight of the Sky, and this is my partner Pierre. The old man turned from his horse and landed on the deck of the Merry, without worrying about whether he would be attacked. Sky Knight? What is that? Everyone didn't care about Ganfor's landing. What everyone wanted to do most now was to get to know this completely unfamiliar Sky Island. You are the people from the Blue Sea, right? This White Sea is very dangerous. People like you are easily targeted by those Shandians. Ganfor did not explain what the Sky Knight was, but told everyone on the Merry about the danger here. Sandians. What is the Blue Ocean? 99. Everyone asked me one sentence at a time, giving Ganfor no time to answer. Wait a minute, you've asked too many questions all at once, and I don't know how to answer you at all. Ganfor quickly stopped everyone from continuing to ask. Although I do have plans to explain to these newcomers to Sky Island, if I let them continue to ask questions like this, I guess they won't be able to answer them even after dark. Moreover, now is not the time to explain these things, let's wait until they board the Bibaihe. Yes, in addition to the Sky Knight, I am an amateur mercenary. If you encounter difficulties on the island, you can call me through this whistle. He didn't mean to answer at all, but Ganfor introduced his work. Hey? Why are you a mercenary again? It only costs 5 million ikes to blow a whistle, which is very cheap. What? 5 million? Why don't you grab it? Although I don't know exactly how much Bailey is 5 million ikes, but it is a matter of money, Nami will not easily agree. Cough, this is already very cheap, okay? After all, I also want to live, okay? 99. But, what is ikes, and what is the conversion ratio to Bailey? Hearing Ganfor say that 5 million ikes is cheap, Usopp asked curiously. Since it is not an enemy, Usopp is naturally no longer afraid. Hey? Didn't you, Lenyos, come from the top of High West? Knowing that these people didn't know what ikes was, it was Ganfor's turn to be surprised. You should know that if you come from the top of High West, you should have passed through several islands before coming here. It's impossible not to know what Ix is, that is to say. Did you come up through that monster ocean current? If this is the case, then the luck of these people is a little too good. Wait. You mean there are other ways to log into the Sky Island bar besides the Sky Current? For the so-called High West tip proposed by Ganfur, Nami could clearly hear that it was the place name. I didn't expect you to log in here through that monster ocean current. You must know that it's a bet of 0 or 100%. Chapter 122, The Approaching Sky Island. There's still such a thing. Luffy, did you already know there was another way to get to Sky Island? Hearing from Ganfor that there are other ways to log into Sky Island, Nami felt grievances for a moment, and almost couldn't help but run wild on the spot. You must know that even if you have confidence in your own sailing skills, but the lives of this boatman are entrusted to you, you can imagine the pressure at that time. I do know there are other ways to get to Sky Island, but I don't know exactly where that place is. Luffy shrugged, and there was nothing Luffy could do about Nami's grievance. I really don't know where the so-called High West top is. And, even knowing that, Luffy couldn't have made a special detour to get to Sky Island from there. Although it is indeed very risky to climb Sky Island through the Sky Current, Luffy is quite confident with Nami's navigation skills and the original Kabuto bottom. And, if you take a detour, are you sure you won't be taken first? Seeing that Nami had plans to continue complaining, Luffy took out his trump card. Although apart from himself, there should be few people on the Grand Line who know the existence of Golden Land. The few people who knew were either not interested or had no luck, but Nami didn't know that. So as soon as Luffy said this, even if he didn't specifically explain what was taken first by Renja 590, Nami gave up his plan to continue questioning Luffy. However, your ability to arrive here safely also shows that your luck is indeed quite good. Ganfor has sighed this way more than once, but compared to another way to log into Sky Island, they may not be able to arrive as safely as they are now. Looks like we're really lucky. 9. Luffy followed Ganfor's words. Any luck? Not only did you get here safely, but you even got Sky Island gold, and even better if you could get Thunder Fruit. If there is nothing to do, I will leave first. If you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, you can call me, the price is absolutely cheap. Oh, yes, I almost forgot to tell you that this is the Baihei Sea, which is 7,000 meters above Qinghai, and the Bibaihei, which is 3,000 meters above this, is the destination of your trip. 5. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Ganfor seemed to see the group of people from more than 20 years ago. While there's no reason to feel this way, Ganfor feels that way. Bia. But these are temporarily irrelevant to him, after all, he is no longer the god of Sky Island. And whether these people can leave Sky Island alive is a question. After all, the current god, Enel, is a complete tyrannical Kun. Well, is it just like this? You haven't answered our question yet. Nian. Before Ganfor called everyone to stop, thinking that he wanted to answer everyone's questions one by one, but he didn't expect to leave in a hurry after just introducing a wave of his own business. Is the life of the people in Sky Island so down and out? Hey! Is Sky Island still going up? But why didn't he tell us how to go up? Suddenly being told that this place is not the purpose of this trip, everyone who has a shadow in the sky and ocean always feels that it is not good. Then take a turn around, and you should soon find a way to keep going up. Luffy remembered that there seemed to be a sinister old woman here, and the original book deliberately did not tell Luffy and the others about the consequences of not paying the entry fee. But now it doesn't matter, Luffy hopes that Enel can come to find his own trouble, so he can save himself from finding him. Moreover, Luffy also wanted to try, whether the rubber fruit he ate was really not afraid of the thunder and lightning attacks generated by thunder fruit. However, thunder fruit's long-range strikes are a little troublesome. Even though rubber fruit is not completely immune to thunder fruit like the original, he can still dodge it with observation haki. However, the others on the Mary may suffer, and they have to find a way. It's still a bit inappropriate to enter Enel observation haki's perception in such a hurry. Should Luffy go straight to where Enel is? The reality is not necessarily exactly the same as the original. If the current Enel chooses to run away when he can't beat him, he might not be able to catch up with him. Hey, Luffy, come and see, there's a huge cloud ahead. Just as Luffy was thinking about what to do with Enel, the Mary had traveled a distance before she knew it. But now, what appeared in front of everyone was what looked like a huge waterfall surrounded by sighing clouds. Luffy raised his head, observation haki unfolded, and a narrow waterway in the clouds was clearly imprinted in Luffy's mind. It should be here, there is a road ahead among the clouds, and if you drive the Mary along this road, you should be able to continue upward. Luffy informed Nami of the route he perceived, and then, under Nami's command, the Mary came to a strange door smoothly. It says the gate of the Kingdom of Heaven. I always feel that it is not very auspicious, as if we are dead. Usopp crossed black lines on his forehead and said in a cold sweat. Maybe we're already dead? Zoro followed Usopp's words and made Usopp tremble with fright. Obviously such a big man, yet so naive, simply. That's right, in this case, this strange world is not difficult to understand. Sanji also continued down the topic. Apparently a group of people started chatting about life. Hey, someone came out. From the small house next to the gate of heaven, an old woman with short wings walked out. She had a camera in her hand, apparently just taking pictures of Luffy and the others. It doesn't matter what you do, but if you want to go to the top, everyone has to pay the entry fee of 1 billion ikes, which is the law here. The old woman with the camera looked gloomy, but she still spoke about relevant matters. Although he has a habit of watching the fun, he has to abide by the rules set by Enel. 1 billion akes? Take the liberty to ask, how much Bailey is a billion akes? With Ganfor's suggestion earlier, Nami immediately remembered asking the other party about the ratio of ikes and Bailey. Oh? Haven't you spent money on other islands? For Nami's question, the old woman asked curiously, but she explained it to Nami. 10,000 akes equals 1 Bailey, and if you pay Baileys, it's 100,000 Baileys per person. Chapter 123 Arrival at Sky Island. Sure enough, if it is 100,000 Baileys alone, there are 10 people on our side. Here, this is 1 million Baileys. Although 1 million Bailey still makes Nami very sad, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Nami still took out a stack of Bailey from nowhere. Well, what if we don't pay this money? Usopp asked thoughtlessly. You can go up without paying. I'm just a gatekeeper, not a guard. I can't do anything to you. There was no expression on this winged old woman's face. Whether it was Bailey handed over by Nami or Usopp's questions, they were all treated calmly. What? Can I go up without paying? The others on the boat were a little confused, so what's the use of this entry fee? And Nami, who was still quite heartbroken, immediately wanted to take back Bailey, who was handed over to him, when he heard that the other party said that he could pass without paying. Although there is a vague feeling that something is wrong, it would be great to save this money, Bailey. Give her Bailey, we don't need the million Bailey. Luffy stops Nami from trying to take back Bailey. Although I am not afraid of Enel, it is quite annoying if the other party throws a thunderbolt at the Mary from time to time. And, Luffy, they're not short of money right now. Treasure from the Golden Dragons before, Bailey who Vivi promised, and Bailey who traded Crocodile with Marine. Even if Luffy wants to switch boats now, that's totally enough. What's more, there is a lot of gold on this Sky Island, and after killing Enel, the gold he used to make the Ark of Proverbs is also Luffy's. Ah? Isn't it okay to say no? Although he was reluctant to give up, he still had to listen to Luffy's words, and Nami had to continue handing Bailey over. Obviously you don't have to pay the 1 million Bailey, damn it. Damn Usopp, blame him for being so talkative. If he didn't know about it, he wouldn't be so heartbroken. Taking Bailey from Nami's hand, the old woman, the watcher of the gate of heaven, Amazon, glanced at Luffy somewhat unexpectedly. Some people still choose to pay the entry fee after knowing that they can go up without paying, and they don't know what the other party thinks. It's just a pity that it was a good show. Amazon shook his head secretly. Although it was a pity, he couldn't forcibly return. Otherwise, if Enel sees it, even if he is old, the other party will not let him go for this sake. Save the trouble. Luffy didn't say much, and it was a lot of trouble to explain. It's better to say a few words less and tell the reason. This old woman is really sinister. After being asked by Usopp, she only said that she could pass without paying, but did not mention the consequences of not paying. Obviously, he saw Nami's heartache when he handed over Bailey's eyes, and deliberately didn't say it. You said that you are a lot of age, don't take good care of your old age, and you want to harm others every day. Is it because life is too leisurely? Now that you have paid, let's go. 35. Amazon didn't have any extra actions, and pointed to the door with the gate of heaven written on it to Luffy and the others. Isn't there a waterfall there? Are we going to be the same as when we came up? Looking behind the door that Amazon pointed to, everyone could only see the invisible waterfall that they had seen before. You will naturally know when you go. The old woman Amazon waved her hand impatiently, and then returned to the house where she came out, ignoring that Luffy and the others hadn't left yet. 66. A group of people looked at the small house with the door closed silently. Is the janitor of Sky Island so personable? Since she said so, let's go over and take a look first. She is the only one here, so she wouldn't dare to deceive us, right? 55. If you really cheated, then even the house and people smashed it together. Everyone on the merry thought at the same time. Not caring about anything else, Nami directed everyone to open the merry to the door. Soon, everyone merry came to the other side of the gate. And just after the merry stopped, a huge lobster stuck its head out of the sea of clouds. Wow, how come there are sea kings here? Usopp, who was completely unaware of the situation, thought the lobster was sea kings, and screamed in fright. Damn it, have we been tricked by that old woman? For that old woman with wings and wrinkled face, Sanji's fantasy of angels was completely shattered by him. Flowers. Now I was taken aback by the sudden huge lobster, and decisively put the account on Amazon's head. It's not the Sea Kings, is it? You see, it's not attacking us. Robin looked at this huge lobster that didn't seem to have the desire to attack, and said to the crowd. Generally, if the Sea Kings find a ship, they will attack, but the huge lobster in front of them doesn't seem to want to attack. Ah, it's about to attack. Just as soon as Robin finished speaking, the huge lobster stretched out its two huge pincers from the sea of clouds, and suddenly clamped towards the sides of the merry. Zoro, who was jumped by the huge lobster, immediately drew his knife and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Luffy. They can't let them destroy this means of transportation. That should be what helps us keep going up. Everyone still wondered why Luffy stopped Zoro. Now, after hearing what Luffy said, he realized that the huge lobster did not damage the merry. Its two huge pincers just held the merry's hull in place. Then, just when everyone was thinking about what it was going to do, the huge lobster suddenly began to move at a high speed along the waterfall. Wow! The merry, which was pinched by the giant lobster, also moved at the same time. At this time, everyone discovered that the waterfall that continued to rise was not a real waterfall, but a waterway that curved upwards. Driven by the huge lobster, the merry moved towards the sky at a high speed, and soon, in front of everyone, a hole formed by clouds appeared. Is that the entrance to Sky Island? Because of the extreme speed, Nami had to ask Luffy next to him loudly. The others also looked at it with a curious expression. Below the entrance of the hole, the word Skypiea, the kingdom of God, were written. The huge lobster rushed through the hole with the Mary in an instant, and what appeared in front of everyone was an empty world. After the giant lobster broke through the hole with the Mary, it quickly dived into the sea of clouds and went back towards the hole that had just entered. The Mary lost the lobster underneath and fell straight into the sea of clouds full of white clouds. Chapter 124 Leisure Time. Wow, is this the Sky Island? It feels incredible. The people who came out of the cave were immediately speechless by the sight they saw. This kind of scene is not even a dream. 39. The sea is full of clouds, but there are islands around it. Even not far away, there is a beach-like place with a few plants similar to coconut trees. It won't fall down here, will it? Usopp looked at the magical sea of clouds around him, and couldn't help it. He took off his clothes and jumped off the Mary. There really is a place like Sky Island. Galtino only felt that the place he used to enjoy leisurely was completely inferior to this place. Marion, it's rare to come here, let's relax here. As an old partner, 593 Galtino was naturally the first to invite Marianu, who had no sense of presence on the Mary. Oh okay. Marianu, who was already stunned by the sight in front of her, didn't realize what Galtino was saying for the first time. Then Zoro, let's drop the anchor and let's walk around that sandy beach. Luffy said to the people who were still on the boat, this should be Angel Beach, but it's time to take a break. From riding the soaring ocean current to the present, everyone has been in a state of nervousness, and now they have finally reached their destination, Sky Island. And there is such a wonderful place, it is natural to take a good rest and relax. These guys really want to play whenever they get the chance. Seeing Usopp and Mr. 3 leave one after another, Sanji muttered, then took off his coat and jumped down towards the sea of clouds. You're not like that either. Zoro was holding the anchor and was about to drop into the sea of clouds, when he saw Sanji's inconsistency in words and deeds, he muttered speechlessly. Hey, Chopper, come on, the ground here is so soft, it's like stepping on marshmallows. Within minutes, Usopp had already swum to the beach. However, there is no sand on the beach, but the same material composed of clouds. Oh really? Hearing Usopp's shout, Chopper was instantly interested. I was still considering whether to continue researching the horns of the unicorn lion, but this would completely leave it behind. Sure enough, it's still a joke. Chopper also jumped up, trying to jump off the Mary like Sanji just now, but was caught by Luffy. I'm here, Chopper, who was still jumping in the air excitedly, suddenly felt that he was being held by someone, and turned his head to look innocently at the person holding him. Are you an idiot? Even if the sea here is a sea of clouds, it is still sea water. Do you want to fall from this 10,000 meter altitude? Can't swim in the sea here. After Luffy said that, Chopper instantly put away his excitement. The limbs that were caught by Luffy and couldn't move suddenly fell down, as if they had suddenly lost hope of life. Attention! Seeing the disappointed look on Chopper's face, who had completely forgotten that he was excited because of the beach, Luffy raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to Chopper. Ugh! Chopper, who didn't react, only felt his body being thrown out. What are you doing, Luffy? Chopper, who sensed the situation at this time, cried out for help in horror. Humph, you dare to call me a monster, don't you? Luffy patted Chopper's hand just now and snorted softly, finally feeling relieved. Are you a child? So vengeful. Luffy's movements were completely watched by Nami, who was beside him. Nami gave Luffy a speechless look at Luffy, who rarely showed such an expression. Not to mention, it seems to be quite new, just watch and maybe encourage Chopper to call the Luffy monster a few more times. Nami thought to himself, the poor Chopper was still spinning in the air at this time, but he didn't know that he had been eyed by Nami. Looking at the Chopper spinning in the air, Luffy didn't worry about hurting the Chopper. After all, the beach made of clouds is soft and elastic. Then let's go down too. Makita, Robin, come down too. Nami put his arm around Luffy and called out to Makita on the lookout and Robin on the deck of the Mary. A rare leisure time, Nami naturally wants to spend it with Luffy, and now there are Zoro, Robin, Makita, herself and Luffy left on the boat. Nami called the two girls, and as for Zoro, after putting down the anchor, he came down naturally. Luffy didn't refuse Nami's closeness either. He hugged Nami's slim waist and jumped down, jumping directly to the beach not far away. Hey! There are even chairs here. Nami, who had just stood up, was pleasantly surprised to find that there were two pure white chairs on the beach. Decisively pulling Luffy and walking over together, Nami let go of Luffy's hand, and Mei stretched her waist, revealing her bumpy figure. Then he just lay down on the chair and twisted his body a few times after lying down, which seemed very comfortable. This chair seems to be made of the same material as the clouds on the beach. Could it be that Sky Island can process these clouds? Everything here seems to be clouds, at least the group has not seen anything like mud since they came up. Luffy lay down on another chair, feeling really comfortable, soft and elastic, but with a hard texture. These things processed with the cloud are really magical, maybe you can buy some and put them on the boat when you leave. This way you can use these things instead when you want to rest in the future. I just don't know if these things processed with clouds can be preserved for a long time under Sky Island. Hey, Luffy, is the Golden Land you're talking about really here? Finally had time to ask questions about Luffy Gold, the destination has been reached, and Nami was suddenly a little afraid that it was all a dream. When you wake up from the dream, maybe everything will disappear, Sky Island will be gone, and gold will be gone. When did I lie to you in 0.4? It's true that Luffy didn't lie to Nami, it's just that some unexplainable things didn't come out. Really? That's great. After we're done resting, we'll go. Nami's voice was getting quieter and quieter, and finally there was only a slight breathing sound. Luffy glanced sideways and saw that Nami was asleep. That's right, after riding the soaring ocean current, Nami has been nervous all the time, fearing that the ship Mary will be destroyed due to his own mistakes. Now that I finally relax, I naturally fall asleep easily. Although Luffy has never asked for anything from her, Nami didn't want to live up to the sentence that we have the best navigators here. He may not be able to help him in combat, but at least in terms of sailing, he must have no worries. G. Chapter 125, Trust or Not? Is Miss Navigator asleep? Luffy got up from the reclining chair, glanced at the Usopp people who were playing not far away, and turned to Nami and Robin. Robin, who got off the Mary with Makita, came next to Luffy and Nami alone. Does Captain Luffy not only know a lot, but can even see through a woman's heart? After he had fled everywhere, once he settled down, he would soon fall asleep. So Usopp handed the knife in his hand to Luffy, and then took out a 593 straw and wanted Luffy to taste it too. Naturally, Nami and Robin had no problem, they nodded, and then followed Luffy to the crowd who were still playing not far away. Nami and Luffy's ideas coincide, and this kind of thing made with the cloud is really nostalgic. Although I joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and the atmosphere here is not bad, but after all, I have a special identity, and I don't know how to integrate into it for the time being. But after all, he is a person who has experienced wind and rain, and the expression management is still in place. After cutting the fruit, Usopp took out a straw from nowhere, stuffed it into the opening of the fruit, and took a sharp breath. Hey, Luffy, do you know how to eat this coconut-like thing? This cloud-made chair is really good. Let's buy some when we go back. It seemed that the voices of the two awakened Nami. Nami rubbed his hazy eyes and propped himself up from the reclining chair. Usopp, who had deliberately walked away because Nami fell asleep, was playing around, but when he saw that everyone here seemed to be awake, he shouted at Luffy. Nami followed the words, glanced at Luffy with a slight resentment, and then continued. Luffy finally gave up the idea of taking it. If he still wanted Nami to drink this fruit, it would be better not to cut it with something that came out of a strange place. Judging from his previous performance, he should know his own business, so does he know that the man is staring at him all the time? Luffy looked at the knife and straw that Usopp handed over, wondering for a moment whether to pick it up or not. This kind of fruit needs to be cut from the back and sucked through a tube. Robin, who didn't want to have a deep relationship with the people on the Mary for the time being, just covered his mouth and replied with a chuckle, taking the topic to another place. So even with this kind of fruit he had never seen under Sky Island, Usopp felt that Luffy knew how to eat it. Just think you don't trust us that much. Seeing that Luffy didn't speak, he just glanced at himself thoughtfully. Robin was slightly curious, and at the same time had a feeling of being seen through. After speaking, Luffy stretched out his arms and picked 2 identical fruits from the tree next to him. Obviously surprised by Nami's words, Robin didn't know what to say for a while. Without thinking too much, Usopp took back the knife and straw, and walked towards Chopper while drinking, apparently wanting to let his younger brother try it too. Plus, it's a good day to see Luffy when you wake up. Luffy glanced at Robin and didn't say anything. Luffy didn't know if his existence could make Robin stop wanting to ask for death. What are you talking about? This family has just joined their team, so wouldn't that scare people away? However, Luffy was not so anxious. As long as he got on his own boat, Luffy believed that the other party would definitely trust him in the end. That's how it was supposed to be. It's probably impossible to catch me alone. Or are you still willing to let yourself join his team even when you know the other party exists? Mr. Usopp is amazing. There's still a place to hide these things. Moreover, there is that man who has been eyeing him all the time, and he doesn't know if Luffy knows about his situation. After a short nap, Nami felt a lot more comfortable all over. Really dare to say anything, Luffy looked at Nami speechlessly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Where did he get this thing from? The captain seems to understand women's hearts very well. Miss Navigator must hurry up. Usopp came over to Luffy, waving his hands, holding 2 coconut-like fruits. But if it was Robin, he wouldn't dare to pick it up. Before, Usopp was swimming in only a pair of underwear. Wow, this thing is delicious. 14. Nami also got up from the reclining chair, stretched out his hands, and let out a comfortable moan. Robin can also try to hold Luffy with me if you want. If you don't know, will you abandon yourself because of the other party after knowing the truth? 66-9. In Usopp's view, as long as you encounter something you don't understand, you can basically get the answer by asking Luffy. Seeing Nami falling asleep, Robin nodded knowingly. But he is not as lucky as Nami. Even after falling asleep, there is still Luffy by his side. Even if he fell into a deep sleep, he would wake up quickly. If he was not vigilant in such an environment, he would not be able to live until now. On the Mary, even Marianu, who was forcibly left behind, trusted Luffy more than Robin now. Now that Nami is awake, it's time for us to get out of here, those guys are going crazy. Luffy did have some impressions, so he took a coconut fruit from Usopp. Seeing to see Luffy's hesitation just now, Robin teased again. Miss Navigator is joking. I slept much more refreshed. But even if Robin still thinks that way, Luffy believes she can stop him when she does. Along the way, the relationship between Nami and Luffy can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, not to mention the delicate Robin. I don't know where Usopp took out a small knife, and according to the method Luffy said, it was very easy to cut a hole from the back. Although I can poke a hole in the coconut, but there is no straw, let's try this fruit when we get back to the Mary. I also tried to cut this coconut with a knife before, but because I didn't find the right place, I couldn't cut it, and I couldn't even break the fruit by throwing it hard on the ground. Seeing that Luffy didn't take the knife and straw that he handed over, Usopp just thought that Luffy didn't want to drink this coconut milk. After Usopp took a sip, it tasted amazing. Hearing Luffy's words, Robin looked startled, then chuckled again and said to Luffy with a little teasing. Where he got these things from is a bit intriguing. Chapter 126 Conies. Look, there are angels. The crowd gathered on the shore, ready to go back to the Mary for some repairs before heading to town. And just at this moment, a melodious piano sound came from not far away. Sanji, who has her own radar for women, first noticed the figure of a girl standing where the voice came from. That girl figure had a pair of small wings just like Amazon, who was watching the door before. But that slightly tall figure and blonde hair, and a pink dress. But it's not at all comparable to Amazon's image of breaking people's illusions about angels. The girl was holding a harp in her arms, and the melodious sound of the violin was flowing from her fingertips on the strings. At her feet, a snow-white fox was lying quietly beside her feet. Does Sky Island really have angels? For the winged girl who appeared in front of them, everyone regained their beautiful imagination of angels. That's the inhabitants of Sky Island. Everyone here has a pair of small wings, but those wings can't fly. In order to prevent everyone from having any humiliating behavior, Luffy explained it first. Ah, beautiful Miss Angel, it is my life's pleasure to meet you here. Obviously, Luffy's vaccination didn't work. Sanji's eyes were full of love, and his body twisted up like a caterpillar. Speaking of his appearance, apart from those with ulterior motives, will there really be women who have a crush on him? A person who is usually quite serious, how can he change his appearance when he sees a woman? Then Luffy remembered that some of Sanji's brothers in the original book also seemed to be like this. Is it really a genetic problem? Belly button, my name is Conies, this is Yunhusasi, are you from Qinghai? The other party is obviously a good character, not afraid because of Sanji's nympho, looked at Luffy's group as they approached, and said hello politely. Belly button? What is that? For people who don't know Sky Island at all, naturally they don't know the meaning of the belly button. This is our Sky Island greeting. To the question that Usopp blurted out, the girl still answered politely. Ah, so that's how it is, hello. 35. Since it is a greeting, it is natural to respond to the other party, after all, Usopp is still a polite boy. We are indeed from Qinghai. Because it is the first time we come here, we don't understand many things, so can you be our guide? Although it was a bit abrupt, but since I met it, Luffy also saved the time to find someone else. Of course, but if it may take a while, my father will be back soon. If it is convenient for you, you can visit my house at that time. 5. As a Sky Islander, although I have always heard that there are so-called Qinghai people coming from Bibaihe from time to time, this is the first time that Conies has met people from Qinghai. It was a rare opportunity, and the young girl who had no experience in the world wanted to invite Luffy and others to be guests at home without any precautions. However, there is no need to take precautions. If there are pirates from Qinghai who do something bad, it is estimated that they will be killed by Enel directly. Although Enel himself is not a good person, he will not allow anyone to do whatever they want in his territory. Convenient, of course. It's our honor to be invited by the beautiful Miss Angel to be a guest at home. Sanji, who was completely lost and couldn't find Bae, nodded like a rattle when he heard Conies' invitation. Don't be embarrassed here, you lecherous kappa. Zoro finally couldn't stand Sanji's humiliating behavior, and taunted directly. Just as opposite-sex magnetic poles attract each other, Sanji, who had just committed a nympho to Conies, immediately turned his head and glared at Zoro. You're a muscle idiot who only knows how to exercise, do you want to fight? By the way, do you have the technology to process these clouds here? 5. Nami, who was obsessed with the chair she just slept in, met the Sky Island locals, and finally couldn't help but ask. Ah? I don't know much about this, but my father should know a lot. You can ask him when the time comes. Konis replied a little embarrassedly, although he is a native of Sky Island, but he is not clear about these. After all, he is not interested in this area. That's it. Nami nodded to show his understanding. He specializes in the arts, and the music that Konis played just now is quite beautiful. I think he usually spends his time on this. But when the time comes, you can ask her father. These clouds can actually be made into solid things, which is really curious. By the way, do all of you Sky Islanders have such wings? Although Luffy said that this is a characteristic of the Sky Island people, why do these people have such flightless wings? 66 When it comes to wings, not everyone has them. Our Lord God of Sky Island has no wings. 39. God. Do you still have gods on Sky Island? 35. The god Konis said made everyone stunned. Although it was a common term, everyone had never seen a real god. Does Sky Island still have the existence of the legendary god? This. Konis was a little embarrassed, and regretted it when he said that God is different from the people of Sky Island. If you continue to talk about God's words, you may be punished by God Sama. After all, Lord God knows everyone's thoughts, and his words must be heard by him. Seeing that Konis was embarrassed, everyone did not continue to ask, but looked at Luffy. Since Konis, a local, can't say it because of taboo, then Luffy, an outsider, can always say it. As for whether Luffy would know? Sorry, everyone didn't think about this possibility at all. 6699. Seeing that everyone didn't ask about their intentions, Lin Yo Hao, Nice I breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing all these people looking at the leading man in the straw hat, as if he knew something, made Konis very curious. This man seems to be their leader. He is obviously about the same age as himself. Don't talk nonsense and don't do superfluous things. Although he wasn't afraid of Enel's attack, the others on the boat couldn't take a few thunderstorms from Enel. Don't look at the original book, it seems that Zoro and others are fine after being hacked, but this is the real world, and Luffy doesn't want anything to happen to them. Hey? It can make you so jealous, and even warned us, it seems that the other party should be an incredible character, village. As for whether it is really God, Zoro has never doubted that he does not believe in God. However, the other party could let Luffy specifically warn himself and others. Obviously he has considerable strength, but he just doesn't know what the other party is doing. Chapter 127. This little fox is so cute. The snow-white fox under Konis' feet successfully attracted the attention of the youngest Marianu. Can I hold it? 35. Marianu looked at Konis with hopeful eyes, the first time she had asked since she was on the Mary. Of course, Sisi is still very gentle. Konis bent down and picked up the little fox, then handed it to Marianu. Marianu carefully hugged the little fox, and then happily rubbed the little fox on his face. The little fox didn't struggle either, but rubbed Marianu back with his head affectionately. Giggle, it's so itchy, haha. Marianu obviously likes the little fox's behavior very much, and has no plans to let it go. It seems that Sisi likes you very much too. 35. Seeing that the little fox didn't plan to run away, but just fell asleep in each other's arms, Konis also said with a smile. These people seem to get along very well. These Qinghai people who I have never seen before are not as vicious as the Qinghai people who came to Sky Island as my father said. Not bothering with the question of God just mentioned, the group chatted with Konis while waiting for her father to return. From Konis's mouth, 593 everyone knew the general situation of this Sky Island. The place where everyone is now is an island called Angel Island, and here is Angel Beach. On this island, there is a prosperous neighborhood named Lovely Street. There is a cloud mining field nearby, and it is said that these reclining chairs are processed through the island clouds mined in the cloud mining field. Although Konis doesn't know the specifics, it is known that Sky Island's clouds are divided into sea clouds and island clouds. To the northeast of Angel Island is a place called the Altar of Living Offerings. In addition, it is the Island of the Gods that is the restricted area of Sky Island, that is, an island that is the residence of the gods. As for the Sandians, Conies doesn't seem to know the existence of each other, so naturally he doesn't know where they live. Island of God, I really want to go up and see. Although Luffy told everyone not to talk too much, he still couldn't hold back everyone's curiosity. Ah, please don't go to the Island of God, there is a forbidden area, except for the priests of God and the army of God, others will be punished by God. However, when Conies heard Zoro's words, he immediately waved his hands in horror. These people don't know how horrible God's sanctions are to say this? Obviously the one wearing the straw hat told them not to talk too much or do unnecessary things. Sanctions? 35. Conies' words did not dispel Zoro's thoughts, but aroused Zoro's interest even more. Hey? Something seems to be coming over there. 35. Just when Conies was still trying to persuade Zoro, Usopp, who had been looking around, noticed someone was speeding over from the sea of clouds. Hey? With horns on the head, and the speed so fast, is it the same group of people who attacked us before? Everyone looked in the direction Usopp pointed, and sure enough, there was a figure rushing over at extreme speed. Zoro and Sanji immediately took a fighting stance, ready to start as soon as the other came over. Ah! That's my father, please don't do it. Conies also saw the figure who was rushing over, and quickly stopped Zoro and Sanji who wanted to do it. Conies naturally saw that the person who was coming was his father, and he was also practicing piano here and waiting for his father's return. My own father wouldn't attack people. Hey? It doesn't seem like the guy who attacked us really was a companion, he wasn't wearing a mask, and that horn was very similar to Conies's. When the figure approached, everyone realized that it was indeed different from the people who attacked themselves and others before. Not really. My father was just a Viking repairman. Seeing that Zoro and Sanji had no plans to shoot, Conies breathed a sigh of relief, and then said helplessly. But these Qinghai people were actually attacked by the people on the empty, Bia, island? What's going on? Conies didn't know about the Shandians, and naturally he didn't know that Sky Island had another group of people who weren't Aboriginal. Belly button, Miss Conies. The bald middle-aged man with something resembling tentacles on his head greeted Conies with narrowed eyes as he approached the coast. Belly button, my father. Conies responded, and everyone looked at what the middle-aged man was riding curiously. That thing that looks like a motorcycle and a boat, what is it? It can travel on the sea. The middle-aged man stopped the means of transportation under his feet, walked to Conies' side, and looked at Luffy and the others curiously. Conies, who are these? Ah, they are travelers from Qinghai, and I just invited them to our house. Conies roughly explained it, and by the way, Luffy and others also introduced themselves. Hey, uncle, what was that thing you were riding just now? Nami is most interested in the thing that can travel on the sea. Because looking at the speed he had just now, it was completely unachievable by ordinary wind. If it weren't for the wind, it would be amazing that something like a boat could sail on the sea. Although there are other powered ships in this world, such a small ship obviously cannot fit those huge power plants. Oh, you said this is a Vaeba, a small boat that can travel on the sea, but if it is the first contact, it is difficult to control. Since her daughter invited the other party to be a guest at her home, she was naturally her own guest. For Nami's curiosity, Pagia explained a little. Is it really hard? Can you let me try it? Nami is a little eager to try it, and if it really works, this one can also be purchased before leaving Sky Island. Of course, but pay attention to safety. After all, you Qinghai people don't have this kind of thing, and it will be difficult to control the first contact. 99. Pagia did not refuse, although the other party was from Qinghai, it might not be easy to control Vayaba. But if you turn down the wind a little bit, it shouldn't be a big problem. Pagia briefly explained the operation method to Nami, and then adjusted the wind shell on his Vayaba a little. Nami took the Viva from Pagia and rode on it excitedly. Then, under the amazed eyes of Page and the envy of Usopp and others, he drove the Vayaba steadily. This young lady is really amazing. It's the first time to ride a Weimaraner, yet she can control it so well. Pagia has naturally seen other Qinghai people want to ride the Vayaba, but without exception, there is no way to drive it perfectly on the first ride like Nami. Chapter 128. Miss Nami is amazing. Even the Aborigines of Sky Island, it is impossible to get started with the first time driving a Viva. Konis also looked at Nami, who was driving the Vayaba in the Kabuto wind, in surprise, and said to Luffy and the others, "Nami is really talented at this." Luffy nodded, and didn't know the reason. It was not explained in the original book Nami's life experience. Only know that the adoptive mother is Belmere, and then there are no other secrets about her background. Maybe it's just because of the talent. Ah, Miss Nami riding on the Vibra is so beautiful. Miss Nami, take me with you Kabuto style. Sanji turned into a nympho again, and he had just committed nympho to Konis. Nami, who was driving the Vibra, was a little stunned when he heard Sanji's words, and then his eyes lit up, and he drove back towards the place where everyone was. Sanji saw that Nami was driving back in the Vayaba after hearing his words, thinking that Nami was finally willing to take him, and his excited eyes were about to bleed. Just as Sanji opened his arms and waited for Nami to invite him, Nami drove Vayaba next to Luffy. Nami tugged at Luffy, then moved forward a little to make room, apparently trying to get Luffy to sit up. Luffy was not polite, jumped directly behind Nami, and sat on the Vayaba. Miss Nami, ah, Luffy of damn it. Watching Vayaba go away, Sanji's whole body turned to petrified, and then he quickly jumped and cursed Luffy. Miss Konis, Uncle Page, you take them to your house first, Luffy and I can find you. 35. Before the Vibra could go far, Nami turned back and shouted at Konis and Pagia on the shore. Damn it, that guy Luffy actually went to the two-person world with Miss Nami, I'm so envious. Miss Robin, let's go to the two-person world too. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Luffy's back, who was gradually receding for a while, and Sanji suddenly became obsessed with Robin, who was beside him. Then let's go first, Luffy, they can find us. 35. Zoro said to Konis and Pagia, who were on the side, since Luffy didn't object to Nami just now, then there is no need to wait here. Mr. Chef, don't you want to try the ingredients of Sky Island? After going to Konis's house, there should be a chance to cook. Robin didn't look at Sanji as coldly as Makita did, but he still kept his distance and changed the subject with Sanji's interested serving. Seeing what they said, Paige and Konis didn't bother about how Luffy and Nami would find their home, so they walked towards their home with them. Luffy, who was sitting behind Nami, put his arms around Nami's slender waist. Although it won't fall if you don't hold it, it is a rare opportunity to enjoy it. What's more, Luffy hadn't sneaked into Nami's room for a long time because there were too many people on the boat, so naturally he missed it. There was a chance in Alabasta before, but it was finally cut off by Vivi. Feeling the familiar breath behind him and the warmth of his hands around his waist, Nami relaxed slightly, leaning his entire back against Luffy's arms. Even so, the Vayaba is still driving smoothly. However, although it is a rare opportunity, Luffy has no further ideas. After all, Sky Island also has an Enel that opens observation haki. Although others can't see the specific situation clearly, but Enel can hear the voice. Enemies who are good at observation haki are indeed troublesome, in every sense. But now it's just myself and Nami, so it doesn't matter if some words are heard. Even if he wanted to attack from a distance, he was confident enough to take Nami out of the way. As for whether it will do it to others, According to the performance of the original Enel, he should not do anything to anyone who did not offend him until he was not ready to leave. The so-called God's Island is actually another part of Gaia Island that was washed up by the sky 400 years ago. Luffy hugged Nami's waist, rested her head on Nami's shoulder, and whispered in her ear. "You mean the golden land that Rolando said is on the island of the gods?" Nami, who was still enjoying the warm feeling between the two, immediately regained her spirits after hearing Luffy's words, and asked eagerly. Luffy didn't care either, and couldn't do anything anyway. "That's right, and there is also the existence of the historical text Robin is looking for, but that god is too dangerous for you." Seeking Flowers 0. Dangerous? Do you know who that god is? It's too weird, even if you know a lot, isn't it too much for anyone on this Sky Island to know? But Nami didn't want to explore either. She believed that one day, Luffy would be willing to tell herself. Logia demon fruit power is no ordinary existence anywhere, let alone the best among them, thunder fruit. 35. Thunder fruit? Power of thunder. Although it is not clear how strong thunder fruit is, the power of thunder and lightning is understood by everyone. Yes, it is the power of thunder, and the power is not comparable to that of Smoker's smoke fruit. 35. Nami has only seen smoke fruit, and even the power of sand fruit has never been seen because Luffy solved Crocodile ahead of time. So Luffy can only compare Smoker's smoke fruit. Nami was a little surprised. No wonder the other party would be the god of this Sky Island. The power of thunder can indeed become a god-like existence in the eyes of mortals. No wonder Konis said before that breaking into the island of God will be punished. The so-called punishment should be a thunder-like attack, right? With Nami's intellect, even if you haven't seen something before, you can guess something after being mentioned by Luffy. But what Luffy just said is you, which means that in Luffy's eyes, the other party is not his opponent. It's just that we're in danger? What about you? In Nami's view, the power of lightning is no joke. Luffy didn't answer, just made a light gesture around Nami's waist with his arms around Nami's waist. There were bursts of itching from his waist, and he thought it was just Luffy's fault, but Nami still felt what Luffy was gesturing. Rubber? But can rubber really be completely immune to lightning? Nami's knowledge of physics is still quite good. With rubber fruit alone, can he really resist lightning completely? Or is this a feature of devil fruit? Moreover, why didn't Luffy say it directly? Could the other party still hear the conversation between the two? Yes, Konis' performance before, and Luffy's explanation not to talk nonsense, the other party obviously has the means to remotely monitor. No wonder Luffy can resist not doing anything to himself along the way. 4. Chapter 129 Nami and Number 039, S Fear. Luffy's observation Haki sensed the presence of people just as Luffy and Nami rode their Vayaba around the Sea of Clouds. It is already some distance away from Angel Beach, and further ahead, it is what Konis calls the Island of the Gods in the restricted area. The two have been able to see the lush woods on the island. Is this the Island of the Gods? Although it is completely different from the other islands in Sky Island, it seems to be no different from the islands below. Driving the Vibra, Nami looked at the island that appeared in front of him. To Nami's disappointment, the island, called the Island of the Gods, has nothing special about it. It was originally a part of Gaia Island. Naturally it is similar to Gaia Island below. With Nami's disappointment, Luffy didn't know what she was expecting. This island is no different from the Gaia Island below, except for the fact that there are few people in the May 97 and the trees are lush. The two continued to look at the island, Luffy considering whether to find Enel now. After all, there are people around, and it is obvious that someone has broken into this island. And Enel's priest is chasing each other. At this time, Enel may be focusing on that person, and it may be easier for him to approach him. But Luffy didn't act after thinking about it. Now that Nami is still by his side, if she is left alone, she will likely be attacked by Enel. Luffy can't bet on the character of the original Enel that he won't attack Nami for his own sake. Since it doesn't work, it's better to meet him through his trial. Just as Luffy was still thinking about his next move, a dazzling flash suddenly lit up in the sky. Then, this ray of light quickly turned into a thick pillar of thunder, which slammed down from the sky. The dazzling thunder column suddenly landed with the roar of thunder, hitting the edge of the island not far from Luffy and Nami. As the thunder column fell, the area was instantly submerged under a burst of strong light. When the bright light disappeared and he could see the situation over there, Nami's eyes were slightly dull. The trees in that area have completely disappeared, and even what remains are only stubborn branches and leaves, and they are still burning. And that piece of land, at this time, there is only a huge deep pit left, and the land around the deep pit is already blackened. And after the attack of the thunder pillar ended, not far from the deep pit, two figures walked out. Because of the distance, Luffy and Nami didn't hear what they said. But the two seemed to have noticed the existence of Luffy and Nami, and after talking for a while, glanced towards the location of the two. However, the two did not enter the country illegally like the original, nor did they break into this island called the Island of God, and the other party did not intend to attack. The two glanced into the deep pit, then shook their heads, and turned to leave. After the two left, Nami recovered from the sluggishness. If it wasn't for Luffy holding her hand, the two might have fallen into the sea of clouds now. This is the ability of Thunder Fruit? Nami murmured in disbelief. Although I know that the ability to control lightning must be very strong. But until now, after he really saw Thunder Fruit's abilities, Nami realized that he still didn't understand Devil Fruit's abilities too much. Shouldn't anyone like me be able to resist such an attack? Is this kind of ability like a natural disaster really the power of a master? Even though I have seen existences like Luffy and Hawkeye, the attacking style of the two and the ability of these Logia demon fruit power. In terms of visuals, it's totally a world apart. Nami's hands clenched slightly as he held the handle of the Viper. Can the characteristics of the Luffy Rubber Man really resist this kind of powerful lightning? Hey, Luffy, let's go back after visiting Sky Island. I don't want any gold here, okay? For the first time, seeing the natural disaster-like ability of Logia Devil Fruit, Nami still showed fear. This feeling, after being rescued by Luffy, has never been experienced again. Faced with this kind of power now, even though Luffy said he was not afraid of this existence called God, Nami still seemed very uneasy. If you want to get the gold of Sky Island and fight against such an opponent, then Nami would rather not have that gold. She didn't want to hurt everyone on the Merry because of the insignificant gold. Actually, you don't have to be so afraid. In any case, Thunder Fruit is also a devil fruit. As long as it is a devil fruit, it will have weaknesses. Feeling the tender body in his arms trembling slightly, Luffy comforted softly. If you can't even pass the Enel level, then the future voyage will become extremely difficult for Nami, and even for the entire Straw Hat Pirates. The reason why Nami is afraid now is because he has no power. In the face of things beyond his own cognition, fear is an instinct. But once you have seen more of this situation, and even mastered this kind of power, you don't need to be afraid anymore. It seems that this Thunder Fruit, Luffy must get it. If you can't meet the Golden Lion, you can use this Thunder Fruit as a backup. Although in terms of power, Thunder Fruit should be more powerful, in terms of practicality, Lion Fruit is undoubtedly more suitable for Nami. With Nami's sailing talent, the Straw Hat Pirates can become another flying pirate group. No, it should be a more powerful flying pirate group. At least with Nami's talent, Luffy doesn't have to worry about another Battle of Idver. But is there any way to increase the chance of Devil Fruit respawning nearby? Having said so much, the premise of everything is to be able to get these Devil Fruits. If you kill these people yourself, and if 0.4 is reborn in a very distant place, what will happen then? Is it really just luck? Ready for the corresponding fruit? Not to mention that Devil Fruit respawns are completely random, even if doing so increases the chance of devil fruit respawning nearby. But Luffy hasn't read the devil fruit Pokédex, so even if he wants to prepare the corresponding fruit, he can't do it. Do you have one for each kind of fruit? That fruit is spoiled and the boat smells of rotten fruit. In the end, it still needs an ability similar to dark fruit that can attract devil fruit's ability. My head hurts, my own observation haki can see that aura, but there is absolutely no way to attract devil fruit. This feeling really drives Luffy crazy. What should I do? Chapter 130 Everyone and number 039, S surprise. Let's go back first. I believe Zoro and the others should have noticed the situation here. Let's go back and discuss this matter. 99. It is said to be a negotiation, but in fact it is just a way to go. In this pirate world, the people of Grandmaster Observation Haki really have a great advantage. Even Luffy himself, because of the upgraded Observation Haki, has an advantage in every aspect. Since these priests can master Xinwang, that is, Observation Haki, maybe they have the cultivation method of Observation Haki. If there is a way to cultivate, Sanji and the others will be a good reference, whether it is their own cultivation or Marienu's ability. After being hugged tightly by Luffy, Nami's mood calmed down a little. Calm down and think about it. Although the thunder and lightning attack just now was huge, the damage it caused did not seem to be as big as imagined. Before coming to Sky Island, Luffy and another person collided in Magic Valley Town, and the damage caused was far more outrageous than this attack. And the scene doesn't seem to compare at all. I seem to be somewhat frightened by the word thunder and lightning, but there is nothing I can do. Since ancient times, thunder and lightning have been synonymous with destructive power. 14 As an ordinary person, it is normal for Nami to feel scared when he sees such a person who can control the power of lightning for the first time. Nami agreed softly. Anyway, as long as Luffy was by his side, there was nothing to be afraid of. Still leaning against Luffy's arms, Nami turned around and drove towards Angel Beach. When they got to Angel Beach, Luffy found Zoro and their location through Observation Haki. Luffy came to Koni's house with pages Vibra and Nami. At this time, Zoro and the others were staying on the balcony of Koni's house. Their eyes were looking at the place where the lightning had just fallen. After all, such a thick thunder column is accompanied by the rumbling thunder, and it is not too far from the place where the incident occurred, so it is difficult not to notice. Ah, Luffy, you're back. The originally dignified atmosphere seemed to be much more relaxed after finding out that Luffy and Nami were back. From Koni's and Pagia, Zoro already knew that it was the divine punishment from the gods of this Sky Island. The few people who originally sneered at this so-called god, after seeing the thunder pillar, let go of the contempt in their hearts. Although I couldn't see the power caused by the thunder column's attack, just judging from the magnificent momentum, it was enough to shock everyone. It seems that you have also seen the lightning attack just now. 99. Luffy put the Vibra down. Nami thanked Paige and Koni's who came out to greet them, and the two walked into Koni's house together. That exaggerated thunder column attack, Luffy, is that really a god? From Usopp's point of view, it seems that only a real god can do such a thunderbolt sanction. Not a real god, just demon fruit power. Demon fruit power? Is it thunder fruit? That devil fruit, one of the invincible abilities even in Logia. 35. There is no doubt that the only person who can guess this devil fruit is the learned Robin. Although there are many devil fruit abilities that can release lightning. But to be able to release in this most direct way, in Robin's cognition, only thunder fruit can do it. Thunder fruit? 99. Invincible ability? Does such a devil fruit really exist? No wonder Zoro and the others were surprised. They also ate smoker from Logia devil fruit before, although Zoro and Sanji suffered a lot. But smoke fruit is far less oppressive than the lightning strikes we see now. I thought that the Logia devil fruit would be like the crocodile that Luffy solved before, but now this thunder fruit suddenly appeared. Is devil fruit really that powerful? Even Sanji wanted to give up the transparent fruit for a moment, and asked Luffy to help find a Logia devil fruit. However, PS instinct still allowed him to kill this idea. However, in Luffy's opinion, instead of giving Sanji to eat the transparent fruit and doing inexplicable things, it is better for Usopp to eat it. With Usopp's luck, the transparent fruit may be able to play an unexpected effect. For Usopp, there is actually another devil fruit Luffy that suits him, that is the Momo fruit of Burndy World. As a sniper, Usopp has absolutely no problem with his head. What he lacks is the power of shooting. If you can eat Momo's fruit, whether it's speed or strength, your various bullets may be qualitatively improved. But that's assuming Luffy can help Nami get lion fruit. I suddenly felt like I was making a mistake by eating wax fruit. Galtino was also a little envious at this time. The wax fruit he ate at the beginning was not such a powerful devil fruit. 3. I asked you before, can your devil fruit turn itself into wax? You told me it can be done, right? That's right, but what's the use of it? If my whole body turns into wax, as long as the temperature is high, it will be a waste. Wax fruit is really not resistant to 597 force at high temperature, and it will melt when the temperature rises a little. But we are not so easy to encounter high temperature environments. If you turn your whole body into a candle, you can avoid a large part of the attack. 5. Once you learn observation haki, you can even avoid attacks with armament haki by changing your body shape in advance. And this ability is the same as the elementalization of Logia devil fruit. Luffy paused here, then glanced at Galtino, and continued. Even because the wax made by wax fruit is able to shape the kind of attack I can do, you can do it too. Can I attack like you do? Can the Candle Man be as good as you are? Luffy's words obviously made Zoro and others think crooked, but Luffy did not explain. There is a goal, which will always make Galtino more motivated. However, in order to achieve his own level, haki and physical fitness cannot be left behind. Judging from the talent that Galtino has shown so far, at least he can't even reach the level of Luffy's second gear. Maybe when Chopper makes progress, we can go further, but it's still not realistic to want to do Luffy. It can only be said that it can imitate Luffy's attack style, but it can't reach Luffy's power. Chapter 131 Getting Ready for a Night Off. As for wax fruit's fear of high temperature, it should improve after you learn armament haki. So in the final analysis, it is still a matter of haki and physical fitness. It can only be said that the power of haki is too important in the pirate world. Most of the battles between the strong are haki's competition. Of course, it does not rule out that the powerful Logia demon fruit power is completely dependent on the power of devil fruit. But you say they can't haki? Obviously impossible, as Luffy said to Galtino just now. After master observation haki, Logia demon fruit power can change the body shape in advance by elementalization, so as to avoid attacks with armament haki. Moreover, encounter opponents who are also Logia demon fruit power. Unless the fruit overcomes each other or finds the opponent's weakness, is it necessary to exhaust the opponent's physical strength every time they fight? Haki. Luffy had mentioned the power of haki to them more than once. But at present, except for Zoro and Master Armament haki, there is still no awakening trend for the others. Even Sanji has not touched the threshold of haki now. Everyone fell silent when they heard Luffy mention haki again. But this kind of thing really can't be rushed. If armament haki is concerned, it depends on the progress of Chopper, otherwise, he can only exercise honestly. As for observation haki, it's either a matter of talent or just praying for Marianu to develop her abilities as soon as possible. But these things can't be rushed. Armament haki's awakening requires physical fitness. For this, the horn of the unicorn lion on your side, Chopper, needs to be studied quickly. As for observation haki, the most convenient way for now is Marian's ability. After Luffy finished speaking, he looked at the two little ones standing in the middle of the crowd. I'll try my best. Marianu, who was named by Luffy, said shyly. She has always been a small transparent Marianu on the boat, and is very uncomfortable with the feeling of being stared at by everyone. Chopper has nothing to be ashamed of, maybe that's why he stayed with Usopp all the time. The research on the horns of the unicorn lion went very smoothly, and it is estimated that it will be successful in a while. Oh? That's good news. It seems that Chopper's talent for pharmaceuticals is really strong. Although it is in the case of the main material, it is really amazing that Chopper can research so quickly. Chopper, you are too good. As expected of my little brother, ha ha ha. Hearing Chopper's words, everyone was surprised, although Chopper's art has been experienced by everyone. But he didn't expect him to be so researched in medicine, that the horn of the unicorn lion actually has eyes so quickly. Usopp even squatted down and patted Chopper on the shoulder, as if he was the one who made progress. Bastard, even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy. Chopper, who was praised by Usopp, immediately twisted up and down, his eyes narrowed into two slits. Why is Mr. Chopper so happy? Conies, who came over with tea, saw Chopper looking like this, and asked in confusion. It is only right that they have just experienced the power of God, why are these people still able to laugh? Is it because Mr. Luffy is back? The solemn atmosphere just now seemed to disappear after Mr. Luffy and Miss Nami returned. It should be praised. 39. Okay, now that Luffy and Miss Nami are back, let's eat first. 99. Sanji had already prepared the food, but now that Luffy and Nami are back, it's time to eat together. Wow, is it Sky Island's specialty fish? Although I don't know what kind it is, the fish in Sky Island are collectively called empty fish. As soon as he heard that it was time to eat, Usopp was the first to react, and then he couldn't wait to run to the table and sit down. Chopper followed, and a group of people took their seats one after another, and Sanji returned to the kitchen and brought out the empty fish that had already been cooked. Have a night's rest today, and tomorrow we'll go see that god. At the dinner table, Luffy said to the crowd while tasting the taste of empty fish. Hey? Mr. Luffy, you. Hearing Luffy's words, Conies and Pagia, who sat down with Luffy and the others, were a little surprised. Oh? Can I finally meet that god? The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched when he heard that, obviously very interested in that god. Are we really going? Usopp and Chopper were still a little scared after seeing the Thunder Pillar attack before. After hearing Luffy's words, his hands shook, and the fish that had just been caught on the chopsticks fell onto the table. But, if you want to see Lord God, you have to pass the trials of the 4 priests under his command. 5. It is said that those who went to accept the trial did not come out alive. Conies wanted to stop Luffy and others from telling what he had heard about those who had participated in the priest's trial. Apart from God, are there any priests? Although Sanji doesn't have much interest in the existence that claims to be a god, but since there is a priest, he needs to appear on his own, right? After all, Luffy can't do everything alone. It seems that we also need to appear. 35. Galtino took a sip of tea, then took up what Sanji said. I am already a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, so I still have to do my best. You. Conies is even more incomprehensible, these people who were clearly shocked and scared before, why are they like this now? Do you think the divine punishment just now was just bluffing? Don't worry, Lin Yozhao, Conies, Luffy, they have their own way. Seeing Conies' eager look, Nami said comfortably. Although I don't know why she cares so much about myself and others who are meeting for the first time, maybe it's just because of her kindness. Don't worry, we are tourists who enter Sky Island normally, and we went to see him in accordance with the rules of that god, so we won't embarrass you. Ah? That is to say, if we don't pay the entry fee, will the Sky Island residents who come in contact with us still be affected? Luffy's words surprised Nami, thinking of the 1 million Baileys he had paid before. If he didn't take out the money at that time, wouldn't the thunder pillar just come to him and others? And the Pagia Koni's father and daughter, who were in contact with themselves and others, might suffer along with themselves and others. In this way, the god of Sky Island does not seem to be a kind god. G. Chapter 132 The Bustling Cute Street. However, Luffy, look, these shells on Sky Island are amazing, can we take some home with us when we leave? After eating the empty fish meal, everyone was not in a hurry to rest. After all, it was still early. Even if you wanted to keep your spirits up, there was no need to go to bed at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, right? Usopp took the Sky Island shell that Konis had given him to study and said to Luffy. A weak airflow was blowing towards Luffy, making Luffy's hair a little messy. These shellfish are really rare and good things, I will buy some of them before going back, but you'd better ask them how to breed them. These Sky Island shells are very useful for your own group, whether in life or in battle. Especially the guys like Usopp, Sky Island shells can add some fighting skills to them before they eat devil fruit. Great, I'll go ask Uncle Pagia. Hearing Luffy's permission, Usopp yelled excitedly and ran out excitedly. Apparently he went to find Pagia, who had just gone out. Usopp is always very positive about these strange things. But that's fine. Some trivial things always have to be handled by someone. Since Usopp has such an interest, it's better to leave it to him. Then what are we doing now? It's still a while before it gets dark, so why don't we go to bed now? The Leju just now dispelled more than half of everyone's interest in coming to Sky Island for the first time, and now some of them don't know what to do. Isn't there Konis here? Let her take her out for a walk? How about it, okay? Miss Konis. Luffy spoke to the crowd who had been doing nothing for a while, then turned to ask Konis. Of course, no problem, I'd rather say I'd be happy. Konis didn't refuse. It could be seen that she was still willing to stay with people like Luffy. Maybe it's because I've always been alone, but now it's rare to meet so many people, and Konis is naturally very happy. Is it okay to go out like this? We won't be killed by that god directly, will we? Galtino asked worriedly, and now everyone is completely confused about the situation. We did not go against his will, and with his self-proclaimed divine character, we would not slap ourselves in the face. 35. Arrogant people are like this, always feel that everything is in their control, and Enel is such a person. Is it, Bia, like this? Galtino still couldn't believe it, but he didn't say anything. Since Luffy said so, it would be meaningless to tangle himself. Anyway, even if they are attacked, I believe that with Luffy around, the safety of myself and others is still guaranteed. Moreover, you and the others are going to play on the street now, so that God doesn't have to come to the bustling neighborhood like this, right? What more must the inhabitants of Sky Island have to die? Thinking of this, Galtino felt relieved. But he didn't know that Enel didn't care about the residents of Sky Island at all, and his goal was always the infinite land on the moon. Then let's go. Usopp will let him go and learn the use and cultivation of Sky Island shells with Uncle Pagia 9. Luffy said a word, and then the group left Konis' house with Konis. Under the leadership of Konis, the crowd soon came to a bustling neighborhood. This is the neighborhood of Angel Island, Cute Street. I have to say that this neighborhood is really lively, and because Luffy and the others did not enter the country illegally, the residents of Sky Island did not show any strange expressions. Obviously, Qinghai people like Luffy and the others are no strangers to these Sky Island aborigines. As for why Konis met Qinghai people for the first time, it might be because he practiced the piano alone at Angel Beach. If you really want to go to the trial of the Island of God, there are boats for rent on the coast of this street, and you can take a boat to go there. It is also a good thing to not have to drive the Mary, after all, there will definitely be a fight at that time. If the Mary stops farther away, it will not be so easily affected by the battle. After all, it is a thunder fruit. If you are not careful, it may cause extensive damage to the surrounding area. Konis, have you thought about leaving Sky Island? While wandering, Luffy suddenly asked Konis. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Nami next to him stretched a hand to Luffy's waist. Luffy dared to swear that he didn't ask this question because he was greedy. Well, a little bit. But most importantly, Luffy felt that this girl's life seemed a little monotonous, and maybe she should go to see this vast sea. But isn't Nami's reaction a little too big? Before, he took the initiative to connect Vivi and let Robin be with him. How could this be pinched? Moreover, when did Nami learn this trick? Although I don't feel particularly painful as a rubber person, I always feel that it is very bad. Just after Luffy's question, not only Nami overreacted, but Sanji on the side also pricked up his ears, looking forward to Konis' answer. Leaving Sky Island? But, my father's side may not agree to let me leave. Listening to Konis' answer, it is obvious that he really wants to leave Sky Island and go outside to have a look, but there is a father at home, so he can't just leave his father alone. The so-called parents are not far away. It's not Luffy's situation. His father is a GM, and his grandfather is Marine. As for his mother, Luffy doesn't know what's going on. If you want, we can tell your father, you will think about your father, and your father will not ignore your thoughts if you want to come. While Konis doesn't have much fighting power, Luffy doesn't need to fight either. With Konis' musical attainment, he can be a musician on his own boat. As for Brook, no one forbids him to find two musicians. Hey, what is this, such a funny face? Without waiting for Konis' reply, Galtino, who was beside him, seemed to be attracted by something. Then he let out another exclamation, attracting everyone's attention. Is it a sea dog? It doesn't look like a dog, does it? Luffy is a little suspicious of the eyes of these people. It's too strange to see such a big difference as a dog, isn't it? No, that's verse, the eternal dream of our airmen. Konis, who was about to say something, was interrupted by Galtino's voice, so he looked over there. After discovering what the creature was seeing, he explained with a little piety. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 133 Page Ye. Is there only one block of cute street in Angel Island? It feels like all the people from Sky Island are here. On the way back, Nami asked Konis curiously. It was already evening, and the lovely street was still very lively. Yes, Cutie Street is the only block on Angel Island, and on this island, there are residents living near Cutie Street. This Sky Island, although there are many island cities connected, but each island seems to have only one residential place. But it seems that Qinghai is similar, right? Most of the islands have only one village. Maybe this is the current situation of the pirate world. Okay, that's it for today, everyone, rest early. Maybe there will be a tough battle waiting for you tomorrow. Back at the door of Konis' house, Luffy spoke to the crowd. Except for Zoro, as long as they don't go to Enel, those priests will not be the opponents of Zoro. But for others, even Sanji, it will not be particularly easy to defeat those priests. But now that there are many people, it is not necessary to fight one-on-one with each other, at least Galtino is not against group fights. Hey, are you back? Usopp, who went to look for Pagia before, has already returned with Pagia at this time. Seeing Luffy and the others coming back, Usopp, who was studying Sky Island shellfish, said hello and continued to study. Usopp seems to be very fond of Sky Island shells, even if Luffy and others leave themselves to play on the street, they don't care, but they study these shells with great taste. It looks like you're making good progress. Looking at Usopp's appearance, he clearly learned a lot from Page. Although Zoro and Sanji are not very interested, Galtino and Chopper are quite interested. One person and one deer came together at the same time, wanting to observe the shellfish that Usopp was tinkering with. Luffy shook his head, didn't say anything, just let them go, then turned to look at Page. Uncle Page, Can you let Miss Conies go to the world other than Sky Island with us? 99. Luffy has always been straight-talking, and he doesn't talk about whether others understand it or not. If he understands it wrong, isn't it funny? Let's talk about this when you come back from the trial of God alive. Pagia didn't directly refuse. How could he not see Conies' mood? Conies has always been alone, even if he is a neighbor. Conies doesn't communicate much, just say hello when they meet occasionally. However, such a daughter suddenly brought back a group of Qinghai people today. And looking at the skull flags hanging on the boats of the Qinghai people, Pagia also knew that these people were a team of the Qinghai people he had seen. Since Conies has such an idea, Pagia will naturally not refuse directly, but these people are going to accept the trial of God tomorrow. While this made Pagia a little unbelievable, he also wanted to see if these people had the strength to protect his daughter. If they can come back safe and sound, the daughter will leave with them, and their safety will be guaranteed. After all, being able to survive from the priests is enough to prove their strength. But if they are not strong enough, then they don't have to refuse. If they are not strong enough, it will be a question whether they can survive tomorrow. As a father, Pagia actually didn't want Conies to leave. But if this is what Conies hopes, then at least she can choose a team with strength and good character for her. From the current point of view, these people are not as arrogant and unreasonable as those Qinghai people they have seen. From the previous interactions, Pagia can see it. If my daughter follows these people, she doesn't have to worry about being bullied. Then, it depends on whether they are strong enough to entrust their daughter. XT. After hearing Luffy tell his father directly about taking him away, Conies looked at Pagia nervously. I thought my father would hesitate, but I didn't expect that my father would directly give the conditions. Did you see that you wanted to go out and have a look? Conies stared blankly at his father, not knowing how to speak for a moment. Since you agreed, Conies, prepare your luggage. 5. Luffy's words startled both Paige and Conies at the same time. The two looked at Luffy blankly, as if trying to see something from Luffy's face. Flowers 0. Especially Pagia, the condition he just mentioned was equivalent to asking them to defeat the priest. Why did Luffy directly let Conies pack his luggage? Is it confidence in one's own strength? Or do you want to run overnight? If it was the latter, then Pagia would never agree to let Conies leave with them anyway. Although I am very willing to go to Qinghai with Luffy and others to see. But if Luffy and others can't fulfill the conditions raised by his father, Conies can't do anything against his father's wishes. Trust Luffy, he never disappoints. Although Luffy had previously suggested that Conies be on the boat, it was a little tasteful, but Nami was not dissatisfied with it. Seeing the two seem to be hesitant, you can naturally guess what the two are thinking. Nami reached for Conies' hand and looked her in the eyes. Zoro and the others also looked at the two with a smile, and Nami's words were what they wanted to say, but Luffy would never let himself and others down. You. Pagia looked at the expressions of the people around him, a little incredible. Do these people trust the man in the straw hat so much? From their appearance, it seems that they are not worried about tomorrow's trial at all. This kind of completely trusted appearance, Pagia seems to have seen such a person somewhere. Hey, Uncle Page, what are you doing? Why are you all looking at Luffy like that? Usopp, who has just been working on Sky Island shells, doesn't seem to notice what's going on here. At this time, seeing everyone, including Conies and his daughter, looking at Luffy, he asked curiously. Pagia was awakened by Usopp's voice. When he was teaching Usopp's related knowledge, Usopp talked to himself about their group's experience. Originally, Paige, who was just smiling and taking it as a big talk, felt that what Usopp said might be true. This man may really have a strong strength, and, looking at the appearance of these people completely trusting him, it seems that he is also a trustworthy person. Perhaps, I really should say goodbye to my daughter. The young eagle is going to fly far away after all, although I am reluctant to give up, but I can't stop my daughter's wish for. Chapter 134 Going to the Island of God. By the way, are we going to the Island of God in such a small boat? Those who want to set up traps also know that those who can escape the two axes, even if there are similar traps, it will not work. The sound of the axe colliding with the candle wall sounded. If you are caught by the other party and run away before you start fighting, you will definitely be laughed at to death by the other party. We rented a boat from the coast of Kauai Street, and after Conies pointed out the direction, we set off towards the Island of God. Galtino secretly complained, but he just thought about it. If he really went back, he would be laughed to death by the woman Makita. Rather than follow Luffy and the others to find Enel, it makes more sense to stay and finish the research as soon as possible. And it was when the ship was coming in, a sound of breaking the air came from a distance. Several people on the boat looked at the axe swaying from the air with unusual calmness. With this level of attack, Galtino's candle wall was completely able to block it. I have to say that Mr. 3's wax fruit has been developed very well by him in terms of hardness. After all, there may still be other pirates in this Sky Island. You have also seen the attack range of the Thunder Pillar before. That kind of power is just an attack by the opponent. So Luffy decided to keep some of them at Conies' house. However, even the axe, which was slashed by strong kinetic energy inertia, could not split the candle wall made by Galtino. Hearing Luffy's words, Galtino's eyes twitched, and he always felt that this was the real reason why Luffy kept himself on the boat. However, although there are no traps, there are quite a few sea beasts blocking the road, mainly shark-like things. Luffy didn't tell them these things yesterday. Is it too late to go back now? Usopp 597 and Chopper 1 need to study the horn of the unicorn lion, and the other needs to study the Sky Island shell. And Marianu's words, although the ability is good, but a little girl or something, Luffy does not need her to fight the enemy head-on. Although it is true that it is not as comfortable to sit on the Mary, if you drive the Mary to the past, you may be affected by the aftermath of the battle. As for Nami, Luffy didn't think she would agree to let her stay at Conies' house even if she offered to. After all, people who have been secret agents can also have some countermeasures in the face of some emergencies. Luffy pursed his lips in the other direction, motioning for Galtino to continue his work. Although he is a former colleague, the Baroque workplace is not a place to talk about human feelings. In addition to being a partner, the relationship may be good, other people are competitors, and the relationship can only be a ghost. Although I can't be completely relieved, if I let them stay in a crowded place, I think Enel won't attack the crowd at will before they are ready to leave. Before long, the boat entered a narrow river, surrounded by lush woods. After the two attacks, no new traps appeared on either side of the shore. The battles that follow must be completed after Chopper's research is completed and Marianu's abilities are developed. Boom! There are 4 caves at the entrance, which should be 4 different fork roads. The words ball, swamp, iron and rope are written on the entrance of the cave. Even if you change the boat made by Baseho Adam in the future, you can do this. It didn't take long for the boat to reach a certain entrance. One is the attraction of gold, and the other is that Angel Island is no safer than being with Luffy. Sanji and Galtino don't have to be 1v1. Those who remained were Usopp, Chopper, Makita and Marianu. Otherwise, being crushed by the opponent will have no effect other than hitting yourself. With the talents of Sanji and Zoro, it is entirely possible to awaken observation haki in such an environment. Although whichever one chooses is not a threat to Luffy, if it is suitable, LU 0.4 Fei will choose to let Sanji and the others do it. Corresponds to the 4 trials of the 4 priests mentioned by Conies and Pagia. You are the captain, you have the final say. As for Makita, it's purely there just in case. As for Zoro, it is the existence of the swept array. After all, he didn't ridicule the other party that he was petrified at the beginning. When you sail in the future, you may be able to use the ability of wax fruit to attach a layer of candles to the Mary, so that even if it bumps, you don't have to worry about the Mary being damaged. Is it so strong with a single blow? Everyone's eyes were quickly drawn to the thing holding the rope. Luffy is responsible for protecting Nami and Robin, and even Robin can help Sanji and Galtino. Wait, what is that? Unlike Usopp, Chopper and the others, Sanji and Galtino were the right choice to match the strength of these priests. Don't rush to relax, another axe is coming. As for growth without fighting, Luffy felt that it only made sense to fight with people who were evenly matched. So, which one do we choose? Everyone has no opinion on Sanji's words. Since this is the case, Luffy has no entanglement and chose the same trial of the ball as the original book. Although it was a high-speed axe, but the cowardly duo were not there, naturally there would be no screaming. Don't worry about them being attacked by Enel. Fighting with Enel et.al., the currency of Usopp and Chopper can't help much. But they were both split by Zoro with 2 knives. Luffy paused, then continued. Isn't that a perfect place to practice observation haki with those swarming clouds of balls everywhere? As for Galtino, just leave it to your fate. If armament haki can be attached, even a high-temperature attack should be able to block a large part of it. From what I've heard from Ganfer earlier, Enel should only drop lightning strikes on those who offend him or cause damage. Although the rented boat is small, the speed is not slow. After all, it is a shell boat with Sky Island shells installed, and it does not only rely on the wind to drive. In Robin's words, Luffy had already told her last night that there was a historical text on the Island of the Gods, and she naturally wanted to follow. And people who can't escape, naturally there is no need to meet. However, the boats that can be rented are a bit small. If you rent 2 boats, it will be easy to disperse if you encounter an emergency. It's an axe. We've just entered the Island of God, right? Have you already set up a trap? Without Luffy's explanation, when the axe was about to chop over, Galtino waved his right hand, and the liquid candle flew out quickly, and then solidified into a wall of candles to block the axe's path. At dawn the next day, Luffy and the others set off. Chapter 135 The Trial of the Ball begins. There is such a big place behind this hole. Entering from the hole where the ball was written, what appeared in front of Luffy and others was a forest similar to the outside. But what are these white balls? The difference from the outside is that there are dense white spheres floating in this forest. Nami looked at these spheres with some curiosity, and reached out to touch a certain white sphere floating in front of him. Luffy grabbed Nami's outstretched hand just in time. It doesn't matter if these balls are just floating in the air. But if it touches people, it will explode, or various monsters or weapons will pop out from it. These balls are also clouds, but they are called human ball clouds, and if people touch them, they will explode. Luffy briefly explained that he was not afraid of these things. Once armament haki opened, he couldn't hurt himself with this level of explosions and weapons. But other people can't. Even Zoro, who is already 14 master armament haki, can't take a few hits. Ho ho, ho, I didn't expect you, a Qinghai native, to know this? Just as Luffy finished speaking, a slightly joyful voice reached everyone's ears. Who? After hearing the sound, a group of people immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Luffy has already sensed the person who made the sound, and Luffy's observation haki is always open when he may be attacked by Enel at any time. Several people looked at the person who made the sound. It was a man with a length like a ball. With a hat on his head, a pair of small round glasses on his chubby face, and gloves on his hands, he looks like a big cloud of balls. Aren't you here to accept the trial of the ball? I am the priest of this trial. Priests? Do priests look like this? For this self-proclaimed priest, even if he knew that they were not the real priest of God, he still had a feeling of disfigurement. Ho, this is the trial ground of the ball, the Lost Forest, the survival rate is 10%. You are lucky, you have chosen my trial with the highest survival rate. Maurice Dahu, the priest of the ball trial in front of him, completely ignored everyone's complaints, and made some popular science with a unique laughter. Hey? 10%. For the survival rate that Mori's Hidahu said was only 10%, no one here took it seriously. Maybe there is only a 10% survival rate for ordinary people, but these people are not ordinary people. Moreover, even if something really happened, with Luffy around, everyone didn't think they would explain it here. Zoro, Sanji, 3, this person will be handed over to you. Luffy did not explain to them the abilities of this priest, only in a real crisis would it be easier to awaken observation haki. If they don't know what observation haki is like the original, then maybe even if Daigo Marino is finally defeated, they may not be able to awaken observation haki. But now that I have learned about observation haki, under the conscious guidance, there is still a great chance of being able to awaken through these whole human ball clouds. Does this guy need the three of us together? For the unremarkable priest in front of him, Galtino did not believe that he could deal with the three of him including Zoro at the same time. You'll know when you hit it. Hearing Luffy's words, the three Zoro glanced at each other, and all looked at Mori's Daigo, who was not far away. They wanted to see what was so special about this man who needed the three of them to defeat him. Ho ho, who, can't you get on your own? My trial of the ball is not so easy, you are not afraid of your three men dying here? Seeing that Luffy asked the other three to deal with him, but he didn't act like he did, Daigo Mori didn't get angry, but said with a smile. Luffy didn't answer, and was greeted by a blue flying slash. The blue slash flew towards Mori's Dao at a speed that could not cover his ears. However, even with an unexpected attack, Zoro's slash failed to reach Marino Daigo. I saw that the ball-like body flexibly moved to the side, directly dodging Zoro's slash. Hidden away? Is it observation haki? Luffy has been talking about haki to them recently, and Daigo Mori's performance naturally made Zoro think of this for the first time. The other party would observation haki, which the three did not expect. Although Luffy keeps saying that haki stuff is common on the Grand Line. But so far, apart from Luffy and Zoro, who just master armament haki, everyone has not met anyone who knows haki. I didn't expect that the person who met haki for the first time would actually be on this sky island. Observation haki? What is that? This is the heart net, the ability to learn from our gods, which can predict the arrival of an attack in advance. Hearing Zoro's voice is not small, and Mori no Daigo naturally heard what Zoro said. But he didn't know what observation haki was. When Enel imparted this ability to himself, it was called heart net. Zhen Wang? It doesn't matter. The three did not intend to correct each other. It seems that even though Qinghai people often come to this sky island, Enel does not seem to have seen those people use the power of haki. It's no wonder that the person with the real power of Ringo 597 dares to call himself a god, because this piece of sky island does not have the ability to restrain his existence. Since you've already attacked, it's my turn, and try my trick too. Daigo Mori, who escaped Zoro's slash, slapped a white ball floating in front of him. After being slapped by Daigo Mori, the ball cloud that was only slightly floating, flew towards Zoro and the three at an extremely fast speed. Having just learned about the effect of this white ball from Luffy, the three of them naturally wouldn't be foolishly waiting for the white ball to come. Zoro slashed past again, and then the three jumped off the boat and each jumped towards the shore. In this small boat, there is no way to use your hands and feet well. Boom! At the same time as the three jumped down, the whole ball cloud hit by Zoro's slash immediately roared and exploded. The shock wave caused by the explosion caused the surrounding whole ball cloud to flutter violently, but it did not cause a series of explosions. If this power is directly hit, we may explain it here. After seeing the power of the explosion, the three Zoro looked solemn. The surrounding area is densely covered with such white balls. If the other party can detonate at the same time, it will really kill people. Chapter 136 Zoro and Number 039, S Crisis. Candle Shackles. Non-Sky Island residents, if they don't understand the existence of Sky Island shells, really can't find the mystery. As for Zoro and Sanji, the distance is a bit far, and they can only figure out their own way. Sanji smacked his lips. It really wasn't that easy. How on earth did that guy throw these white balls out? But because of the existence of observation haki, his candle shackles could not hit the opponent at all. That seemingly fat body, but always rubbed the tip of Zoro's knife to avoid it. These white balls are really disgusting. Otherwise, next time, if I encounter an ability that Luffy doesn't even know about, will they all close their eyes and wait to die? But the two were not in a daze. After avoiding the flying ball cloud, Zoro said a word to Sanji and rushed towards Mori's Hidao. Ugh! Why can he throw these balls when Sanji wants to but can't? Sanji looked at the white balls floating around and asked on a whim. Before he had time to retract his right leg, Sanji turned around and kicked out his left foot, making a full circle in the air. Now I can only wait and see how things change. Since long-range attacks won't work, I have to try to get close to him. Thought long-range attacks wouldn't work. Can you hit me with melee combat? Ho ho, who? Nami did not directly tell Zoro the information that Luffy said, but asked Luffy's opinion. There were constant explosions, and at the same time, various cold weapons such as swords, spears, swords, and halberds shot at the two from around. Then the shock wave should be caused by the shock shell, right? The shock shell is installed under the gloves, which can really deceive people. Since Zidahu did not directly touch the ball cloud, and when his hand was about to touch the ball cloud, a shock wave was released. Caught you! The shadow of the sword flashed, but it didn't cut Yang's body. Galtino, who escaped, Lin Yazeo, because he didn't rush up with him, looked at the cloud of balls that kept exploding, and his scalp felt numb. When I played against Luffy before, because I was crushed by the opponent, I didn't know that observation haki's ability was really difficult. Soon, there were a lot of wounds on the two of them. Fortunately, both of them deliberately avoided the attack on the key point, so apart from being a little embarrassed, there was nothing serious. Thinking like this, Sanji tapped the ground with his toes, and then kicked a white ball beside him. Now facing the priest of this ball trial, it is obvious that the opponent is not strong enough to make people desperate. Several ball clouds hit the candle wall, but they didn't explode like the first ball cloud, nor did Lion Majesty appear like the ball cloud that Sanji kicked. Because there was no such defensive means as Galtino, Zoro, and Sanji, who were far away, saw this scene, and a black line crossed their foreheads. Looking at the cloud of white balls flying towards the three of them, Galtino couldn't help complaining, and while waving his right hand, a wall of candles formed in front of him. Do you want to tell Zoro and the others? However, although they were blocked by Qingxuan, Zoro and Sanji had to slow down, but they still reached the front of Mori no Daigo. Galtino, who had just jumped off the boat, after standing up, his right hand turned into a liquid candle and threw it violently. Since you don't shoot, then I will continue to attack. Seeing that the three of them did not dare to act rashly, Mori shot with both hands, and several whole ball clouds were shot towards the three of Zoro. Kankan escaped Galtino's ability. It was a good idea, but the moment Sanji's kicked foot touched the white ball cracked with a bang. The corner of Zoro's mouth with the words Hidei slightly grinned, the snow walk in his hand crossed the third-generation ghost, and the three knives slashed at the Mori Daigo in front of him at the same time. No, observation in battle is also what a qualified fighter needs to have. Zoro and Sanji, who rushed over at high speed, were tossing and turning among the clouds of balls that were constantly flying over. Even though he slaps these white balls with his hands, why is he able to push the white balls towards us? Although his candles can protect him in all directions, but seeing so many balls and clouds around him, he doesn't have that much physical strength to activate his abilities all the time. Since Luffy saw the secret, he didn't tell Zoro that he had his own plans. Because he was not sure whether he would be able to kick the white ball out, Sanji was always focused. Can he throw this white ball over? Can we throw it over? 35. You can try it. A cloud of candle liquid flew towards Mori's Hidao. Sanji didn't understand, and Zoro and Galtino couldn't see anything, so the three of them stood there silently. Luffy explained what he sensed to Nami and Robin. But just when the candle was about to touch Mori's Daigo's feet, the ball-like body moved nimbly to the side. Since the distance can't be done, then get close to him. Just when Zoro wanted to continue cutting, a strong sense of crisis came to his heart. Tisk. Instead, cold weapons such as swords or stabbing or slashing attacks popped out from the candle wall. For Sanji's behavior, Mori's round face showed a slightly mocking look. Isn't it really that simple? Although the white ball did not explode at this time, Lion Majesty, who came out of it, was discovered by Sanji at the first time. This time, the white ball didn't explode, but a Lion Majesty bit Sanji's outstretched right leg. Seeing the movements of Zoro and Sanji, the Mori Daigo had no plans to retreat, but kept slapping the ball cloud beside him. Zoro replied, because his slash and Galtino's candle were easily dodged by the opponent, so Zoro didn't make another rash shot at this time. Instinctively, Zoro twisted his foot, dodging the hand of Mori's Daigo that patted his waist at some point. The kicked left foot accurately hit Lion Majesty, who bit his right leg, and the Lion Majesty was kicked out. On the boat, Nami and Robin, who also saw this scene, turned their inquiring eyes to Luffy. There was even a flower that popped out of a ball cloud. Then give it a try. The explosion's attack range is relatively large, and it is not so easy for him to avoid it. Ho ho, who, you are thinking too much about attacking me with the whole person ball cloud I placed. 39. But the good times didn't last long. In this forest full of ball clouds, he avoided the ball clouds shot by the priest, but encountered the ball clouds that had been floating around. This is really... Sanji didn't answer, but his body also rushed in the direction of Mori's Daigo. Chapter 137 Discovery. Zoro turned around predictably to avoid the hand of Mori's Daigo that slapped his waist. However, before Zoro could breathe a sigh of relief, a shock wave rushed towards Zoro from the hand that was dodged by Zoro. Zoro, who had no time to react, was directly hit by the shock wave, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then his body flew out under the action of the shock wave. Green algae head. Zoro. Sanji and Galtino were no longer attacked by the ball cloud because of Mori's Daigo caught Zoro's attention. The two of them exclaimed at the same time when they saw Zoro flying out. When Daigo Mori attacked Zoro and Sanji, Galtino, who was already approaching, shot a candle in his hand. A circle of candle shields was formed to surround Zoro, and the whole person ball cloud that Zoro touched because he flew out and couldn't control his body. The various attacks that appeared after the explosion were blocked by this circle of candle shields. Zoro, who got up from the ground, wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, felt the pain in his waist, and looked at Daigo Mori again. Even though he avoided his attack, he was still hit, and the feeling of being hit was not the touch of his palm. Is it some kind of long-range attack? The sudden attack at that moment made Zoro not have enough time to cover armament haki around his waist. But that feeling before, is it observation haki? Thinking of the flash of light that escaped Mori's Daigo's palm before, Zoro thought to himself. Although I have had this kind of intuitive avoidance in the face of danger before, but this time it feels extra clear. Although he could not escape the final shock wave, at least he touched haki's threshold again. Last time was armament haki, and this time, it was observation haki. Zoro, are you all right? Because he was not injured, Galtino arrived at Zoro's side first. Seeing Zoro bleeding from the corner of his mouth and covering his waist with his hands, he asked worriedly. It's okay, thank you for your candle wall, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as a waist injury. Zoro thanked Galtino, and when he flew upside down in the air just now, if it weren't for Galtino's candle wall. With his immobile body, he might be seriously injured by the attacks that came out of the ball cloud. Even if all the explosions came out of the whole person ball cloud, he might have been directly killed by the explosion. Thinking about it now, Luffy had the three of himself deal with this priest from the very beginning. Did you just plan to use the ball cloud here to awaken the three of you to observation haki? There is a forest full of people and clouds everywhere, and you must always beware of the attack of Senzi Dao. For the three of them who don't know observation haki, it is indeed a dangerous place. And Luffy once said that when there is no specific cultivation method, the more dangerous the situation is, the easier it is to automatically awaken observation haki. Hey, Clarella, how are you? Did you find anything? While Zoro was thinking about Luffy's intentions, Sanji had come to him. Galtino had already asked about Zoro's condition just now, and Sanji didn't ask again, but asked about the strange explosion that hit Zoro just now. Although because he was concentrating on avoiding the ball cloud, he didn't see how Zoro was attacked. But the sound of the explosion, which was different from the whole person ball cloud, still made Sanji hear the clue. Does Daigo Mori have any other abilities? That priest can send out some kind of shock wave-like attack, and I was hit by that shock wave. Zoro repeated the situation just now, but he didn't know whether his attack could be launched continuously. Seeing the three of them converge, Mori's Hidahu did not attack in a hurry, but looked at the three of them with great interest. As for the three of Luffy on the side, they were automatically ignored by him. I don't know if he has a big heart or he doesn't care about Luffy at all. Shock wave? So it's because of the Bia shock wave that he can push the whole person ball cloud. Hearing Zoro talking about the shock wave, Sanji immediately thought about why he could push these ball clouds, but he couldn't. It should be because of this shock wave that he does not need to directly touch these ball clouds, so he can push these ball clouds without triggering. I was almost deceived by him. I really thought he could control all the ball clouds in this area. Now it seems that the three of them don't need to always pay attention to whether the whole person ball cloud around him will be triggered by his control, but just need to be careful to avoid it. However, looking at this dense white ball, it is not so easy to avoid it. That's how it should be, which explains why he pushed these ball clouds from his side to attack us, instead of directly detonating the ball clouds around us. Zoro nodded, agreeing with Sanji's statement. Then I will make a circle of candle walls, and we will attack him against the candle wall. Since he can't detonate the surrounding ball cloud, he just needs to pay attention to the ball cloud that he pushes over. The surrounding clouds of whole human balls can be completely resisted with their own candle wall. Hearing the conversation between the two, Galtino said directly. In fact, Galtino has been able to do that from the beginning. But after the three jumped off the boat at that time, they were in three different directions, and it was useless for Galtino to do so. In such a large space, even if the candle wall can be made this big, the whole person ball cloud in the candle wall still cannot be blocked. But now that everyone knew the attack method of Mori no Taigo, and the three of them were leaning against each other, Galtino felt that he could do it. In this case, our line of sight will be blocked, and although the other party looks fat, his actions seem to be very flexible. Zoro rejected Galtino's proposal, which would block the surrounding clouds, but the three of them would also be blocked from sight. The previous fight made Zoro understand that the priest who looked like a ball was not as dull as he seemed on the surface. On the contrary, because the other party can observation haki, it is very flexible. Then what should we do? We are directly exposed in front of him like this, and we have to face more than the whole ball cloud that he pushed over. Galtino glanced at the whole person ball cloud that covered the entire forest, and asked with a solemn expression. Then try to survive in such an environment as much as possible. I think it's because of this that Luffy came to let us deal with this priest. Zoro shared his understanding of Luffy's intentions with Sanji and Mr. 3. Sanji and Mr. 3 were taken aback for a moment, then glanced in the direction where Luffy was at the same time. Are you trying to use the environment here to awaken observation haki? After listening to Zoro's words, the two also immediately thought of the haki question that Luffy had been raising recently. Chapter 138 Observation Haki 1 Appearance. Boom! Che, isn't it so easy to wake up? Sanji, who was blown up by the whole ball cloud again, wiped bloodline at the corner of his mouth a little unhappy. Now Sanji, the suit on his body is tattered, his face is burnt black, and even his hair has been curled a lot. But even if it was very embarrassed by the explosion, the smoke in his mouth was not spit out. Hey, Chlorella, how are you? Taking a puff of the cigarette still in his mouth, Sanji turned to look at Zoro not far away, and asked. I can sense something from time to time, but I still have no clue. Zoro looks better than Sanji, after all, he has already mastered armament haki. Even if you accidentally touch the whole person ball cloud, you can be the first to cover it with a layer of armament haki. However, it is obvious that armament haki, who has just awakened not long ago, can't help Zoro to resist damage all the time. Now the amount of Zoro haki has bottomed out. Hey? You can already perceive something. Hearing Zoro's answer, Sanji couldn't believe it, and Sanji, who was going to take a breath, rushed to Mori no Mori again. Hey, Nympho Cook, is it really useful for you to run wild like this? Seeing Sanji being aimed at by several ball clouds again, Galtino couldn't help but speak. But just after Sanji was finished, Zoro on the other side also rushed up. Galtino couldn't help holding his forehead, he really couldn't wake up, then wait for Marianu's ability to develop, why bother? This is the difference between Galtino and the two, although with the fruit's ability, the current Galtino can still deal with Sanji. But maybe it won't be long before he will be overtaken by Sanji. At this time, Galtino had also been using the Wax fruit ability to defend himself, so he was not injured at all, except that his stamina was a bit too much. Although I guessed Luffy's intention for the three to do this at first, it was obvious that Galtino was still too dependent on the fruit. When there is danger, the body will first use the ability of Wax fruit to protect itself, instead of choosing to dodge. Looking at the two who rushed up again, Galtino could only choose to stay where he was. If he rushes forward together, Galtino will soon be exhausted and unable to move. Ho ho, ho, the one wearing the straw hat is your leader, doesn't he seem to have no intention of helping you at all? 99. While pushing towards Zoro and Sanji who were rushing towards him, he pushed the whole ball cloud. Daigo Mori glanced at Luffy, who had been watching with cold eyes, and sneered at Zoro and Sanji. As for Galtino, he has completely ignored it. Although the opponent's ability seems to be very good in defense, but looking at his panting appearance, it is obvious that his physical strength is not very abundant. As long as these two people who keep rushing over are dealt with, that guy can easily kill him by himself. After all, the release of the shock shell does not need to consume one's own physical strength. If Luffy is needed to deal with you, what's the point of us going out to sea with him? Although each has dreams, if everything depends on Luffy, then Zoro and Sanji will not have the face to stay on Luffy's ship. Ho ho, ho, if that's the case, then try to break through me, otherwise, you will all die here. Daigo Mori, who originally represented the word joy, was not angry because of Zoro and Sanji's words. Just grinning and continuing to push the whole person ball cloud towards the two. Zoro and Sanji kept dodging the ball clouds that were pushed over, and at the same time, they also had to pay attention to the ball clouds that were constantly floating around. Is it really okay for them to be like this? Could something go wrong? Although he knew the purpose of the three people, Nami was still a little worried when he saw Zoro and Sanji being attacked by the things that came out of the cloud. They should still be able to persevere, but if they can't persevere, I will take action. Luffy calmly watched the movements of several people on the field, and did not shoot directly because of Nami's worries. During the constant dodging, there was finally a ball cloud that could not be avoided. Sanji's arm accidentally touched the ball cloud, Just when Sanji wanted to leave quickly, a certain feeling inside made Sanji give up the idea of running away. Intuition tells Sanji that there is no danger in this whole ball cloud. This kind of intuition came to his mind, and Sanji chose to believe his own feelings, ignoring the ball cloud that he bumped into, and concentrated on avoiding other ball clouds. Nymphocook, be careful. Galtino, who has never been attacked, has been watching Zoro and Sanji while recovering his strength. At this time, Sanji was indifferent when he saw a ball cloud, as if he didn't notice it, so he couldn't help reminding him. Hearing Galtino's cry, Sanji ignored it. Now is not the time to be distracted. If your senses are wrong, you may be able to escape when you are concentrating, but if you are distracted, you will be attacked again. And Luffy, who had been watching a few people, also noticed something strange about Sanji. However, Luffy's observation haki has not yet reached the point where he can predict the future, and there is no way to predict in advance the attacks that are not coming towards him. However, Luffy still felt that it should be Sanji's own judgment that made him ignore the ball cloud. 0.00. Sure enough, the whole ball cloud that hit Sanji cracked open, but it didn't explode, and there were no weapons or lion majesty inside. Sanji smiled after seeing that nothing dangerous came out of the whole ball cloud, but an ordinary flower. It seems that his perception is not wrong, that strong feeling should be observation haki, right? Although it was just a momentary intuition, Sanji still had a feeling of pushing the clouds away. Ho, it seems that your luck is good, it is actually a safety ball. Daigo Mori, who also saw this scene, only thought that Sanji was lucky and happened to encounter a non-hazardous ball cloud. However, I have been with you for a long time. If you can still avoid my attack, you will be able to pass the test of this ball. 35. I saw Mori's Daigo took out a stick tied with a long rope without knowing it. As the sticks were swung, the long ropes tied to the sticks were strung through the clouds of the whole person. Finally, after the last ball cloud with a dragon head mask was strung together, the ball cloud that was strung together flew in the air like a dragon when the stick was swung. Amazing ball bun, ball dragon. Then guess, which ball cloud is hiding the gunpowder? It's different from the scattered whole ball cloud. Once you touch that ball cloud, a series of explosions will occur. Who? 4. Chapter 139 Resolving the Great Enlightenment of Mori. What the hell is this? Before he could think about whether the feeling just now was observation haki, Sanji was taken aback by the strange-looking dragon. It just looks like a series of whole-person ball clouds linked together. 35. Zoro is also puzzled, just connecting these whole human ball clouds together, will there really be any qualitative changes? Didn't he just say it? As long as you accidentally touch the bomb in it, there will be a series of explosions. Galtino reminded him, but he was also full of doubts. Wouldn't this guy be waiting for someone by himself? Anyway, be careful. Regardless of whether Mori's Hidao is lying to himself, these balls must be avoided anyway. Even if a series of explosions does not occur, the strange things that come out of it cannot be resisted. Ho, try to escape from Kai Oolong's pursuit of 600. Daigo Mori said to the three Zoro, and then waved his hand holding the stick. The ball dragon, which was composed of a cloud of balls, began to fly towards the three of Zoro under the traction of the rope. He only has one dragon, we run separately. Zoro said to Sanji and Galtino, and then ran in one direction first. Sanji followed closely behind, running in the other direction. Galtino looked at the two who were running first, and then looked at the ball dragon that was flying towards him. I am considering whether to make a candle cover directly to cover myself to resist this ball dragon. But after thinking about it, Galtino decided to let it go. If this ball dragon really produces a series of explosions, its own candle can't withstand the high temperature generated by the continuous explosions. If your candle has melted before the explosion is over, you'll have to send it yourself. Therefore, Galtino had to bite the bullet and run in a different direction from Zoro and Sanji. Seeing the three of them running, Mori's Hidao waved the stick holding Kai Oolong again, and controlled Kai Oolong to take the lead in flying towards Sanji. After all, Sanji looked the most embarrassed among the three, which made Sanzi Taiwo feel that the other party should be the best solution. Mori's Daigo's decision gave Galtino a chance to breathe, and his stamina was exhausted by the continuous use of abilities. If Kai Oolong chased him first, he would probably be caught up soon. Sanji, who was running, saw Kai Oolong change direction and took the lead in chasing after him. He didn't dare to be careless, and concentrated on perceiving the surrounding Kaiyuan. Now it's not just Kai Oolong's problem, the surrounding Kaiyuan doesn't seem to be reducing in the slightest. Zoro on the side noticed that Kai Oolong was chasing after Sanji, and immediately turned around, flashing left and right, rushing towards Marino Daigo, who was wielding a stick. From the way he was wielding the stick, it was obvious that the ball dragon couldn't move on its own, and it needed Daigo Mori to control it. Smart choice, but I have two hands. Seeing Zoro who turned his head towards him, Daigo Mori sighed in admiration, but did not stop waving his stick. Instead, he stretched out his other hand and started to push the surrounding whole-person ball cloud towards Zoro. Cut, it's really difficult. Although one hand did not push the whole ball cloud as much as before with two hands, Zoro's approaching pace was still blocked. One can't do it, what about the two? Do you have a third hand? 99. Seeing this, Galtino also began to run towards Mori's Dao. As long as he and Zoro can get close, under Zoro's restraint, he may be able to create a large candle space to catch him. Although Galtino is not as fast as Zoro, he can create candles to interfere with Mori's great go. And just when Galtino threw a ball of candles in the direction of Mori no Taigo, Zoro's light flashed, and at the same time, a slash slashed in the direction of Senji Dao. Originally, under the prediction of Xin Wang, Mori's Hidao was able to safely escape the candle thrown by Galtino. But just as he was about to dodge, Xin Wang once again predicted the slash coming from the other side. If the speed of the slash was faster than the candle, even if Galtino attacked first, the slash would still arrive first. Before the slash was about to come, Mori's Hidao, who was still relaxed and freehand, panicked for a moment. Instinctively dodged the slash that would hurt him. However, Xin Wang lost its effect because of the panic in her heart, and failed to predict what would happen after the candle wrapped around her. Although I dodged Zoro's slash, I couldn't dodge the candle behind the first mover. Galtino's candle successfully hit Daigo Mori's feet. The originally liquid candle, after touching the feet of Daigo Mori, instantly solidified, forming a shackle, imprisoning Daigo Mori's feet. Success! Seeing that his candle shackles were successfully attached to his normal feet under the body of Mori's Daigo ball, Galtino shouted excitedly. Actually, I was put together, it seems that my practice is not enough, and I will be disturbed by the attack of the mere two people. After feeling the sturdiness of the shackles that locked his feet, Senji Daigo laughed at himself. However, trying to trap me like this is a bit too naive. Of course it can't be just that. 99. Because of Mori's previous panic, the ball dragon chasing Sanji lost his direction. Sanji seized the opportunity and came to Mori's Daigo at the fastest speed. Ho, actually ran in front of me, although my feet are trapped, but my hands can still move. 39. Seeing Sanji appearing in front of him, Daigo Mori had regained his composure and predicted Sanji's attack again. While dodging Sanji's kicked leg, a hand also reached out to Sanji. I see. Sanji seemed to see the coming attack in front of Sanji's eyes when he kicked at Mori no Taigo. Under the stunned eyes of Daigo Mori, he turned around and avoided the hand of Daigo Mori that suddenly stretched out 0.4. The shock wave generated under the glove hit the whole ball cloud beside Sanji, pushing it far away. However, he failed to hit the target he wanted to attack. This moment of stunned, at the same time, caused the heart network to lose its proper function. Crush! Sanji, who twisted and jumped into the air, did not miss such a good opportunity. Although he was unable to fully exert his strength due to the dodging action, it was still enough to perform his own kicking skills. At the same time as Sanji's body was spinning, his heels turned downward, and he slammed into the top of Mori's Daigo head. Aje! Daigo Mori, who was kicked in the head by Sanji, rolled his eyes, apparently unable to resist this kick. The ball-like body fell backward, and the stick in his hand was released. The ball dragon that was out of control also stopped moving at the same time, floating in the air like an ordinary ball cloud. Chapter 140 Embarrassing Galtino. Hey! I finally solved him. I didn't understand what Luffy meant by suddenly asking Zoro and Sanji. The boat continued to move forward, and as for Mori's Hidao, who passed out, no one paid attention to it, and no one went to make up for it. Now that Galtino said that, he immediately looked at the two of them curiously. Is it because of seeing and hearing about 600 color Haki's cultivation to a more advanced level? Luffy asked Zoro and Sanji about Galtino. However, despite their doubts, Zoro and Sanji didn't ask much. The most important thing now is to quickly use this ability. In the battle just now, although observation Haki was awakened, it seemed to be ineffective from time to time, and the two of them could not feel every time they were attacked by the whole person ball cloud. And once observation Haki is awakened, the next thing is relatively simple, just need to keep using it and increase the proficiency. At the same time, he also understood why Luffy wanted the three of them to deal with the Round Priest in this environment. Now that it's settled, let's move on. Galtino, whose scalp was a little numb from Nami's stare, and at the same time his face was a little uneasy, turned his head sharply to the other side. The same is true for Sanji. When he was chased by Kai Long, he could not sense whether the surrounding Kaiyuan was in danger. Although observation Haki has practiced enough to foresee the future, he can actually see the picture. It seems that like armament Haki, it also requires a skilled process. But Galtino's ability seemed unexpectedly useful in this situation, making him give up the idea of evasion completely. His own observation Haki doesn't seem to be able to confirm who is around, but can only sense that someone is there. The non-stop explosion just now made Nami's heart skip a beat. And in the subsequent dodging, except for the sudden slash, Zoro was not able to perceive anything else all the time. Hey! Zoro and Sanji awakened observation Haki. It's clearer than the intuition I used to have when faced with mortal danger. That is to say, it is not so easy to master the power of observation Haki, master. Thinking of this, Nami looked at Galtino with some sympathy. The so-called no comparison means no harm. If he can't solve Mori's great go, then Galtino will probably have to wait for Luffy to save him. They went down together as well. The other two were awakened, but I was the only one who didn't. This feeling must be very embarrassing, right? It was only when he was close to Mori's Hidao and was suddenly attacked by him that he sensed it and skillfully avoided the last attack. Looking at the battle between the two just now, it was obvious that Zoro's slash, and Shanshiji's final dodging, both predicted Mori's Dahu's actions in advance. Hearing Nami's caring question, Sanji, who was still pretending to be smoking a cigarette, immediately changed his image and twisted his body towards Luffy's position. Although Sanji looked a little embarrassed, it was all skin injuries, so he would be fine after bandaging a little and resting for a while. Was it to stimulate their awakening observation Haki? But Luffy's observation Haki isn't quite there yet, just because Luffy's observation Haki is different. These two guys actually awakened observation Haki just because of this battle? This is too enviable. As for whether it will be killed by these whole people ball clouds, no one will care. Although Galtino didn't suffer any damage compared to Zoro and Sanji, the consumption of physical strength was the biggest among the three. The two thought about how they felt in the battle just now, and then said with understanding. Galtino, who was still thankful that he wasn't injured. In the face of the whole person ball cloud covered with the forest, directly relying on the ability of wax fruit, he defended the whole person ball cloud around him. The hardest step has been passed, and after that, it's just a matter of skillful use. I'm fine, Miss Nami. These injuries, for the physique of people in the pirate world, even the most ordinary marine soldiers can quickly recover. After the three of Zoro returned to the boat, Luffy took a look at the situation of the three of them, and there was nothing serious. But even so, the two are expected to go through a period of time when observation haki is on and off. Since Mr. Chef is fine, then Mr. Swordsman and Mr. Candle should be fine too. Moreover, these things called the whole person ball cloud are actually clouds, and the clouds of this sky island are really versatile. Looking at Sanji like this, Robin looked at the other two with a dark belly and chuckled lightly. Zoro and Sanji should both have something to gain, right? What's going on here? As far as his fruit ability protects him well, Luffy doesn't need to ask to know that he can't awaken observation haki. Well, it feels weird, like a flash of what's going to happen in the next instant in my head. 39. Luffy's intention was to awaken observation haki in dangerous situations. Hearing that Zoro and Sanji actually awakened observation haki, it was a little hard to accept for a while. If you are lucky, if you don't touch him before waking up, you will be fine. On the contrary, Zoro and Sanji observation haki has awakened. If this kind of situation can be awakened, then Luffy thinks that if he has this kind of aptitude, he should have already mastered two-color haki. That's according to Luffy's previous observation haki. Zoro and Sanji can be sure that Luffy can confirm his perceived existence. Out of sight is pure, this is the navigator on the ship, and at first glance, it is Luffy's woman, and he can't afford it. Nami, who had been on the boat with Luffy, asked Zoro and the three of them after seeing Daigo Marino collapse. Zoro remembered that when he awakened armament haki before, it was only after the battle with Smoker that he became a complete master. Seeing Mori no Satoru who finally collapsed, Galtino let out a long sigh of relief. Hey, are you all right? Just like when Zoro was blown up at the beginning, although he sensed the hand that suddenly appeared, he failed to sense the shock wave he sent. However, despite being so exhausted, Galtino did not gain much. After confirming that the two had indeed awakened observation haki, Luffy nodded, said a simple sentence, and did not speak again. Nami looked at Sanji speechlessly, really wondered how this person could be so crazy. Therefore, there is absolutely no appearance of awakening observation haki. Zoro and Sanji nodded, but they were still a little confused. Hey? Both of you guys have awakened observation haki. Chapter 141 The Lord of the Sky. It seems that your practice is still not at home. Shadley's voice has disappeared, and it seems that it has been resolved. Inside the shrine of the gods on the Island of Gods, a pale-skinned man with a turban on his head and long earlobes was sitting on the sofa. He was eating with an apple in his hand, and said to the three priests not far away. Looking at his casual look, he doesn't seem to care about the fact that one of his priests has been defeated. Are those Qinghai people who want to see you so powerful? They actually defeated Shadley very quickly. One of the priests was a little incredible. Although Shadley was the weakest among them, no one had beaten him after coming here for so long. I said earlier that he usually practiced a lot, but what's going on now? If he failed to cultivate and was defeated, it's really shameful. The other priest looked like he hated iron but not steel, and it seemed that he didn't educate the defeated priest less often. Well, I didn't call you here to blame Shadley. As soon as the man sitting on the sofa opened his mouth, the three priests below immediately closed their mouths. Because Shadley was defeated, those Shandayans seemed to be on the move. Click. The man with long earlobes took a bite of the apple in his hand and continued. I asked you to come here first, so that you don't waste your cultivation, and the other is to deal with those blasphemous Shandia people. 35. Although he said so, the tone of the man with long earlobes was always calm, and he did not show any emotions like anger or anger. Yes, Lord Enel. After Enel said these words, the three priests responded at the same time, and then left the shrine of the gods together. Speaking of Duyan seems to be almost finished. Although it was a question, the priest who spoke was obviously very sure of it. In other words, should we prepare to leave as well? As a priest, if God wants to leave, of course, he will leave with him. Then before you leave, deal with those blasphemous Shandayans. 99. There are also those Qinghai people who don't know how high the sky is and want to meet the gods. One of the priests with bifurcated hair bit his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but the sound he made was just a humming sound. Of course you can't speak while biting your mouth like that. Another bald-headed Han priest reminded him. Ah, so that's the case, let's go. The priest who was reminded finally understood, let go of the mouth that was biting together, and said. So, the three priests left the shrine together. Hey, are you all ready? Cloud Shinobi village where the Shandia people live, a man with a ferocious appearance and a tattoo on his face, looked at all the people in shabby clothes in front of him and asked. Of course, I have long wanted to kill the god Enel and take back our Sandora. This time is a rare opportunity. Aisha's Heartnet has heard that Mori's Dao has been solved by the new Qinghai people. Weber explained a little to these people, and now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With those Qinghai people at the front, these people can go directly to the head of Enel. If those Qinghai people get in the way, let's solve it together. Speaking of which, how long will it take us to find that god? After Zoro and the three defeated Mori no Daigo, the boat carrying everyone had been traveling for a long time. The closer he got to the destination, the eagerness in Nami's eyes was about to overflow. 6699. Luffy was a little speechless. Nami didn't know how many times he asked, did he really like gold so much? Although everyone likes gold, it's not to the extent that they like it anymore, right? Looks like it's coming to an end. We have to go ashore. Just when Luffy had a headache, Robin looked at the boat that was about to reach the shore and said to everyone. Okay, let's get off the boat and speed up the pace towards the Golden Country. Nami jumped off the boat first, with her back to the crowd, her right hand clenched and raised high, with a high-spirited look. Miss Nami is so beautiful. Well, even at this time, Sanji didn't forget to cheer. Luffy and the others also jumped off the boat. As for the boat, just stop here. It's not worth a lot of money anyway, if it's lost or damaged, it's enough to pay Bailey. But in that case, it might be a little troublesome to go back then. Luffy pointed in a direction and everyone, led by Nami, walked in that direction quickly. I don't know when Nami's physical strength has become so good, and he can walk so fast in such a forest environment. Hey, what is that? But not long after walking, Nami was taken aback by the sudden appearance. No, it can't be said that it appeared suddenly, but this thing has been on the road of several people walking. The scaly body snaked through the forest. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to find the giant snake that seemed to be integrated into the forest. The reason why Nami suddenly screamed now is entirely because the head of this big snake has appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But looking at it like that, it seems to be sleeping, and even though Nami's voice is quite loud, it does not mean to wake up. How can there be such a big snake? Nami, who reacted immediately, covered his mouth, ran to Luffy's side, and asked softly. And this snake has feathers on it, which is a bit strange. After seeing the head of the snake, Robin took a closer look at the giant snake and was surprised to find that the snake still had feathers on its body. It won't suddenly wake up and attack us. Even though Luffy was by his side, Nami, as a girl, was very scared of such a big snake, the king's. This is completely different from encountering an enemy. The ordinary snake Nami is reluctant to approach, let alone such a huge snake. Let's just leave before it wakes up. With such a body shape, we may have to waste a lot of time. 55. Luffy vaguely remembers this giant snake known as the Lord of the Sky. In the original book, even Zoro, who has learned to cut iron, seems to be unable to cut its scales. Although Luffy is confident that he can defeat this snake, there is absolutely no need to waste his energy and time. Unless the snake suddenly woke up and attacked Luffy and the others, it was better to just leave. No one has any opinion on Luffy's words. After all, such a big reminder is not easy to mess with. If you can't fight without fighting, it's better to leave as soon as possible. As a result, everyone accelerated their pace again and quickly moved away from this giant snake. Chapter 142 Azura attacks. Just after Luffy and the others left, the giant snake, which was still sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes. The giant snake turned his head and glanced in the direction where Luffy and the others left, then closed his eyes and fell down again. Hey, how can there be such a big snake? After finally leaving the area where the giant snake was located, Nami breathed a long sigh of relief until the giant snake was no longer in sight. He patted his chest with lingering fears, and then continued to speak. I didn't find it before, but now that I think about it, the wall-like thing we saw along the way was its body. 39. That size, I don't know how much bigger than the biggest sea kings I've ever seen. Galtino has been with the Grand Line for so many years, and he has seen countless sea kings. But I haven't seen sea kings that can compare with this giant snake. But yes, with Galtino's character, it is unlikely that he will enter the Calm Belt, and naturally he will never see a real large-scale sea kings. There are such big snakes in this forest. It's no wonder that we haven't seen any other animals along the way. Thinking about it, we are afraid to approach. The ecology and nature in this forest are 600 strange, it must be the reason that it was washed up by the sky current. Robin has been observing the half of the island that was in Qinghai 400 years ago. Whether it is compared with the other half of Gaia Island in Qinghai, or compared with the mainland of Sky Island, it seems out of place. Anyway, let's hurry up and find the gold. I don't want to stay in a forest with such a giant snake. If it weren't for the lure of gold, Nami might turn around and drag Luffy away. Don't be afraid, Miss Nami, with me, you won't be hurt. 39. Seeing that Nami seemed to be scared, Sanji suddenly regained his energy, walked up to Luffy and Nami, patted his chest and said to Nami. Then don't have to, Luffy will protect me. Luffy of damn it. The group continued on with Sanji gritted his teeth. Soon, several people came to a ruin that resembled an ancient city. This should be what Rolando called the Golden Land, right? Looking at the ancient stone wall that appeared in front of him, and the city-like scene, that followed, Robin couldn't help but speak first. Although the city is basically in ruins, it is an ancient city after all, which is quite tempting for archaeologists like Robin. But there seems to be no trace of gold. Zoro and Sanji looked around and found nothing like gold or gold-made buildings. So the purpose of your participation in the trial is for the gold here. I don't know when, a man riding a strange big bird has appeared on a certain stone wall. Are you also a so-called priest? Zoro was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the man. Although observation haki had just awakened, the maliciousness that the man carried was exposed to the perception of the two even before he spoke. Yes, I am the priest in charge of the trial of Rope, the Knight of the Sky Shura, although you defeated Shadley, but that's all. Although I don't know how these people seem to beat Shadley, but look at this group of 4 men and 2 women. 3 of the men were already in a state of embarrassment, and in Shura's view, these people were just like that. Perhaps he passed the test of the ball by luck, but his own strength is not comparable to that of Shadley. From Shura's point of view, Shadley mainly relied on his balls and clouds, and he didn't cultivate his own heart net. Even if these guys beat Shadley, there's nothing to worry about. You really don't care about people at all, do you really think that you are a real priest? 99. This is what Luffy said, and it always feels unpleasant to be ridiculed by others. If you have this strength, why should you tolerate others' wanton humiliation? The so-called king cannot be shamed, but he has a different philosophy from the original Luffy. Besides, do you like being in the sky so much? Luffy's eyes narrowed, and an invisible momentum swept away towards the nostalgia. Before Shura could react, the strange bird whimpered under Luffy's conqueror's haki, swaying and falling from the stone wall. Shura, who had been riding on the strange bird, felt something in his heart when the strange bird fell, and jumped down from the strange bird's body. "Hey, cross-legged, what's the matter with you?" 35. Although he jumped to the side in time because of Xinwang's perception, he didn't understand why his Sanzang Niao suddenly fainted. "You bastard, did you use some strange ability?" Obviously the other party didn't do anything, but after he finished speaking, Sanzang Niao fell. Without waiting for Luffy to answer, Shura clenched the night spear in his hand and jumped down from the stone wall. Taking advantage of the downward momentum, the point of the night spear stabbed straight in the direction of Luffy. Chiang! The sound of gold and iron clamoring sounded, and Zoro crossed the three knives against the tip of the Shura knight's spear. Even with a falling attack, it was impossible to break through Zoro's defense. "It seems that the mounts of your priests are not very good? Or, you are actually just ordinary people?" 35. Blocking Shura's attack, Zoro grinned and looked at Shura, who was standing opposite with a meaningful gaze. Although I don't know how Zoro can still say so much while biting Hidei in his mouth and confronting others. But now is not the time to tear down the Zoro. It actually stopped. The attack from high altitude was blocked so easily by the opponent, which Shura did not expect. However, my attacks are more than that. 9. Just after Shura finished saying this, Zoro found that the other party's night spear began to turn red, and at the same time, a heat was transmitted from it to himself through the blade. Chong! Zoro slashed 3 times, slashing the night spear that collided with himself. Knowing that the other party has strange abilities, Zoro will not continue to stalemate with the other party foolishly. "It seems that you have discovered that my gun can be heated through hot shells. If you don't want your knife to be melted, be careful." Shura still had a certain understanding of these Qinghai people's weapons. The opponent's knife was not specially made, so it could not block the heat released by Rebei. Is there still such a shell? Sky Island shells are amazing things. Zoro just sighed that Sky Island was amazing, but had no intention of closing the knife at all. "I'm not sure if the 2 famous knives in my hand can resist the heat, but if I cover it with armament haki, it's totally fine." Chapter 143 Heartnet, Observation Haki. The faint air of armed color is still entangled in the snow, the 3rd generation ghost and the single character of the word. What happened to Zoro? Why did it suddenly move to the side? Zoro once again parried Shura's attack, although this time Shura's weapon seemed to be much hotter than before. Rope cloud hit Zoro accurately. The same as the knife, the people who came to participate in the trial before, but not able to resist their own hot shell, the weapon can still exist in good condition. Xinwang is just the name given to observation haki by the god of Sky Island. Sky Island is not related to Sahai and Grand Line, so there will be different names for some common things. Humph, I just cut off a few ropes and spoke up there. As the priest of the rope trial, Shenjiun is the test you have to deal with. The successive attacks were resolved by the other party, and the other party was mocking him like this. Azura, who was not very good-tempered, finally had a feeling of embarrassment and anger. Seeing Zoro dodging the rope cloud that he threw at him, Shura was slightly surprised. Although he didn't understand what Zoro did, Shura wouldn't stop just like that. And when it came into contact with Zoro, it immediately began to wrap around Zoro's body along the spot where Zoro was hit. This time Zoro's observation haki couldn't sense it in advance, and although he noticed the other party's movements, he didn't see what was thrown. "Then why do you face armament haki, who is wrapped around his weapon, as if he had seen it for the first time?" Zoro, who had a feeling, flashed to the side. Although there seemed to be nothing in front of him, Zoro did feel a dangerous aura. What observation haki? And what is armament haki? 35. Galtino said what Nami and Robin wanted to ask. Zoro's knife doesn't show any signs of damage or melting, is it because of the blackening? Zoro moved as if he was being attacked by something, and ducked to the side. Swordsmen who have reached the realm of cutting iron will naturally not be cut by the sword in their hands. The blades of the three knives have shown a faint black color. But Zoro's hand holding the handle of the knife could no longer feel that kind of heat. Although he was a little surprised that the other party could master Xinwang, he was different from that half-hearted Shadley, and the master degree of Xinwang was not comparable to Shadley. To outsiders, the three knives seemed to be slashing towards Zoro himself, but it was Zoro who cut the rope cloud that was about to tighten directly. It seems to have the same effect as observation haki. Is there any other ability besides observation haki that can do this? Thinking of this, Shura swung his left hand again, and another invisible rope cloud was thrown in Zoro's direction. Zoro obviously couldn't get an answer when he asked Shura, and it was Luffy standing behind him who answered him. Wrapping armament haki around the knife, Zoro once again looked at Shura who had stepped aside. Humph! I don't know what haki you are talking about, but if you think you can beat me with these unknown things, then you are wrong. 5. Originally, Zoro and others didn't know anything about Sky Island, but now these so-called priests don't know the existence of armament haki. 0.00. The Night Spear, which had been heated to the point of redness, stabbed in Zoro's direction again. This Qinghai native not only mastered what he did not know, but also mastered the heart network? You can really make excuses for yourself. I think you don't seem to have anything you can do except for an observation haki. Since your means have been exhausted, let's see if your so-called heart net is really as skilled as you say. 4. Zoro, who already knew what the other party was throwing, looked at the other party slightly mockingly, with an obvious sarcasm in his tone. Now that his night spear and Zoro's three knives collided together, it had obviously been a stalemate for a long time. Seriously speaking, the forest-filled cloud of balls in the previous ball trial made Zoro even more apprehensive. The handle of the knife held in the hand and in the mouth did not change in temperature because it resisted the scorching night's gun. He glanced at Luffy and the others behind Zoro, and saw that his free left hand moved slightly, as if something was thrown out by him. In connection with the movement of Shura's left hand just now, Sanji pondered. Shura, who was shot by Zoro's knight's gun, stood aside and looked at Zoro with a cold look. Zoro was actually a little puzzled by Shura's surprise. Is the observation haki you are talking about is Xinwang? But don't think that if you master Xinwang, if you beat that guy in Shadley, you can also beat me. 4 flowers 0. From the previous priest, I wanted to ask, what is your so-called heart net? Since the other party can master observation haki, and it seems that the proficiency is not low. I didn't expect you to master the heart network. No wonder you can defeat that guy Shadley. After all, observation haki has just awakened, and Sanji also has a deep understanding of that kind of aura-like perception. Cut off what you want to cut off, and cut off what you don't want to cut off. Shura, who was confronting Zoro, also heard Luffy's words. Probably Zoro sensed something thrown by the other party. 99. In this way, it should be able to isolate the heat of your hot shell. Whether it is Shadley or the Shura in front of him, except for Zoro and Sanji who just realized it. After Zoro finished speaking, the three knives holding the knight's spear used force at the same time, pushing the knight's spear with the tip of the spear against the intersection of the three knives. If you want to know what it is, just experience it yourself. Hey? What's wrong with your weapon? It suddenly becomes this color, isn't it afraid of the high temperature of Rebay? Feeling the strangeness coming from all over the body, Zoro swung three knives in his hand. To actually use these little tricks, do you priests only have this means? Originally, seeing Zoro resisting his own stabs again, Shura, who had the chance to win, let out an inconceivable cry. Other than the slightly skilled observation haki, other means of attack are not enough to pose a threat to Zoro. Since your god has taught you the method of observation haki, has he not taught you armament haki? 39. But why did his weapon turn black? What's going on? There's no sign of melting at all? The realm of Zhantai has been reached for some time, and Zoro's realm has long been stable. So that's it. What other abilities did I think it was? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 144 Resolving Shura. Since you want to know, let you see it. Shura was obviously annoyed by Zoro's slightly contemptuous words. The night spear in his hand turned red again, and the ground rubbed by the spear tip was scorched black. 3 swords flow, 180 troubled winds. 99. Looking at the Sky Knight who seemed to be waiting for his attack, Zoro was not polite at all. The 3 knives took a stance, Zoro secretly charged, and the muscles on both arms bulged slightly. Then, while the body rotates, the knives in both hands and mouth swing out at the same time. The azure blue wave whirled and danced out, like a phoenix spreading its wings, shooting towards the opposite Sky Knight. Such an attack can't hit me. The corner of Shura's mouth smiled contemptuously. Such a long-range attack, under the perception of his own heart network, it is impossible to hit him. 600 is such a long-range / really useful? Observation haki should be able to predict the trajectory of the / 39. Even Galtino didn't think Zoro's / could hit that priest. After all, the previous Mori's Hidaho could predict Zoro's / If it hadn't been unexpectedly affecting his mood at that time, he might even be able to escape the shackles of his own candle. And now this priest who calls himself a Knight of the Sky, observation haki is obviously a more grand master than the previous Daigo Mori. Under such circumstances, is Zoro really effective with this long-range / Or is Zoro just testing each other out? Luffy looked at Zoro's / and didn't answer Galtino's question. This / has already entangled some armament haki. It seems that during this time, Zoro's armament haki progressed very quickly. Do you want to block Shura's dodging space by relying on the wide-ranging / of the 108 troubled winds? The next step should be to approach with extreme speed and then attack at close range, right? At Zoro's speed, at this distance, he was able to catch up with the / that he sent out. Sure enough, when Shura's attention was attracted by the / Zoro took a small step forward. It was just such a step that Zoro was already on the offensive. The blue wave like a phoenix quickly approached Shura. Shura looked at the / that shrouded him in all directions, and the contempt at the corner of his mouth remained the same. Even though this / seemed to completely cover him, his heart still found the vacancy of this / It's here. 9. Shura's figure moved, and he moved towards the flaw in the / in Xinwang's perception. What you're waiting for is you dodge this way. Zoro's voice appeared in Shura's ears. Shura's eyes widened when he heard the voice, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart network suddenly issued a warning. However, that moment of astonishment completely disturbed Shura Xinwang's perception. Moreover, at this time, in order to avoid Zoro's previous / Shura was just at the moment when the old power was just gone and the new power was not born. Shura, who had no strength under his feet, fell directly under Zoro's attack. Same process, same result. 3 swords, ghost /. As Shura's heart trembled, Zoro's figure appeared behind Shura out of thin air. He squatted down and opened his hands. With the speed of ghost /, Zoro cut Shura's chest with 3 knives when Shura was dodging the /. The air was still filled with a faint blood mist, but Shura had already fallen heavily to the ground. These so-called priests may indeed have some observation haki, but they are not grand masters. Even if this Shura said that his heart net was more skilled than the ball trial priest named Shadley. But that's about it. So that's the case, isn't this the same trick just now? 55. Seeing that Zoro defeated this Shura who was obviously more powerful than the previous fat priest so quickly, Galtino was stunned at first, but then reacted again. The process of defeating this heavenly knight is exactly the same as the way to defeat the trial priest of the ball. It's just that the two attacked together, and it became one person to attack twice. However, Galtino also had to admire Zoro. With that kind of speed, if he was attacking himself, he would not be able to react at all. In other words, if he faced Zoro himself, his fate would be similar to that of the priest. No, maybe he fell directly under that slash. After all, I haven't awakened observation haki, and the hardness of the candle can't stop the slash of Zoro, who can cut iron. It's not bad, green algae head, it was solved so quickly. Unlike Galtino's surprise, Sanji was much calmer. Perhaps in his opinion, it is a matter of course that Zoro can defeat this man named Shura. Although the two seem to be completely incompatible with each other at ordinary times, I really want to say that the person who knows Zoro the most, except for Luffy, who was a lot stronger than them, there was only Sanji. This is also because Luffy has a plot advantage. However, when Sanji said this, he was secretly anxious. Zoro not only awakened armament haki, but also observation haki this time. And now, I just awakened observation haki with Zoro. If you don't work harder, don't say Luffy, even Zoro may throw yourself far away. Zoro glanced at Sanji, did not speak, just silently retracted the three knives into their scabbards and hung them back on his waist. Even though his two-color haki is fully awakened now, he doesn't seem to be able to close the distance with Luffy. Even because of the awakening of observation haki, after learning about observation haki personally, Zoro felt that the distance between the two seemed to be even more distant. I thought that after awakening observation haki, I could sense the difference between the two. But now my own observation haki, it seems that the gap between 0.4 and Luffy is a bit big. Before Luffy used the observation haki, he could even find crocodile bombs in big cities like Albina. But now that he has also awakened observation haki, he found that his observation haki seems to be unable to completely cover such an area. Zoro looked at Luffy, and saw that Luffy seemed to have always maintained a calm face, and the fighting intent in his eyes was burning more and more fiercely. Since people have solved it, let's walk around this ruins to see if there is any gold or historical text left behind. Luffy naturally felt Zoro's fighting spirit, but now was not the right time. The current Zoro, if he fights with himself, will only be unilaterally beaten by himself, so let's wait for 2 years to talk about it. Chapter 145. Zoro also knew that it was totally meaningless to fight Luffy now, and what he wanted was a battle, not a challenge like with Hawkeye. In other words, if you want to get gold, you must defeat the gods here. No, remembering the past is not something we should do. How is it? Is there any gain? 99. Does Captain Luffy know where the historical text is? After all, the original Rayleigh said that in the presence of observation haki, even the true speed of light can be avoided by predicting in advance. Is it really powerful enough to be called a god, or is it just a frog at the bottom of a well that has never seen the vast ocean? Really? Don't lie to me. Oh? Have you finally been able to meet that god? As for the Ark of Proverbs, Luffy doesn't feel a pity, not to mention that it needs lightning as a driving force to move forward. And Luffy already knew that all the gold here was taken away by Enel, Zoro, and the others would have nothing to gain except to help Robin find ancient texts. How to bypass Enel's perception is the main problem to deal with Enel. Besides myself, there are other guests who have visited this island of gods. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami hurriedly urged Zoro and the others to search around. Listening to Luffy's words, it is obvious that he knew that there is no historical text here, but he still asked a few people to find it. Hey, Luffy, can your observation haki find gold here? Of course Luffy knew there was no gold left here, but it would be nice to let them know about such an ancient city. It was hard to reach the destination, but no gold was found. Is it there? At that time, as long as Enel is killed, naturally all the gold will be Luffy's. Robin said something pointedly. So Zoro just glanced at Luffy with a wary look, and didn't do anything else. When the time comes to really fight, Nami will naturally understand. Also, isn't the Thousand Sunny, made with reference to Pluton's design, more fragrant than the Ark of Proverbs? Is it because you see that you are not only interested in the historical text? But other than exclaiming that there is such a big vine, everyone didn't think about it anywhere else. Sanji responded with love in his eyes, then took the lead and walked towards the ruins with his lower body twisted. With the ability of observation haki that Luffy has shown before, Nami feels that Luffy can fully perceive the position of gold with observation haki. Luffy saw Nami's expression and knew what she was worried about, but it was useless to say anything now. Okay, there must be gold on this sky island. After Robin has seen the ancient civilization here, we will continue to set off. 99. This is mainly said to Robin, Zoro's main purpose of gold. Maybe this is the changing of the times. Nothing lasts forever. The structure of the city, though, does look different from where we've been before. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami immediately regained his spirits, and his originally disappointed expression was replaced by surprise. And Robin also picked a direction to go, but her main purpose is to see if there is any historical text or ancient civilization. Quick, quick, everyone, go and see if there is any gold left. 39. Thinking of the previous Thunder Pillar attack, Nami was still a little worried, and the originally surprised face became a little more tangled. There's no more gold here, just a few dozen words left over from Gaia Island. Even if Luffy got Thunder Fruit, it is not so easy to make a master able to drive the Ark of Proverbs. As for the historical text, it's not here. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami's charming face was full of disappointment. This is indeed a part of Gaia Island. This relic is also known as the Golden Land of Sandora. How about it, are you interested in hearing about the history here? 9. Luffy certainly won't let Nami down, all the gold here is used by Enel as a motto. Since this place has been explored, let's continue to set off. If you want to come, the final destination of this trip is almost here. Seeing everyone else start to move, Nami's eyes turned to Bailey's and looked at Luffy. What's more, the speed of lightning is not as fast as the speed of light. Now that Luffy says there's no gold here, Nami doesn't bother to explore the ruins. Yes, Miss Nami. Luffy glanced up at the huge vine that was invisible even on Sky Island in the distance. As long as I can grasp the future of myself and the people I care about, I paused, and Luffy continued. After the initial horror, several people are now full of interest in the Thunder Fruit ability who claims to be a god. As an archaeologist, Robin is very interested in various ancient civilizations. Robin is quite satisfied with the harvest of this trip. He was able to understand some ancient civilizations. Although he did not find the historical text, it was a worthwhile trip. Luffy's words made Zoro and the others energized immediately. It didn't take long for the people who left to return one after another. But does Luffy mean to kill that god? I heard him say before that all the gold was taken away by that god. As for the Mary, Luffy had an idea, but won't know until then. Although it is a rare opportunity to experience the architecture of ancient civilizations, Nami is not very interested, it is better to stay with Luffy for a while. Although he has traveled to this world, Luffy is not very interested in the past of this world. But when Zoro and others searched for 600 traces of this relic, they still found that this place is very different from other places. Does it do the same thing as the original Luffy? But does that really work? There is no treasure like gold, but ancient writings have indeed been found in several places. Ah! Why is this? Now look at what Luffy means, is there something else on that giant vine? Although Luffy didn't say it explicitly, everyone understood what Luffy meant. Everyone followed Luffy's line of sight, even though they had spotted the huge vine that was soaring into the sky before. Although the local culture of each place is different, the architectural style is basically the same. The real trouble with Enel is his observation haki, which has been amplified by thunder fruit. Galtino and Zoro didn't say anything, and looked in the other direction. The last person to arrive is of course Robin, who needs to study the text, but it didn't take much time. Although the historical text does interest Robin, it is only because the historical text may record the complete ancient history. If it's just speed, it's not going to cause any trouble for Luffy. Chapter 146 Marianu and number 039, S. Observation. If observation haki can really only predict other people's actions by perceiving their thoughts, isn't the sniper outside the perception range a shot in a shot? Or is Xinwang really just an ability derived from thunder fruit? But in this case, how to explain that these priests can also learn the net of heart? It's useless to think about these now, and we still have to wait until we really get it right before we can understand the specific situation. Following observation haki's perception, Luffy took Zoro and the others forward and walked towards a certain shrine in the perception. Tisk, even Shura was killed? It seems that the people who came to the trial this time are not simple. The two priests of Trial of Swamp and Trial of Iron, who were rushing in the direction of the Sandians, suddenly stopped their rapid progress. In their perception, Shura's voice could no longer be heard. Don't talk nonsense, let's deal with those Shandia people first and then find those Qinghai people. As for Shura and Shadley, we can only blame them for not practicing properly. The bald-headed priest said to the priest with forked hair. The two looked at each other without speaking, and then continued to set off. Interesting, isn't even Shura an opponent? Maybe they can follow him to the infinite land. Enel, who was lying on his side on the sofa, kept his heart open, and when he found that Shura's voice disappeared, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. When he was about to go to the infinite land, he could meet such a group of people, and it seemed that the remaining period of time would not be boring. If that's the case, I'll do some exercise. After whispering to himself, Enel sat up on the sofa and took an apple from the table. Click! In the flash of thunder, with the roar of thunder, Enel's figure disappeared in front of the sofa, and there seemed to be a crisp apple-biting sound echoing in place. Hey, Lanky, what's the matter? 35. A group of Shandians are carrying various weapons through the forest of the Isle of Gods. At this moment, among the Shandians, a woman suddenly stopped and seemed to be looking for something. The man walking in front of her looked back at her and asked inexplicably. No, it's nothing, you go first, I'll catch up soon. The woman shook her head to indicate that it was fine, and the man did not stay. As a soldier, since the other party said it was fine, there was no need to struggle. Seeing her comrades, they all took a step forward. The Shandia woman named Lankai squatted down and took a small cloth bag from her waist. Then I took some dirt under a tree somewhere and put it in. That's about it. 35. When the soil was almost done, Lan Chi tied the cloth bag and pinned it back to her waist. Glancing at the direction in which the companions left, he followed up again. Hey? Left? Was it for us, or for those Shandians? Luffy, who was leading Zoro and the others to the shrine where Enel was, suddenly stopped. Luffy's observation haki doesn't cover as much as the thunder fruit boosted Enel. But it's more than enough for this island of the gods. Enel left the shrine and naturally couldn't hide from Luffy, who had been opened by observation haki. What's the matter, Luffy? Seeing Luffy stop, the rest of the people also stopped and looked at Luffy curiously. That god seems to have left his shrine. Luffy didn't hide Zoro and the others. He originally went to find Enel, but now that Enel left suddenly, there's nothing wrong with this kind of thing. Leave? Where are we going now? Can you sense where he went? Luffy was not surprised to know where God was and who was God. It's just that now that the other party has left the place where he was originally, will these people continue to go to the place where he was before? It doesn't matter, we just go directly to his shrine, as long as he hasn't left Sky Island, he will return to the shrine. Moreover, he and others came to him specially, and the two priests who defeated him one after another, with Enel's character, will definitely come to see him and others. Everyone nodded and saw Luffy continue to move forward, they also took a step and followed again. I said Mr. Usopp, Mr. Luffy, and they'll be all right. Koni's house, Koni's was sitting on the sofa uneasy. Finally, Koni's couldn't help looking at Usopp, who was still studying various tools, and asked worriedly. Don't worry, if Luffy is around, you don't have to worry about them at all, Luffy is super strong. Usopp answered Koni's question without looking up, his words full of confidence in Luffy. Koni's was still worried, wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. God Enel, in the eyes of their Sky Island people, is a completely invincible existence. No, let alone victory, after seeing the attack called God's punishment, he didn't even dare to resist. Now that he has just made friends with these people, but he has to watch them go to war with such an invincible god, Koni's really can't feel at ease. Nothing wrong, Miss Koni's, if you really want to go on an adventure with Luffy, please try to trust Luffy. 99. Usopp raised his head and pushed the magnifying lens he wore on his eyes to his forehead, looking at Koni's, who was restless at the moment. That expression, which was completely different from the usual nonsense, was full of seriousness at this time. Mr. Usopp. Koni's stared blankly at Usopp. She didn't expect Usopp, Luffy's partner, to not worry about Luffy and them at all. Long-nosed is right, Captain Luffy will be fine. King's good. Makita, who was doing nothing on the side, also spoke. The strength that Luffy showed along the way made Makita have no doubt that Luffy could defeat the god. Yet, Miss Koni's, Mr. Luffy, they'll be all right. Even Marianu, who had been sitting quietly, couldn't help but speak. As the weakest person on the Mary, Marianu has been secretly observing Luffy and the others. But whether it is Mr. Swordsman, Mr. Chef, or even the latest addition to Miss Robin, they seem to have full confidence in Luffy. Even himself, when Koni's mentioned the safety of Luffy and others, he always believed that Mr. Luffy would be able to return safely with the few people who left. It is obviously a pirate ship, but the people on the ship have not seen the intrigue, insidiousness, and viciousness. It seems that Mr. Luffy has a natural ability to draw people close. Chapter 147 Arrival at the Shrine of God. Who are you? However, you can also see the general structure from the outside. What is the inside of the shrine? Except for a glimpse from the door, you can't see anything. With an explosion, electric lights flickered, and a pale-skinned man with long earlobes appeared in front of Luffy and the others. Humph! Those blasphemous guys, who are trying to overthrow God's rule, and want to rob God's holy things, if I say, Lord Enel should impose divine punishment and kill them all. He himself, on the other hand, stayed where he was, watching Luffy and the others, but did not leave, nor did he intend to invite Luffy and others in. The only foreigners in this island of gods are Luffy. Zoro and Sanji, who noticed the soldier's eyes, looked at each other. Luffy stepped forward, now between Zoro and Sanji, and looked at the guard soldiers calmly in front of him. Although the speed of thunder and lightning is not the speed of light, if it is just the island of the gods, it can be reached in an instant. There are very few people who have passed the trial of a priest. The leading guard was shocked when he heard Luffy's words. Since God came to this Sky Island, no one has been able to pass the trials of two priests at the same time. Zoro and Sanji stepped forward at the same time and blocked in front of several people. As long as the other party has the intention of attacking, they can take the lead to solve them. What? Actually defeated the two trial priests? Nami silently complained that the Shandian attacked the Mary indiscriminately before. Enel intends to subdue Luffy and others, so naturally he will not directly attack Luffy and others without saying a word. But it's also thanks to them that they don't understand Enel's abilities. No, it can't be said that there is no, that is, the pattern of 3 hooks is printed on the wall. Or is it using the power of elementalization to transform the body into something like this? God has imposed sanctions. Since you are here, it must be those damn Shandians who broke into the island of God. Boom! Even the war ghost Weber, who can use the platoon shells many times, can't last long in Enel's hands. Seeing that the guarding soldiers had no intention of letting them in, everyone didn't care. Everyone said one sentence to another, completely ignoring the guard soldiers who stayed to guard. A man with a white turban on his head has a string of small drums running through his body and connecting to his back. Sure enough, in the perception of Luffy's observation haki, those Shandians who entered the island of the gods were falling one by one. Otherwise, even the descendants of the great warrior Calgary might not have the courage to land on this island of gods again. He also saw the guard soldier who was attacked by lightning, with fear in his eyes, but also a little fanaticism. If it weren't for Luffy and the others, they might have been killed before they even boarded Sky Island. Why did the Shandians come to the island of the gods? It did, but it doesn't seem to be killed, and I don't know what Enel thought about it. Those Shandia people came just right, and they could show their strength in front of these people, maybe they could save some time. Judging from the Sandian people who attacked him and others before, it seems that they don't even know observation haki. Originally I wondered why Enel would leave suddenly, it turned out to be trouble to find another group of people who entered the island of God. Now, these people who appeared in front of them actually defeated the 2 priests, which was far beyond the expectations of these guards. But with the strength of those Shandians, Enel didn't need much time to deal with them. It seems that the other party is going to deal with the invading Shandians, maybe we won't have to wait long before he will come back. Didn't you say that you can meet your god if you pass the test of God? We have passed the test of the ball and defeated the priest of the test of rope. Looking at Luffy, the transmigrator was numb, and looking at him, it didn't look like he used elementalization. Just when Luffy and the others were doing nothing, a lightning attack like the one they had seen before came from a certain direction on the island of God. It's really good, as expected of a place where God lives. It seems to have been resolved, then, next, it's our turn. It seems that those people are really unpleasant. Instead, I looked at the surrounding buildings, but it was very Japanese-style shrine style, but there was nothing special about it. The roar of thunder and lightning from all over the island of God has stopped, Zoro grinned and said with a sense of excitement. If these people really defeated Lord Shadley and Lord Shura, they would not be able to stop them by themselves. If 603 you want to see Lord Enel, just wait here for him to come back. Moreover, they came to see God through normal means, and they did not need to stop them by themselves and others. Does this shrine look very stylish? The leading guard soldier said something to Luffy and the others, and then waved to the soldiers behind him, making them all retreat. Just when Luffy and the others appeared in front of the shrine where Enel was before, a team of armed men stopped Luffy and the others. It seems that this god, Enel, in the eyes of these people, is indeed an uncompromising god. After all, it is something that can store lightning, so it should not be able to do anything. After seeing such an attack, how dare you come to the island of God? The previous person who broke into the island of God, Luffy sensed that the other party's breath had completely disappeared. These people have neither armament haki nor sea stone, and with those Sky Island shells alone, they can't even touch Enel. But although you have passed the test, Lord Enel is not here at this time. I don't know why Enel wants to print these 3 Guya patterns. He seems to have it on his own drum, but he doesn't know what it means. In the end, until the Shandian who was able to send out a shock wave of enormous power in the picture fell down. Those sudden intruders have all been dealt with, and now, no one can disturb us, all the guests from Qinghai. 55. Although the other party can't stop them if they force their way in, it's different from letting them in privately. Boom! It seems that these escort soldiers are deeply disgusted by those Shandians. I don't know what they have been doing for so many years, but they haven't learned about Enel's ability for 6 years. After all, it is the residence of God, Enel, and he would not dare to put Luffy and others in it without Enel's order. Chapter 148 vs Enel. Lord Enel is so polite to these people? 99. When Enel said these words, Zoro and others had already put on a fighting posture. He even knew that since he was able to use this ability, he would no longer be able to swim under the sea of clouds. Not even a single step was moved. Luffy pulled Zoro and Sanji behind him, but he still had no plans to dodge. It seems that your attack is ineffective against me. But out of fear of thunder and lightning for ordinary people, Nami couldn't help but ask. Infinity? Where is that? The 3 Guyu on the drum surface seemed to have come to life, and after a positive transformation, they turned into 2 blue electric beasts. Luffy's words made Enel's normally calm face suddenly change color. It's impossible. How can people be immune to God's attack? It must be that the power of the lightning I used is too small. From Enel's point of view, the strength of these people in front of them is really good, and the fact that they can defeat Shadley and Shura has already demonstrated this. You don't need to worry about this, as long as you join me, you will naturally see what the infinite land is. However, it turned out that Enel's attack had absolutely no effect on Luffy. Yes, I am the ruler of this Sky Island, and the god in the mouths of those Sky Island residents. If you really don't agree, then you don't mind letting them taste the power of God's sanction. However, the fact disappointed him, and after the more shining thunder light disappeared, Luffy was still standing in the place where he just stood intact. Enel grinned at Luffy, who was directly hit by his thunder beast. He didn't believe that the man in front of him was really immune to his thunder and lightning. Enel's attack was not strong this time, so Luffy didn't make any moves to let him hit. Although he didn't know what it was, Enel still knew the meaning of the fruit. Although Luffy had told her before that he was immune to lightning, and now Luffy didn't seem to suffer any damage on the surface. Zoro is not interested in the so-called infinite land. His goal, from beginning to end, is to become the world's #1 swordsman. After the lightning completely disappeared, Luffy's figure appeared in front of everyone intact. Thinking of this, Enel looked at Luffy and the others with a hint of danger. Even if he is not immune, this level of lightning cannot cause effective damage to himself. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. It seems that he can't keep these people. Don't worry, didn't I tell you? I'll be fine. 99. Are there any differences between these Qinghai people? We are not interested in the so-called infinite land, on the contrary, you, the thunder fruit capable person, are even more interested in us. 35. You are the god of this Sky Island. What should have been a very exciting battle turned into a turn-based game 4. It's a pity, I wanted to keep you all and let you conquer the infinity with me as my subordinates. 35. 0. It can be seen from the other person who said what thunder fruit ability he is, the other party obviously knows these things better than himself. The gold I used to make the Ark of Proverbs has run out. If you can join me, I can give you all the gold you get in the infinite land in the future, how about it? Everyone was attracted by the infinite land in Enel's mouth, but they didn't pay attention to the problem he said to wait for others to join him. With a loud shout from Enel, the thunder and lightning beasts that turned into left and right swiftly rushed towards Luffy. Enel's expression didn't change, and he didn't seem to have any feeling for the gold that Luffy and others coveted him to get. Luffy reassured Nami to stay with Robin, then turned to look at Enel. The face that had always been full of arrogance finally changed to another expression. Oh? Captain? Then I wonder if you have joined my thoughts. On the other hand, Enel hadn't reacted at this time, and his invincible lightning attack didn't cause any harm to the man wearing the straw hat at all. Enel looked at Luffy, and when Zoro refused, he looked at what Luffy said, that is, the man in the straw hat was their captain. Looking at the appearance of these people, maybe I know that I am afraid of the weakness of the sea of clouds. Might be able to disrupt Enel's heart net once. This is impossible. The thunder beast that rushed towards Luffy came directly on Luffy's body with roaring thunder. Awakened by Luffy's words, Enel shouted in disbelief, and at the same time, tapped the drum heads on the left and right sides of the drum with the gold stick in his hand. Although Zoro's rejection was a bit unexpected, it stands to reason that the strength he showed should be enough for them to recognize the reality. Luffy, are you okay? Seeing that Luffy still didn't take any damage, Enel finally broke the defense. Boom! Of course, it's not that Luffy can't escape, but he wants to test whether his rubber fruit is really immune to Enel's thunder fruit. As for his own abilities, Enel certainly knows the specific origin. Without waiting for Luffy and others to speak, Enel took the lead in stating his purpose. The dazzling lightning quickly hit the motionless Luffy. From the way the other party appeared, he had already informed everyone that this strange man was the god of this sky island, and also the ability of thunder fruit. But Enel is not angry, although these people's strength is good, but that's all. The escort soldiers were sent back by Enel without an answer. This was the first time he had seen God. Enel didn't put on a high stance when he met someone. The guard soldiers who had been guarding Luffy and the others were surprised by Enel's words. After being attacked twice by you, try my attack too. But Enel's attack was even faster. An arm-thick lightning bolt formed from Enel's fingertips and shot at Luffy instantly. Flowers 0. Now it seems that I have to settle you here. There were already traces of arcs flashing in Enel's eyes. Enel himself does not know the specific situation of the so-called infinite land, but he, who claims to be a god, will not show this situation. That's a pity, we didn't want to change a ship or a captain. I have already learned the purpose of your coming here through Xin Wang. It is for the gold on this island. Now, the man in front of him suddenly revealed that he was a so-called thunder fruit capable. Nami, who was behind him, ran over first, pulling Luffy's arm and asking. Chapter 149 Enel is defeated. Humph! Even if you are immune to lightning attacks, what if I stand and let you hit me? You won't be able to hit me. Only a thin layer was left on the periphery, and it also shattered when it fell. That's a thunder fruit capable person who can create a thunder column attack of that level. To be able to shout out that roar has exhausted his last strength. Luffy's voice suddenly appeared in Enel's ear, causing Enel's pupils, who were still staring at where Luffy was standing before, to shrink sharply. If 0.4 is slightly different from Enel, Luffy will make it up directly. His ability is invincible, it is impossible for him to hit himself. Seeing Luffy in an attacking stance, Enel's heart that had been broken down revived. It's not that he can't dodge but can only resist. The opponent's speed is obviously impossible to avoid. When Enel turned into a thunderbolt, the right fist was already printed on Enel's abdomen. The guard soldier who was watching Luffy and the others ran to the fallen Enel and seemed to want to check on Enel's situation. With his own observation haki perception, Luffy is not afraid of Enel's ability to use electrotherapy quietly on himself. However, Luffy wouldn't let him escape so easily. Even if this move couldn't kill him directly, it would at least make him lose his combat effectiveness. Luffy was still thinking about how he could beat him with the opponent's observation haki and speed, but now he came to the door himself. A shockwave of Sakura pink beams of light was formed behind Enel and shot directly into the shrine. Because the shrine was destroyed, the guard soldiers rushed out one after another. At the same time, alarms came from the heart net again and again, and there was a tingling sensation in his abdomen. Without insisting on the previous arrogance, Enel's body quickly turned into lightning, and it seemed that he wanted to escape Luffy's attack by turning into lightning. He seemed to want to say something, but apart from coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, he couldn't say anything. I thought that these people would be punished by Lord Enel like the blasphemous guys before. The thunder fruit capable person who shocked everyone before, just fell down under Luffy's attack? It stands to reason that it is impossible to be defeated by Luffy with one punch so easily. But although Enel didn't hide, Luffy had no intention of showing mercy. Although it didn't directly penetrate Enel's abdomen, the power of emission has completely destroyed the interior of the place where Enel was hit. Enel didn't think Luffy could hit him. Thinking of this, Enel's face returned to a proud expression. Is this solved? So it is. Boom. Robin on the side reacted quickly and replied to Galtino, who asked the question. It has the perception of observation haki, and the speed when it appeared before everyone's eyes. However, the guard soldiers who ran out widened their eyes and looked at Enel, who fell to the ground in disbelief. Third gear, emission rush. The right hand clenched into a fist expanded in a circle, and in order to defeat or even kill Enel with one blow, Luffy directly used the third gear. The other soldiers also raised their weapons to face Luffy and the others. Looking at Luffy, who took 2 steps back, Enel shouted with the last of his strength. Put yourself in the shoes and think about it. If you and others obtained these powerful Logia devil fruits that are not afraid of attacks. The answer was Luffy. Looking at Enel, who fell unconscious on the ground, Luffy didn't make up for it right away. Still in the familiar position, Luffy made a fist with his right hand and squatted down. Thunder fruit, whether it can be obtained or not, Luffy is not sure. The movement that originally wanted to retreat quickly was stopped abruptly by Enel. Don't hide. Seeing Luffy's sudden change in breath, Enel's originally disdainful eyes changed a little, and his brows twitched. Buroji. A mouthful of blood spat out of Enel's mouth, who had no time to leave. Yet, I feel that elementalization is equal to invincibility, and nothing can hurt me, so I believe in my own fruit ability too much. This is the common problem of the Logia demon fruit power who have never seen this sea. Although aware of the danger at the last minute and his body reacting, Enel couldn't escape Luffy's punch. The shock wave that penetrated through the body shattered the walls of the shrine. But it can be seen from their trembling hands that they are holding weapons. They do not have the courage to directly attack Luffy and others. It is not that people have not been beaten in the past, but without exception, the opponents have nothing to do with their abilities. Although I have seen several Logia demon fruit powers, Zoro and Sanji are not very understanding. Humph! As a god, I won't be afraid of the attacks of you mortals. But then, Enel shook his head again. It was impossible. The other party could not have the power to hurt his own god. Enel's body fell straight back, eyes wide open. Puff! Everyone thought they would see an extremely fierce battle, but they did not expect to end with such an anticlimactic ending. It's because of arrogance. Luffy didn't say anything more, and now it's time to consider whether to kill Enel directly here. With the speed at which he appeared before, it's impossible to avoid your attack, right? Fleeing Luffy's attack from Emission's front, a fist-sized depression appeared in Enel's abdomen. Before meeting Luffy, he might be like Enel in front of him. A common problem with the Logia demon fruit power. It wasn't that Zoro and the others looked down on Luffy, but the situation in front of him was a little different from everyone's imagination. After all, great power is easy to get lost. Under the sympathetic eyes of Zoro and the others, Enel still folded his arms and raised his head 63 proudly, as if he really was the god in his mouth. Enel's right fist, wrapped in emission film, slammed into Enel's abdomen. Arrogant. The flowing haki that was originally wrapped around Luffy's right fist quickly condensed into a shock wave that directly penetrated Enel's body that had turned into lightning. This is impossible. How could a mere mortal hurt me? Galtino can't understand. Even if he is arrogant, he can't directly defend against the enemy's attack, right? Instinctively, he felt that the opponent's attack might hurt him. If you look closely, you will find that the stones that fell to the ground have all been crushed inside. Master Enel. Not to mention those soldiers, even Zoro and the others find it a bit incredible. Chapter 150 Sound. Enel, just died like that. Obviously it should be quite powerful devil fruit ability, but because of his arrogance, he didn't even survive Luffy's one move. Luffy didn't answer Nami, but continued to sense where the breath was going. If nothing else, Thunder Fruit was reborn on the Mary. Thunder Fruit is an option when Lion Fruit cannot be obtained. The escorts surrounding Luffy and the others had been stunned by Luffy's Conqueror's haki. At that time, it would be basically impossible for Luffy to catch up with him. Since you have defeated my current host, then it's up to you to find me the next host. Before long, a smell similar to the previous Munch fruit, but completely different, came out of Enel's body. After killing Enel, Luffy focuses observation haki on the dead Enel's body. Instead, he quickly stopped on the ship that Luffy knew so well. "Are you all right, Luffy?" After a moment of shock, Luffy calmed down again, and at the same time, there was a vague suspicion in his heart. But what Mr. 3 didn't know was that Luffy had already thought about the fruit he would eat for Nami. Although Devil Fruit's ability depends on development, a good fruit can make an ordinary person quickly grow into a strong man. Under Luffy's perception, the breath circled around the Mary and flew to one of the fruits stored on the Mary. If he waited for him to wake up, he might just run away. Now Luffy suddenly said something puzzling, and Nami was a little worried if Luffy was injured by Enel's attack just now. Everyone's expressions varied, and Nami, Robin, and Galtino were puzzled by what Luffy had said. Instead, it is better to kill him directly and bet that Thunder Fruit's rebirth location is still on this Sky Island. Moreover, where is there any sound? These people did not speak just now, and those soldiers all fainted on the ground, and there was no sound at all. After thinking for a while, Luffy chose to kill Enel directly. "What's the awesome thing you said?" Luffy didn't hide it, he was going to take out Thunder Fruit sooner or later, so there was no need to hide it. However, just now they really saw the shock in Luffy's eyes. It can be said that once Chopper and Marianu are successful, coupled with the effect of Luffy observation haki. This level of observation haki, although I knew that Luffy's observation haki must be strong. Although I don't eat devil fruit myself, if someone on board eats thunder fruit, it will undoubtedly increase the sense of security for everyone on the Mary. To get such a powerful Logia devil fruit so easily, is this man really the chosen one? Luffy snapped his eyes open, and a look of shock flashed in those always calm eyes. Although the power of lion fruit is not small. Otherwise, there is no better way. With Enel's thunder fruit ability, if he and others don't have sea stone, he can't be trapped at all. Even haki, in the presence of Marianu, is only a matter of water grinding, a matter of time. The thunder fruit you're talking about, is the one that Enel ate before. What's the matter, Luffy? 35. Zoro and Sanji, on the other hand, were surprised that Luffy could sense the Mary from here. Even if the talent is good enough, it is not impossible for the Emperor's deputy or even the Emperor. Although he already had the answer in his heart, Galtino still couldn't believe it. Observation haki sensed the movement of the breath, and the breath did not depart from Luffy observation haki's perception. Nami asked again. Zoro and the others also gathered around and looked at Luffy. Even Zoro, who was not interested in Devil Fruit's abilities, was inevitably excited at this time. Luffy unfolded observation haki with all his strength, completely closing the perception in other directions, and perceiving in the direction that the breath left. That's right, it's the Devil Fruit shown by Enel. Perhaps, we will soon have a powerful demon fruit power on board. Although Nami's physique may not be able to exert all the power of Thunder Fruit, who made her and Luffy have that kind of relationship? Is it so easy to get it? In their opinion, Luffy just knew everything in this world, and there shouldn't be anything else that should shock him. This voice. However, Galtino gave up this idea immediately. In his opinion, the real candidate for this Devil Fruit 603 must be Nami. Moreover, even ordinary people, if Chopper's side goes well, can completely ignore the problem of physical fitness. Watching Luffy punch Enel, who was unconscious, Zoro and the others were silent for a while. Just by sensing one direction, Luffy's observation haki can stretch extremely far. In the presence of Luffy, the person who eats this thunder fruit ability will definitely not become the same arrogant and ignorant frog in the well as Enel. The aura didn't come out very fast, but Luffy didn't have the means to keep it. That ship was the Mary. Luffy's behavior was a bit strange, and it was the first time for people like me to see Luffy showing such a shocked expression. Feeling the fruit that was changing its appearance, Luffy was sure that it was thunder fruit even if he didn't know what thunder fruit looked like. Maybe not as good as Fujitora's ability to perceive outer space, but if it's just the length of a sky island, that's perfectly fine. This island of the gods is quite a long way from the shore where he and the others docked on the Mary. Luffy can fully cultivate a combat power of at least Shishibukai level in a short period of time. I'm fine, it's just that my observation haki found something incredible on the Mary. But the two of them who had just awakened observation haki couldn't even imagine that they could perceive such a long distance. What Nami needs is not the devil fruit, which is a powerful attack, but the fruit that suits her talent. It was strange to see Luffy standing motionless in front of Enel's body. Although shocked by Luffy's observation haki, Zoro asked the question that everyone wanted to ask: what did Luffy perceive? Galtino regretted that he had eaten the wax fruit at the time, otherwise, he might have the opportunity to eat this thunder fruit. Chapter 151 The IN-10TION of the Lord of the Sky. Wow, is this ship really all gold? In fact, it's not a big deal to keep the gold in Sky Island. We can find a place to hide the gold. Next time we're short of money, we'll just come over and get it. Then, a sound of breaking through the air came from a distance, and a huge body appeared in the sight of Luffy and the others. This was the sound of Zoro drawing his knife. The first time the giant snake moved, he and Sanji were ready to step forward to stop the giant snake. Although good materials, such as base Hoatum, are quite hard, they can be processed with tools after all. It's me, you should be able to do it. Ring the golden bell that hasn't rang in hundreds of years. Galtino tapped his left hand with his right hand, showing an expression of sudden realization. Luffy. So much gold, if you want to melt into such a big ship, Sky Island's metallurgical technology seems to be very advanced. I saw that the giant snake stopped and didn't move after bringing its head close to Luffy. Then, under the puzzled eyes of everyone, he walked in front of the giant snake. Something seems wrong. The huge power of thunder and lightning, in addition to the impact force, high temperature is also the characteristic of thunder and lightning. After solving Enel, it is natural to search for loot. Enel's ability? Isn't his ability thunder and lightning? Can he smelt metal? As a learned scholar, Robin is naturally knowledgeable, and explained it briefly to Galtino. Is the restraint between devil fruit really outrageous to this extent? Looking at Nami, stroking left and right, looking completely obsessed with gold, Luffy rolled her eyes at her angrily. Did you just talk to me? And looking at the scales and fangs, it seems to be extremely hard. Although these Sky Islanders may not have access to gold, there are still pirates coming here from time to time. Although Sanji was annoyed that Luffy hugged Nami again, he consciously blocked the snake with Zoro. The devil fruit that was originally going to be reserved for Vivi, but now that I think about it, maybe it can be replaced with something else. Che, how did this thing suddenly appear here? Did the previous battle wake it up? But, how are we going to take this ship away? Let's not say whether it can be dismantled or not. Even if it can be dismantled, the Mary will not be able to fit so much. 35. So it is. Galtino was puzzled, and couldn't figure out why lightning could melt metal for a while. Those snake eyes stared at Luffy like human eyes, and after hearing Luffy's words, the giant snake's head swayed up and down. Namaji, the king's good, don't know what Luffy wants to do, but looking at Luffy's appearance, it doesn't seem like he wants to attack. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro and Sanji subconsciously stopped their steps to step forward. It should not be due to the development of Sky Island's metallurgical technology, but the ability of Enel. 39. Damn, it's Luffy, I really want to feel Miss Nami's hug. 35. The cyan giant snake that appeared suddenly scared Nami, who was still coquettish, into Luffy's arms. And the most valuable thing Enel owns is the Ark of Proverbs that he intends to use to conquer the infinite, a vessel made entirely of gold. Nami expressed concern about the method Luffy said. On the Grand Line or Four Seas, the vast majority of boats are made of wood. But, if you keep the gold here, will it really not be taken away by others? Hey, he. 99. I can keep the gold for you, but in exchange I will hear the bells of the Golden Bell. Luffy. Today's Zoro, it is easy to cut the Ark of Proverbs, but even if it is cut, as Nami said before, it is impossible to take it all away. And Luffy didn't have armament haki all over his body when he was attacked by Enel. However, now there is a question, who is suitable to eat this thunder fruit? Although not all of them, most are made of gold. Although it is an interrogative sentence, Luffy is also sure that it is this giant snake Lee who just spoke. As long as you have the ability of lion fruit, it is easy to board Sky Island. But the high temperature enough to melt the metal still failed to injure the rubber man, which was a bit strange. Do you just like money that much? Is it necessary to show such an exaggerated expression? The voice of someone speaking again echoed in Luffy's mind. At that time, with the ability of thunder fruit, even lion fruit was reborn far away. Nami shook Luffy's arm in a coquettish way, obviously not wanting to give up the easy gold. Zoro and Sanji on the side also showed their original expressions, obviously they didn't turn around just now. Although he can use the fire fist gun, but at that time he was attached to armament haki. The snake's originally upright upper body suddenly landed, and its head leaned in front of Luffy. Although I knew that Luffy was very strong, the impact of the giant snake in front of them was too strong. But I don't want to give up the gold at all. 35. Robin's words reminded Luffy of Thunder Fruit's ability not only to discharge, but also to generate high temperature. Looking at the huge Ark of Proverbs in front of him, Nami was a little distressed and decided to leave this problem to Luffy for him to solve. Especially the pair of vertical pupils gave people a shuddering feeling, and those who were a little timid might just fainted from fright. The giant snake that suddenly appeared stopped not far from Luffy and others, and the pair of snake eyes stared at Luffy tightly, as if waiting for Luffy's answer. But if it is a metal like gold, it cannot be directly cut into the desired shape with tools such as knives. Chiang. So, Luffy's current idea is to find someone to eat thunder fruit as soon as possible. But it's a bit strange. It stands to reason that your own rubber fruit should not be resistant to high temperature. Luffy patted Nami on the shoulder and pushed Nami away from his arms. That huge reminder can suddenly appear in front of everyone at the speed just now. Anyone who ate thunder fruit should be able to catch it with Luffy. Although it does not melt at a slightly higher temperature than Gardino's wax fruit. It is not very difficult to tear down the ship, but it is obviously impossible to take all the gold. 35. So, Nami blinked and walked to Luffy, and asked Luffy with a pitiful expression. Zoro stood in front of him with a knife and stared sharply at the huge monster that suddenly appeared. Now without the existence of the god Enel, the gold here has become something that is readily available. It's okay, it's not here to trouble us. Chapter 152 LIS10 ING to all things. Hey, Luffy, what are you talking about? No one spoke just now. Mainly, the giant snake in front of him was a bit scary, so Nami had to give up his original idea. If there is this giant snake guarding the gold, there is no need to worry about the problem of being taken away. But looking at the giant snake, it doesn't seem to mean to attack Luffy. Can Luffy really talk to it? But isn't Luffy's devil fruit a rubber fruit? Could it be that rubber fruit can still make Luffy hear the sound of a strange snake? Nami and the others on the side were completely stunned. Looking at Luffy's appearance, it seemed that he could really communicate with the huge monster in front of him. Listen to everything. But how is this done? Is it also the ability of devil fruit? Hearing Luffy's words, the giant snake raised its head and moved around, the body of the snake wrapped around the arc of proverbs. But why are you able to communicate with this giant snake? What can I do? After all, it is my own woman. Whether the golden bell or the text of history, our purpose is at the end of the huge vine. Since Enel has been solved, let's set off towards the final destination. But Nami, Zoro, and Sanji have already seen the odds, and, Bia, have developed some immunity to Luffy's bizarre performance from time to time. Ah, my gold, Luffy, what is it doing? Stop it, it's our gold. However, is there any opportunity here? I don't seem to encounter anything strange, nor do I do anything out of the ordinary. Now Luffy's ability to communicate with strange snakes is really beyond the understanding of the two of them. Luffy did not choose to deceive the big snake in front of him. Although he could understand some human behavior and language because he lived a little longer, he was not a human after all. Besides, there are no other people around, so don't be afraid of being heard by others. If that's the case, let's go to the giant vine now, shall we? Ringing the golden bell is one of my purposes here. Even if you don't show up, I'll still ring it. Either now or before, Luffy said he heard something. Nami's tone was obviously a little disappointed, but since Luffy said so, it's better not to. Regarding Luffy's explanation, Nami had no other idea except to satisfy his own curiosity. If that's the case, then please. So now that you can suddenly hear their voices, is it really the ability to hear all things? But Galtino and Robin are not so easy to accept. Nami's reaction caused the black lines to slide down the foreheads of the others present, and even the giant snake, which had not left, seemed to have black lines on its head. Moreover, if it is a bell, it should be a heavy weight. Can I take that golden bell away myself? Although some Shandayans attacked him before, Luffy wouldn't kill all the people of that tribe just because of one person. It's true, Luffy doesn't know exactly why this ability exists. Although the giant snake in front of him looked really scary, Nami was still more worried about Luffy, always wondering if there was something wrong with Luffy. No matter what, how are we going to ring the so-called golden bell? Wait, the golden bell? On the contrary, it was the golden bell, which once again made Nami's eyes into the shape of Bailey. Maybe Luffy in the original book is very similar to Roger, but the Luffy who came through has a completely different character from the original Luffy. I made a deal with it. It guards the golden ship for us, and we are ringing the golden bell at the end of the huge vine. In this way, I suddenly awakened the ability to listen to all things. What is the reason? I'm relieved by your candor. I've met humans who can hear our voices, but you seem very different. Galtino's words were supported by several others, all of whom wanted to know how Luffy did it. It is obviously impossible for several people to have heard of this ability, and even Robin has never seen relevant information in ancient books. No matter what you humans are like, what I say is still valid. As long as you ring the golden bell, I will help you guard the gold. 99. Once it comes to this, Nami is totally able to muster up the courage to face any difficulties. Luffy tutted, not knowing what to say about her, so in the end she could only helplessly explain. After all, it is not very difficult to obtain gold under the guard of this giant snake. This is an ability called listening to all things, and I don't know the specifics. Can you hear the voice of the big snake in front of you? It must be Roger. Galtino couldn't help but ask, although it might involve Luffy's secret, but he couldn't stand his curiosity. I saw me right before you, and if you want gold, go find me there. Although I also saw Luffy's magic along the way, most of them were amazed at Luffy's insight, not anything else. Ugh! Luffy's words stopped Nami and Zoro, and the others were also attracted by Luffy's words. Originally thought that the person who came from crossing would no longer have this ability, but I didn't expect that 603 would suddenly wake up on this sky island. Is the clock named after gold also made of gold? However, there are so many strange abilities in the pirate world, even Galtino on the ship, doesn't he also have the ability to suggest colors? Naturally, Luffy would not object to Nami's statement, and then glanced at the giant snake. Luffy said to several people. Moreover, this ability to listen to all things seems to be able to hear what he wants to hear, but he can definitely hear it. But obviously neither myself nor Zoro heard any strange sounds. Don't think about taking the golden bell, that bell is of extraordinary significance to the people of Shandia, to Kulak of Qinghai, or to the giant snake in front of you. The voice of the giant snake reached Luffy's mind again. Luffy put his hand on his forehead and said to Nami. The voice of the giant snake sounded in Luffy's mind, and then, Luffy saw the giant snake dragging the Ark of Proverbs and flying away into the distance. Ah! Well then. 35. Is it possible to make a deal with such a giant snake? After all, everyone has their own path. Even if I can hear your voices, I and that person are not the same kind of people after all. After all, there were so many trees and rocks around, and I didn't hear them make a sound. This human woman is too greedy, isn't it? Isn't it enough to have such a ship made of gold? The so-called fear, that is when gold and Bailey are not involved. Although it is impossible to take away the so-called golden bell, it is good to have a look. Chapter 153 The Golden Bell Rings. Boom boom boom. The melodious bells spread from the top of the huge vines. It was obviously just a normal-sized golden bell, but the sound of the bell seemed to have infinite penetrating power, passing through the layers of clouds. Sizzle. On the island of gods, the Lord of the Sky raised the snake's head, and the snake's eyes narrowed slightly, as if enjoying the melodious sound of the bell. The Proverbs Ark was thrown to the ground by it, and the huge body began to circle around the Ark like a dance. On the other side, the Shandians who woke up from the coma were sitting by the tree, resting and bandaging each other. And at this moment, the bell that had never been heard before, but seemed to be carved into the bone marrow, echoed in my ears. Let these Shandians, who were still in deep despair because of Enel's power, froze in place. Weber, that's... Lan Chi, who was slightly injured, looked excitedly at Weber, who had not recovered yet. There can be no mistake, that is the sound of the golden bell. Could it be that Enel was defeated by those people from Qinghai? Enel will not ring the golden bell, then. The only explanation is that the Qinghai people who defeated the two priests defeated Enel again. But how did they beat Enel? The others came back to their senses one after another. The strength of Enel before made them deeply desperate, and any attack would be ineffective against him. Now, those Qinghai people have defeated such Enel. How did they do it? This surprise even outweighed the excitement of the golden bell. God! Enel, is it defeated? Gan first stood in a pumpkin planting field, listening to the sound of the bell coming from the heights, a little disbelieving. Is it the people from Qinghai? Yes, on this sky island, anyone who can defeat Enel, except for them who have just come here, can't do it at all. Hey? Is this a bell? It sounds better than any bell I've ever heard. At Koniza's house, Usopp, who was still tinkering with those sky island shells, heard the bell from nowhere, and asked Pagia next to him in surprise. However, Usopp, who turned around, found that Paige was already stunned in place. Hey, uncle, what's the matter with you? Are you okay? Seeing Paigia's appearance, Usopp didn't know why, so he could only shake Paigia's body lightly. God, defeated. Although Paigia had never heard the golden bell, after all, he was already so old, so naturally he had heard of some things. I originally thought that the golden bell was just a legend circulating on Sky Island, but I didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, since the golden bell rang at this time, Enel, who had always regarded this piece of Sky Island as his own kingdom of gods, did not impose sanctions. It could only be defeated, after all, if Enel really wanted to ring the golden bell. With the ability of his heart net, he has long found the golden bell and rang it. It seems that your partner not only passed the test, but even defeated the god. Page said to Usopp, and at the same time, he felt a little emotional, maybe he was about to say goodbye to his daughter. Hey, I've said before that as long as Luffy is around, there's no need to worry about them failing. Usopp wiped his nose with his index finger, and his tone was a little smug, as if he was the one who defeated Enel. Grand Line Gaia Island. Boss, did you hear me? The orangutan and the ape man came hurriedly from not far away, and shouted towards Vinbrand Kulik, who was sitting on the coast. However, the man didn't answer them, just looked up at the boundless sky, those turbid eyes were already full of tears. Boss, they succeeded, what they said is true, the Golden Township was indeed washed by the sky and the ocean current to the Sky Island. When Luffy said that the Golden Township did not sink to the bottom of the sea, but was rushed towards Sky Island by the soaring ocean currents, there was a faint hope in their hearts. Now, the golden bell is really ringing, and the long-cherished wish for many years has come true. Giant vine tip. It's actually a golden bell. It's a pity, I can't take it away. Nami still misses this golden bell, but he can't help it. Luffy said that he should leave the golden bell to these Sky Islanders. Naturally, he would not go against Luffy's wishes, and even if he could take such a big bell, it would be inconvenient to carry it. Hope this bell can be heard on the Grand Line too. Seeking flowers. Zoro still has a good impression of Vinbrand Kulik, who is obsessed with atoning for his ancestors. Men who also carry dreams are always easy to resonate. Now that Vinbrand Kulik's dream has come true, when will his dream come true? In addition to the historical text, some of the ancient texts here are artificially inscribed. Just as Luffy rang the golden bell, Robin also read the surrounding historical text. However, what makes Robin a little curious is that one of the 2 stone tablets engraved with ancient texts is obviously not from ancient times. Roger and his pirates have also visited Sky Island, and the ancient characters on this stele were engraved by the Roger pirates. 0. Hearing Robin's words, Luffy told about Roger's visit to Sky Island. Roger? You mean One Piece Roger? Galtino's reaction was a bit big, but it was normal. Anyone who heard the topic of One Piece would be just as surprised. However, does anyone in the Roger Pirates know ancient script? What makes Robin curious is the man who can engrave ancient writing. At that time, O'Hara had already been destroyed, and there should be no one in this world who could interpret ancient texts except himself. Moreover, whether it is the ancient script itself, or even the stone tablet engraved with the ancient script, ordinary people cannot engrave traces on it at all. Wano Kuni of the New World, there is a method of processing this kind of stone tablet, and it is also there that someone can read this kind of writing. Kojiki Oden, I don't know why Wano Kuni has a method that can read ancient texts and process historical text stone tablets. Are these things related to Wano Kuni? Or, are these things actually passed down from Wano Kuni? Wano Kuni. Even Robin doesn't know much about Wano Kuni. However, since there are people in Wano Kuni who can interpret ancient texts, and can process historical text stone tablets, then, there may be information that you want to know there. Wano Kuni, we will go in the future, but before that, your strength must be improved.